standing 180 degrees antipodal from our position, upside down, clinging to a rotating ball. That ball has got 75% water on it.
Well, there is no upside down on a sphere.
It's a ball. So from your position, relative to you, those people in Australia are upside down. Follow me. The only reason why gravity exists is to keep this idea stuck together. You're going to need a ball for that. So the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. You can't go to space and verify pictures from space because that can't exist because you've got nothing to keep the gas here. So a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Has that ever been demonstrated to be true? Reason why we're here, mate, is no. There is no direct measurement of the radius, or the curvature, circumference, or diameter of the Earth. There is no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth, actual rotation or movement around the sun. And there's no way you can demonstrate that.
Doesn't do anything.
Mate, I haven't finished. 3 physical claims. Ball that spins in the vacuum of space, and the vacuum of space is devoid of physical demonstration because you can't have gas pressure without a container. But whatever idea you come up with for gravity, you're going to need a ball. So, radius.
I just like to quickly interrupt just to let everybody know that I am live streaming right now. I put the link in the live stream voice text. If anybody wants to follow along with my channel, I'm live streaming there.
Sweet. Well, we're just speaking to Elasma. We're just speaking to Elasma here, who's pretty chill and kind of aligns with some of the things we say, but is still on the globe. And he's been pretty respectful. I think he does speak over a little bit, but if we're chill, then I think he'll be chill as well. So, but yeah, welcome, Miggy. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. You guys can actually see me because I'm live streaming. But yeah, dude. I mean, if I can jump in anytime, just let me know. I don't know if Jedi, if you're finishing up your point or if you're.
Yeah, no, I'm good. You jump in anytime. I don't know if Jedi's finished. He might want to pick up, but.
Mate, I'm kind of been frustrated and bashing around in the same circle with the same stick. So take over, man. You're good.
Well, you gotta also point out that the guy, he's been talking to us for a while. He sounds like he's busy doing other stuff, so he's not. I don't think at this moment he's 100% into it. So
yeah, I'm with you, Gemsy. I was listening to him. The guy has been here numerous times. The very first initial conversation we had with him, he was actually faking a voice. We talked about the psychology behind it because usually people like to come in and fake a voice so that they can talk about provocative topics and have like their character that they're portraying take the brunt of the force of this like crazy idea so that they don't have to be themselves in here. And that's usually what happens. People try to fake a voice. They try to make it sound like, they're being somebody else because they don't want to be shown to be, who they are. And it's just the defense mechanism that people put up when they do that. But now he's let the guard down and he's coming in here as himself and asking questions or, kind of refuting some of the things we say. But I just wanted to ask him a question if he did want to entertain any more conversation. If not, we got other people in here like Mewtwo Gaming who was having a conversation with us yesterday. So what do you guys think? You want to talk with him just a little more or just go ahead and let him? Because I do agree with Gemsy. He didn't sound like he was really like hearing the conversation because it's what it sounds like.
Yeah, he's a little bit out of it. I mean, I can't speak for how he was if he was here previously. I'm just saying based on what I've spoken to him today. We were having a reasonably intelligible conversation before, I would say. I guess the other people in the channel can agree or disagree. But yeah, feel free to move on to someone else or keep going with him. I don't mind.
I'll ask him. Elasma, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. If you want to continue, I can ask you a few questions, and if not, that's cool. You just chill. What do you want to do?
I've been talking for ages, bro.
I've
been talking for ages. It's not that.
It sounds like you can be honest. So if you don't mind, I could just run an exercise only on your basic information of what you've been talking to the the fellas here in the chat. And if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and just tell you, and then you could just respond to, that you know or you don't know. Okay. And if you know, then I'll ask you specifically how you know. But if you don't know, just say I don't know, and I'll go to the next question. What I want to do is find out what you know. That's it. Is that cool?
No.
So you refuse.
Because I've been doing this early.
So you refuse. I'm saying you refuse. You could refuse. Okay. Yeah. Usually people that know something, they would want to have a conversation and explain like how they know. But if you don't want to, and if you're going to refuse, that's your choice. Yeah, what difference does that make? What difference does that make though? Because we are in a conversation. Well, that's fine. You could be tired, but if you don't want to talk, you can say, "Yeah, I don't want to talk right now." That's fine. I don't care.
We can talk later on.
Yeah,
we can talk later on if you want.
That's fine. If you are afraid of having this exercise, I'm totally fine with that. You can wait till later.
Oh, I'm very afraid.
Okay.
Very scary, bro.
Yeah, what is? It's scary because a lot of people don't want to come to the knowledge that their information about the Earth being a globe is not actually a globe. And so the part of themselves inside that's afraid, they don't want to unlock that door. Because once they do, they're going to realize that the Earth is not a globe. And that's scary to a lot of people. That is scary, though, Alasma. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people are afraid of that. So anyway,
be afraid of it. To be honest.
Yeah, maybe not outwardly. Not outwardly. You're not telling us, right? Because you're amongst people, so it's going to look like very shameful if you say that. But inwardly, yeah, a lot of people are afraid of this. Otherwise, Alasma. Otherwise, you would go through this exercise with me, and you would you would find out for yourself if you truly have a belief or not. You would, but if you don't want to, that's fine. You can feel comfortable in knowing every time you go to bed at night that you have a belief in the globe, and that's all you have. That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's all I have.
It
is
a
simple, silly belief.
It is. I could take you through the exercise that's going to show you that. But yeah, we're gonna move on because it seems like you're not gonna want to do it. That's fine. All right. So we got Mewtwo Gaming. Mewtwo, welcome to the chat. Yesterday, we were having a discussion with you, and it sounded like you were talking with the panel, and kind of it was me and Elijah actually, but you were asking about the navigational part of the Earth, like if navigating across, and you had some questions on it. Do you still have those questions, or because the panel right now can talk to you as well about it? But are you there, Mewtwo Gaming?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't actually have the time because you were time constrained as well. You had to leave, but I could run the same exercise with that I was going to do Alasma with you as well. Would you want to know if you have a belief or not?
I don't believe in the globe. I don't believe in gravity. So
no,
it's kind of. I'm just going through my checklist, and I'm just stuck at the distance thing. That was what I was talking about yesterday with distance and navigation and triangulation. So if you can triangulate your point.
Yeah. What I'm saying though. Yeah. What I'm saying, Mewtwo, is once you know that the globe Earth is just a belief that you have. That's it.
Yeah.
Then it can't be something that's real. So you'll have discernment. Right. You'll have discernment, and that's the thing that I want to reveal to you is that it is just a belief. There is nothing that backs up the Earth being a globe that you can put into reality. That's what I want to demonstrate to you right now. And if you want to indulge me in this exercise, you will find out for yourself as well. So therefore, it won't be a dichotomy that you've built up in your mind, whether flat or globe. There's just the Earth. It's just the Earth. There's no dichotomy as you might think right now that you're trying to decide which is right and which is wrong. You're going to be able to understand that right throughout. After this exercise, you'll be able to understand that it's just a belief that they've been told that the Earth is a globe. That's what I want to show you.
Sure. Right, and if I go through the exercise with you, I'm still gonna have my reservations no matter what. Because
you can have your reservations. Sure, you can have your reservations, but it will be just a belief. It's not going to be something real.
What? Good morning. What reservations?
Elijah, I messaged you, but you didn't even message me back.
All right, so can we do this? Can we do this exercise, Mewtwo? I'm just asking before you jump off to another subject and forget that I asked you if we can do an exercise.
We'll do it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Jump into it.
But Elijah, hold on. Elijah wanted to come in here with something. I want him to say what he's going to say before we do that.
I don't see your message, number one. Number two, yeah, no, you didn't message me. So, number two, what do you mean by reservations? I have my reservations means you know something about something, but you're skeptical. So we're not offering anything as like, direct evidence other than the direct evidence that their claim is false. What are your reservations? Fuck it. Go ahead, Miggy. It doesn't matter.
All right.
No, you didn't fucking send the message.
Yeah, that's why I didn't jump in, because we address what he said, then that's a rabbit hole. So Miggy, just take him through the 3 points. Hopefully this is painless.
Yeah, we'll judge by the way he answers. And so, Mewtwo, this is an exercise that
my bad.
do with...
I have to apologize.
Go on.
Facebook, apparently fucking Discord wants to act like Facebook and have you get permission before somebody sends you a message because we're not friends. That's okay.
Oh, that's right.
All right, I see it. Sorry.
That's right. It's it with the new TOS, Elijah? Probably when it changed over.
They've been doing that for like, I don't know, 2 months.
Has that been a while?
Yeah, about 2 months.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I got mad messages in here. I'm so sorry.
It's all good, dude. I understand.
All right. Well, that's settled. All right. So let's get into this exercise. But Mewtwo, I want you to be honest with the questions intellectually, right? So if you don't know something, just please simply say I don't know, because I'm going to ask you. If you say I know, then I'm going to ask you some very specific, hyper-specific questions about what you know. So if you're like, well, it's this, I'm not really sure, that also, you can agree that you don't know. So you guys also,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put this out for everybody. I am live streaming, so you guys can click on the link that I put in the live stream voice text and join me there. And if you're not modded and you're in this channel and you're a moderator here, I'll give you mod there, so that
just to let you know too, I'm driving through the mountains, so if I cut out or anything like that, it's just my connection, just so you know.
All right, we'll do the best we can, Mewtwo, and then if that happens, we'll know, because we'll hear you start roboting usually.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so let's go to the exercise. So there's 3 questions in this exercise. Just answer honestly. The first question: who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Name me the people or persons. Name me the people or persons.
Nobody that I know of.
Okay.
So I asked this to the chatbot GPT, and then he brought the chat brought up Aristophanes, and it brought up a geodetic surveying company and a satellite radar and laser radar and all that sort of stuff. As soon as it goes to lasers and whatnot, I'm out. I don't know anything about that. So. Okay,
so you would agree that you don't know, or you do know?
I don't know. I don't know anybody that has. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll go to the second question. The second question is basically kind of the same as the first. We're just getting information from you as far as your knowledge goes. Has anybody ever measured the spin of the Earth, the axial rotation, or how fast the Earth spins and why it spins that way? Do you know anybody who's ever done that, or people who have done that?
No, I don't know anybody that's done that.
Okay, and the last question. The vacuum of space is said to be the thing where the Earth is setting in the middle of. So it's in the vacuum of space, the Earth being a globe, right? So how do you know we have gas pressure without a container? Because, of course, we have air that we're breathing here. So how is that possible that we have gas pressure on Earth and we don't have containment for it?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. I thought it was funny when the guy brought up the gas pressure and how it's a gradient, and how gravity supposedly are supposed to be holding these molecules up into a certain point, and then it lets go. The gravity's not strong enough, but yet then it holds the moon in our orbit. So I don't know. I don't know how that would be possible for the gravity to let go of the molecule, this tiny little thing that doesn't weigh anything, and then hold You know, it doesn't make any sense to me, so I'm just gonna have to go with I don't think.
All right, you were kind of roboting there, so I'm guessing you're probably getting to a place where we can't hear you. But sounds like you said you don't know. So can you hear me? If you can, just respond to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get about the gravity thing on the moon now? Did you hear?
No, you're roboting pretty bad. We're starting to lose you. Perhaps I'll give you a minute so you can come back from that.
Oh, so good, CB. I don't know where you are, where you be, but
all right. Mic check with
or was that
Mewtwo.
Wolfgang that played that robot told me?
It was me.
No, it had to be CB.
All right, so we're gonna wait for Mewtwo to get back, and as soon as you come back, Mewtwo, then we'll continue. I'm really just gonna summarize, to be honest, so that you can.
No, seriously, I'm gonna. Look, if no one else grabs you up, like I would pay you for that, because I know that when I watch other channels with quality that mix that I really enjoy, that right there being on point is important. Whoever does that needs to get paid.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that before. Because he does such a great job with that on here.
Yeah, we'll buy him some platter pancakes.
Mewtwo, are you there? Mewtwo Gaming?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's
Oh, satellite's back? Awesome.
for the next 5 minutes. I'm the mountain it probably take 5 to 10 minutes for clear ups.
Yeah.
You're roboting again.
This is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
Shit.
Oh my god, dude, that's hilarious.
Well, that's fine. I mean, he went through it.
That's the question. It's like, no matter, I'll let you.
Elijah, your 5G's slipping.
Fucking satellites. Must be a solar storm.
Yeah. You know what's weird that you said that, Indio? That people were actually talking about that. They were saying that there was going to be solar flares that were going to interrupt like a lot of communication. Like in recent, I want to say like a week or two ago that I remember seeing that on the fake space
that
news.
story comes out every 6 months or whatever.
Solar flares are going to interrupt all the communications. And you're like, oh shit.
They recycle that over and over again. Never interrupts anything.
So yesterday, now I'm talking about the event CB was mentioning in the live stream voice text, but we were talking about going live on cam. So most of us were going to do that. CB was agreeing to go live on cam. There was a few others that, you know, if you guys want to, we'll do that, and possibly like in another channel that can actually do that, probably live stream too or whatever. And then I'll put them up on the live screen so everybody can see us all on here. Hey, we're just talking about a different thing. I think, what was it? Were you going to name it, CB?
I guess I've been slacking on the name. Or we could just use something we've already used in the past.
Flat Smack Central or something. I don't know what you guys want to do on that.
Still.
These were the questions. These were the questions I was going to ask Elasma, but Elasma was really, really not wanting to do it because he's been talking on here for a while. And we were listening. I was listening.
He said in the chat that they were easy questions, so maybe he's up to it now.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. While Mewtwo gets back, Mewtwo, are you here? Sound check on Mewtwo before I go off.
Hello.
All right, we got you back again, Mewtwo.
Is it me you're
No.
looking for? I'm sorry.
No.
He's still cutting out.
Hello.
I'm
Just
kidding.
don't stress him. He's
We love you,
driving up the
Brandon.
hills.
He'll be coming around the
I
mountain.
should be good in about 2 minutes.
Oh, you're good now, but you want to wait?
Brandon, have you ever thought about going into the trades? I'm just thinking satellite repairman so that we can actually talk to people on here.
We'd have actually be have a trade. Alasma says
Sorry,
I
but that
owned.
was a good song, and I couldn't resist doing that.
Alasma says I owned all of you. I don't know what that means or why he says that, but if he feels good that he owned all of us, then it's like that game called I Win, right? Alasma, you just win. Like there's no competition.
He owned us by what? Spazzing out.
Yeah, he conceded that no one's ever measured curvature or motion of Earth. He conceded that no one knows what gravity is. How's that a win?
Wait, this is the guy that was too afraid to go through the questions with me. No, I've been talking on here for such a long time. No, I'm fine. Okay.
Dude, he's a
How do you win?
troll, dude. I swear to God.
That goes, well, mic check.
You're good, Elijah.
Alrighty.
I got 2 bar. When it goes red, I'll stop. That's the thing about, I have some reservations. About what? About your hotel. About your car. About your product. I still.
You just started to robot right now.
But before that.
Yeah, we heard you. That other part, yeah. We heard you.
Well, what's
So,
the foundation of
that's
the
the thing.
reservation? That's the important part, right? What is the reservation? Why does he have it?
That's what I mean. We don't have a product.
Well, he was roboting again. He was trying to talk or whatever. Sorry. Mew, you're still robot.
We don't have a product or anything to sell. That's the thing. We're just saying the thing you believe in. How do you have reservations about what I'm saying? You just said you don't know.
Well, he said that he's on board with flat Earth, except for he has reservations about triangulation. I don't know what triangulation he's talking about because no one's doing any triangulation, but whatever.
I guess in context of what he was speaking of yesterday, he was talking about navigating across the Earth, but he used an example. He said like 3 points. Did he use like a piece of paper, Elijah, or like like imagining a place on the Earth where he's using 3 points and one in the middle? And so like that point in the middle, I think he used like a mountain example. He was like, you could be a mountain in the middle of those 3 dots, and anywhere from that middle point is like you could see the distance from that. You can garner some information like how you're gonna triangulate to that position in the middle.
You can't, or you don't. They don't do triangulation, man. GPS, satellites, none of that does triangulation. That is the most common misconception. It's called trilateration. It's nothing. Triangulation is triangle. See the word angle? It measures angles. There's no measuring of angles in GPS.
Right. Well, I don't know about that. Why you say that?
Because GPS is a beacon, sends out a signal, and based upon how long it takes for the signal to reach you, because they have like a time embedded in it, so like it has a timestamp. So you get that at your time, right? And you go, okay, the speed of light is X, so it took this long to get to me. It's this far away, right? And you get,
but it's still an elevation angle.
No, I'm talking about GPS.
Like I was looking at this dude that was talking, yeah, because he's talking about satellites and whatnot, and he was explaining how GPS would work. And there was a point in his presentation where he was like, now I'm going to draw it out. He's like, I'm drawing out a flat line, but we all know the Earth is curved. And that again, None of that would be possible if the Earth were curved, because the angles that you do have to get in all timing that it has to do with, I don't know. I'll get the video to you, but forget it. Whatever.
Yeah.
I
Well,
should get for now.
Well, the only point is they used this technique before satellites existed. It has it has nothing to do with angles. In fact, has nothing to do with any globe.
Yeah, so Blue Jumper put that into the chat, so if you guys can see trilateration versus triangulation. Trilateration uses known distances to pinpoint precise locations. Triangulation uses known angles to calculate unknown distances, which is what a sextant does.
And then GPS uses what's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right?
Mic check.
Yeah,
Mic
so
check,
Earth-centered. Yeah, we hear you. So that is a tangent plane, right? Tangent to a sphere, and then they convert those coordinates into latitude and longitude. Even Dr. Phil, that numpty dipshit, thinks that latitude and longitude is the native format that comes down in GPS. It isn't. It's in called north up. I think it's northeasting. That's what the name is. That's the coordinate system.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
They convert it into latitude and longitude. It doesn't come down it comes down to something called Rhinex. That's the format. It's a message format. So that message comes down after processing. Let's put it this way. Wherever it's come from, sends out a signal. It's in, waves, whatever. You pick it up, and then you have a decoder which decodes that into a message format. That message format, that data is not in latitude and longitude. Your phone, whatever device, will convert it into latitude and longitude, but it doesn't come down that way.
All right, so just real quick, Mewtwo, are you back?
Yeah, it should be good for a half an hour at least, and then I'm gonna cut out completely.
Welcome back. All right, so I just let me summarize real quick, because on those 3 points, and I heard you say that you didn't know to all 3 of them. So basically, you do have a belief that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, and that's all that the globe Earth is, really. That's it. It's just a belief. So in no way,
I don't have that belief.
I'm saying that everyone that thinks that the Earth, if you look upon the Earth being a globe, that's all it is. I want to demonstrate that's all it is. So if you try to think of
I'm a globe skeptic.
Right, and what I'm saying though, you know how you might have some kind of idea that it could be this or that? This or that happens because in some way the globe proposed something to you that sounded like it made sense to you, right? That's what I'm actually putting to you right now. So yesterday you had a question about what we were discussing right now after I had the 3 questions to you. And so in your mind, you kind of think that there's still a little bit of they're still saying something, right? But if it was true that the Earth was a globe, then you would well know it right now. And I just showed you that it's not possible that you know that because you demonstrated that you don't. So it's not even, you can't put it into this false dichotomy that it could be the globe or a flat Earth, because there's no, that's an illusion. That dichotomy you're trying to say they do have this information that could be something that would back up the Earth being a globe in that way. But it's not, because you don't know. So if you did know, you'd be like, for sure. It's a possibility, but it's not even that.
And
not
I
even
can
a possibility.
see that because it's hanging on by a thread. I can see it's hanging on by a thread. That's where I'm at. Yeah.
Right, and furthermore, we can keep going into that subject matter that you wanted to talk about, but just from this exercise, you can garner the information that you don't know. And so that kind of leaves it in the realm of a belief still, and it hasn't put it into the realm of the really is. So we are now working with the really is level, and how do things work there, and that's what we're doing, versus trying to figure out why they said what they said and work backwards from that point. We're working from the foundation up, not from top down, where they're telling you all this information, build it on top of the Earth that you live on. We're working from the foundation, from this Earth that we know we can work with, and then use the technology that demonstrates that the Earth is exactly what it is and not what people are saying it is. Because, think about it. People can conjure up any other type of living realm. So the living realm could be concave, right? A donut, a freaking whatever they say. But if it's not, if technology doesn't operate on it like the way they're saying, like with the Earth that they're saying, then it's not that. You just can't. So you got to work from the bottom up, not from the top down, which is kind of like where you want to go with, like, well, we got technology flying around, and possibly that's how we know. There's clues that we know the Earth's a globe, but it's just, you can't work that way. You got to start from the foundation, which is where we're at now. And so you first, initially, you have to start with what is the Earth, right? And then once you get that information, then you work your way on whatever technology is going to be working on. It's going to be working on an Earth that's exactly the way I know it to be, not what I assume it to be. Does that make sense, Mewtwo?
Yeah. So that's why I'm so stuck. I think I'm so stuck on this is because it's something you can physically, measure and and yeah, I can see what you're saying. I understand that it's a belief. I understand physical thing,
Okay.
the physical measurements and physical navigation and all that, and gridding and all that. Yeah.
But you just contradicted yourself
Yeah.
because you said,
I
"I know
understand
it's
it.
a
I know
belief
it's
with the."
insane. It's hard to let go, man.
No, no. Look, Isa, you said, "Oh, I got red now. Hold on." All right. Said,
Oh, we
you
lost you,
said,
Elijah. We lost you, bro. Those damn solar flares.
Yeah, I can't hear anything at all. Completely gone.
never mind.
All right, so yeah, it's hard to let go, and I'm glad you admitted that, because a lot of people don't, Mewtwo, and we have a hard time getting them to realize that if you're going to work with anything on this Earth, then it's going to be working on top of the Earth that you know it to be, which is not a globe, or not concave, or not anything else somebody else proposes, because if it was that Earth, then we would be able to detect it in a way that it would be self-evident to us. There wouldn't be any arguments over people saying, well, it could be this or it could be that. It would just be that, and no one would question it. But as it is, with these questions that we have, there's no answer to them, because everything's built on a belief system. Everything's built on a mathematical construct, and it's not anything in reality we can see. Hopefully that kind of just helps you process. I think what happens right now is that you're processing all of this, and it's the step of letting go of all those ideas of, these derivative ideas of like, well, how do we have this, and how do we have that, and how does this work? But you're not looking at the foundation, which is we live on this Earth here that we can demonstrate to ourselves that is not a globe. For sure. 100%. You can know that.
Yeah. And for me to accept the reality of the Earth's dimensions or whatever, I really need to see the evidence. So just in that way, like I was talking about yesterday, that's how I have to see it. So just as you can figure out if a floor is level and flat when you're building a house, you can measure that. I have to see that our floor is flat, and then we can measure it.
All right,
like I've seen on YouTube, a guy uses a theodolite and he takes a measurement to a mountain and he goes, well, what's the prediction for flat Earth, and what's the prediction for globe Earth? And he goes, see, globe Earth works. But I'm skeptical of that because I use Google Earth and Google dimensions, Google distances, right? to get that answer. I'm like, well, that's not accurate, and that's control isn't good enough for me on that.
What we go on is the claim. Who made the claim that the Earth is whatever it is, right? The flat earthers make a claim that the Earth is like a giant, plate or something. Like, we're just telling you that all known areas where people exist, it's flat and stationary at the water level. Like, so wherever we have water, like the sea, the ocean, like that, there's no measured curvature there. We could demonstrate that, but meaning zero. So we're not going to make a claim to a shape or that the Earth is curving or anything. So if there is a claim that it is, then you're going to have to realize, well, where can I find this? So we're examining the claim of the Earth being a globe. We're not examining. It's like, once again, where you're saying, how do I know the Earth is flat and stationary? What are the flat earthers saying? What we're simply saying is that it's not measured to have any curvature. And if the Earth is not curving, then what is it? If we don't measure any curvature. Because we have to measure curvature for the Earth to be a globe. Wouldn't you agree? Curvature is the thing that's essential for the Earth to have convexity. And if we don't measure that, then what is the Earth essentially from our sample set? Our small sample set that we take on the Earth, we're not saying the entire Earth. We're saying what, as far as we can tell from every area that humans they exist on, the only thing we can tell from those areas is that it's not curving like they say it is. And so you have to, when you be honest with yourself and answer that question, if it's not curving, then what else can it be? Because there's only one other option if it's not curving. And I mean convex or concave, because that has been brought into this arena. So if it's not curving anywhere, it can only be flat. That's it. If we measure any type of curvature, then that has to be understood, like at what level can we measure this curvature? But there is no curvature. So the claim is the Earth is of a set size of dimensions, right? Radius, diameter, circumference. And so that's what we're addressing, the claim. And so if it's not that, then, how can you say, well, then what are the flat earthers saying? Because it's pretty obvious. We're not making a claim. We're just saying, well, is it curving? No. Well, if it's not curving, then what else is it? Can't be like 10 other things. It can only be one. No curvature equals, you can fill in the blank.
I'm just looking through my stuff, and I'm gonna share this with y'all. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're kind of roboting, but we did hear you that you wanted to share something with us, Elijah. Welcome to everybody that's joining my stream. Hey, shout out to everyone. You can see me now. Most people that are there watching me. And I usually like to stream whenever I can. But I work most days, so yeah, kind of try to squeeze this whenever I can. I'll put the link up once again. I'll be plugging my link.
I'm going to see if I can find you on the Discord activities. And if not, maybe we can figure that out.
You were telling me about that. I don't know. Do we have to be in a room that allows that? DB?
No, it's already in here, just like the soundboard.
Oh,
right
embedded.
next to the soundboard, there's that little rocket there. If you click on that rocket, there should be a watch together activity, which I've started. So what I'm going to do is search Wig Snatcher Club.
You looking at this?
Here it is.
Yeah, we see it, Elijah.
Where? And how many flat sections from the low side you have to see? Stop.
Yeah, I don't want to fill in for you, man, because I'm gonna I don't want to misrepresent what you said. Do you want me to wait till you get back? Because you're not coming through that all that well. With that image there, Mewtwo, I think that was you, Mewtwo Gaming. You're still there.
Yeah.
All right. How many flat sections would it have to take to make that example there? He's showing you in that small little diagram. You see what Elijah put in the live stream?
Okay. I understand.
Okay. And based upon what you were saying yesterday, I think that's why he's using this, so you could see it in a diagram.
No, I've seen it in the books for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I understand.
And the concept
where they use pi and they use the circle and they use all that.
Right. Right, and you have to have 90 degrees right there. It's showing you, like at the point where the triangle is making up to the vertical to the star. It sounded like this was a question you had, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
I could wait for Elijah to type it, and I'll just, you know what? If you can't come through, Elijah, type it, and I'll just read it. This goes out to Elasma. You said, I give up on humanity. It's not humanity that you're giving up on. It's your own mind, because you're wrestling with the fact that you have a belief system, and you're trying to put that into reality, and it's not true. You didn't want to go through the exercise with me, but yeah, you should give up on the idea that you're trying to prove it.
That's a funny thing. To me, it's just there's no logic there, because he was talking about the molecules leaving Earth in a gradient, and then eventually gravity is not strong enough to hold on to the tiny little molecule, but then at however far the moon is, it can hold on to the moon. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's absolute insanity.
Right. I do want Elijah to say his point, and once he types it, I'm going to read it out to you as if it were him saying it. So hopefully, it's frustrating, I know, because he's trying to get through through the voice, and it's just not letting him. But if he does put something up, I will say what he's putting up so that you can hear.
Yeah, and I can't look at pictures right now when I'm driving.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I could read it to you, what he puts up. In the meantime, yeah. So, with that understanding, now that you have it, Mewtwo, what else is there that you would say that's holding you to the globe? If it's just a belief that you have, you're trying to work top down. Remember, like you're trying to go from the technology side of things and work back into like, okay, well, this works. Thus, now it's a globe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you still trying to do that? Or have you let that perception go? And then
a little bit, yeah. I hear what you're saying. Like, that's what it is, right? It's the navigating part. Is they go, oh, you can only get this angle measurement and then do all this math if it's a globe, like because of this spherical trigonometry. This is the only reason you can get it. Well,
that's not true.
I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? If we can do it another way,
it's not a true.
If we can do it another way and show the math. And go, hey, look, it doesn't have to be that way. We're showing you it can be this way.
Not another way. They're just lying, which is why I wanted to go through step by step all of the information, because whatever you think is there is not there.
Let me give him something. This is your first mistake you made, Mewtwo. You took Glober claims at face value. Okay? Don't assume that they're honest actors. In fact, you should actually assume that they're not, because in my experience, a lot of the time they're not. So when a Glober told you that, they were either lying or they don't understand it themselves.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like I'm diving in just like that guy was saying this morning or yesterday. He was saying, he dives in head first. And that's kind of what I've been doing. I've been looking for a tutor or somebody that knows more math than I do to go through this book. It's insane. I found this tutor company. I found this tutor company, and they had like 40,000 people working for them. And they couldn't find one person that was able to go through the math in that book. So
let's imagine you go through the math in that book, and all the math works. Does that mean the Earth's a globe?
No.
Okay, then why would you even do it? Why would you waste your time?
We could reverse engineer it to...
That's what I was saying.
To come up with a reification of our own?
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Well, then you get $10,000 from... What's that guy's name?
No. You're never getting that $10,000.
Oh, you're talking about an anti-flat earther? Dude, they ain't never going to pay you, bro.
You're never... Did you read the terms and conditions?
No.
Did you read the terms and conditions? No, I'm asking you. Did you read the terms and conditions of this challenge?
Oh.
Yes, you did, or no, you didn't? You did.
Yes,
so
I did.
Who decides whether you've accomplished the task or not?
A third party, he says.
No.
Independent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it says.
It says a third party of people that do celestial navigation. Do you think that they have the mathematical ability to, say, differential geometry experience to evaluate some other method?
No, I guess not. Yeah, that's a good point.
And then if they can't decide, who decides whether you won or not?
Perfect.
MC2 does. MC2 does. And he is not capable of evaluating whether you've done it or not. You understand? Your judges are people that aren't competent enough to judge it. You're never going to get the money.
You ain't get it.
That's never going to happen, dude.
Yeah, it's a carrot on the stick, brother. That's all it is. And it's like baiting people to think that the mathematical construct that they have there is going to formulate somehow in reality. And and on top of that, they're the judges, like India was saying. It's the facade, bro. These are the games they play, man.
Person that was born with no legs trying to tell you how to walk, bro. It's not happening.
These are the games they play, bro.
Yeah, that's what's so frustrating, because you can mathematically make anything happen. Math can tell you a story of whatever you want it to tell you. That's what's annoying.
But what's not annoying is what is annoying is a liar. If the Earth is a globe, then why the fuck are we as flat earthers and you as a person trying to figure shit out having... Wait, I'm waiting for my signal.
You're coming through, Elijah, by the way.
Yeah, it's like it's good, and then fucking I'm sitting here 5 minutes and it's green, and then as soon as I start talking, son of a bitch. I'm still coming through though?
Yep. All of what you said.
Oh shit.
Elijah,
right,
do you have 5G or 4G on? We should just answer me that real quick.
It's the 5G, I assume.
Okay, so it says 5, or you could switch it manually in your settings to LTE 4G, and it will give you a better connection when you're moving around, because the 5G, it jumps from tower to tower way more often than the LTE.
That makes sense. The thing is, I'm at my girlfriend's house, and the Wi-Fi is not working, so my cell phone service is what I'm using, and it's dog shit right here in this location.
Go to the settings, network settings, and switch it manually to 4G LTE away from Wi-Fi, and just keep that and try it. Just try it. It might not work, but it might work, because it works for me sometimes when I'm traveling like that.
The other thing about that frequency, the lower frequencies have a higher penetration strength. So if you're in a brick walled area, the 5G will bounce, and some will get through, but not as much as that will get through of 4G. or 3G or 2G, or like if you go down, the higher the penetration strength.
That makes sense. Let's see, I'm hoping that's what is better. I can't read.
Gets who appeared on my live stream. Freaking ha 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 ha. It is the guy Miggy is scared of. The freaking hell, man. He followed me on my channel.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
No shit. At any rate, yeah. So back to Mewtwo. It's just a big psychological game, bro. That's all it is. It's a mind job. The Earth being a globe is a mind job. It's hard to get out of that. So yeah, as you can see.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
This sounds good. This is, I mean, this. How does this sound?
You lagged just a little bit saying that, but yeah, I heard you. The rest of it.
I've got about 5 more minutes before I lose you guys, just so you know.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. Go ahead.
I was asking earlier what I posted. Where is it? Where did I write it? I said that it's it's cognitive dissonance because the distance is quote unquote fitting a globe in your mind somehow works with this image that you know has nothing to do with the globe. So where does the globe play into all of this practical stuff that we do when we take angles in real life versus the math that you're talking about?
Well, that's why I was trying to hire a tutor to go through this book, but it seems that out of 40,000 people in their tutoring company, that not one of them could, go through the book.
I mean,
So
you're smart enough to I'll check it out. All right, I'll do you one better. Here's something else. And this is an old article. But it says earthly. Andrew Hill, parenthesis, quotes Darwin rules, okay, end quote, 12th of July, page 127, says, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. Listen, what this person is saying. Even in The Spectator, we rarely find, which means it's rare that anybody's talking about the sun going around the earth. So right now, they're all heliocentrists, okay? So it's already understood. All right, moving on. One can, of course, believe anything one likes, as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with the laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that the students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused, that's what you are, dogma that they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddy Hoff, Royal Air Force College, Cranfield. Point of reading that is to say, where the fuck do you think you're going to find someone who's going to make it make sense for the globe? Because that's what you're looking for. All the information you can find is all there is. I wanted more when I was looking into the globe. When I was a glober, I wanted more, and you know what I found out? This is all there is. What do you want?
Yeah, I'm right where you were there for sure. Yeah, I want more, man. But I'm not gonna find it. I know it because like I said, I went through that tutoring company. I probably could go through every tutoring company in the world, and I won't find a person that can go through this book and make it make sense. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
I understand what you're saying.
Elijah, do you have
it does say that it says it uses a geocentric model.
Okay. Elijah, do you have a snippet of what you just read, like to put it in live stream voice text? That was awesome though.
I got a ton of shit, man. But yes.
I mean, maybe you could just look at that every time you think about things like you're thinking of now, Mewtwo. We have everything we need. That's basically all that there is. It's already out there. There isn't anything more that you're gonna gain from going to like find the information out. That's you. That's what it sounds like to us. It's a process that we all go through, and it's just a bit of pride that you have to kind of put down. So it's an ego death that you're not wanting to face. That ego of like thinking that you knew everything before. Now it's like putting it back into how you perceive it and how it is. It really is level. All right. It's in live stream voice text for YouTube, Mewtwo Gaming. He put it in there so you can just kind of read from what he was. That's awesome.
I mean, have you ever seen like I don't know what you think about journalism, but one of the things that made me like really get in deep into all this stuff is his video 100 quotes that tell us 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to. And a lot of those said, oh, he's taking this out of context and blah 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 blah. And had I would have just believed them, because guess what? I went out with what I found already to ask others, hey, are you seeing what I'm seeing? And basically the Globers were like, oh, there's nothing to really see. Don't look into it. These flat earthers are dumb. So that's what most people do. But I was like, nah, I want to understand this. I want to make sure that if I'm taking Einstein out of context or Newton out of context or Hubble out of context or Hawking out of context, or like, you get the point. Like, then okay, where's the actual journal? And you know who made us good at that? QE, actually. Because he's like, why are you believing? Just go to the source. And it's like, holy shit. Well, when it comes to science, you mean to tell me that everybody's talking all this science talk, and when it comes to gravity, there's no hypothesis anywhere? How does that make sense? But a Glober will tell you, of course there's a hypothesis. Just listen to what the fuck I have to say. Well, why can't I go back to whenever in 1915, whenever Einstein dropped, or back whenever Newton dropped, and read from them, here was the experiment, this was the hypothesis, this was the result. I mean, to me, that fucking makes sense. And Globers will make you feel like that did happen. But when you look for it, no, it didn't. In fact, when you find out that Newton is like, he's fighting the paradigm. When you actually look at it, Einstein is kind of going up against the paradigm in his own time. But what people do in this time is twist their words for the paradigm we have now, which is the same paradigm those guys were fighting too. That's the shit that I found out. I was like, whoa, they're supposed to be convincing me that it's a globe. They're basically just telling me that it's a belief. It's a thought project. Don't tell me that when I'm coming in for empiricism. Einstein, you feel me? It's ridiculous.
That ego.
And I hope I wasn't a robot and all that time. Y'all just let me.
No, I would have. I would have said some shit, man. You would have heard me. No, you came through. Mewtwo, what do you think about what he just said? Did we lose you?
Well,
He did say
he
we
said
were gonna
he
lose him
said
in
he had 4
minutes.
minutes. He said he had 4 minutes, and Elijah took about 3 minutes and 59 seconds to finish.
that last second just did it for him.
No.
Tip.
No, it's really good. I loved it.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. And you know,
Thank you for that.
hey, man, like it's not easy, bro. To be honest, like coming from that paradigm and switching your mind off of it, it's a lot of residual baggage from it, right? And you're like, wait a minute, I didn't think about this other one thing because it could still, man, the globe still has a fighting chance if I just think about this, and there's nothing there, man. Really, there's nothing there. It's you could go through it with a fine tooth comb, man.
Hands, smoking mirrors.
Which is kind of like what Elijah's saying too. Like these talking heads for the anti-flat Earth movement, like these guys who are saying no, it's a globe, and they're propping up these fake things that you can get into. They'll give you money for it if you pass this test or whatever. It's all a facade, man. They're the ones wanting to keep the dream alive, but it's only alive in their heads. You can't go out in reality and find a sample set where they're telling you what they're saying is real. None of it's real. And so if you still keep chasing that idea that they might have a good point or something, you're just going to be, it's like chasing a dream, bro. You're never going to get anywhere. So at some point, you're just going to have to put that down and say, okay, they haven't proved anything that they're saying to me. So now I'm just going to have to let it go. And that's the part that only can happen from your side. None of us can tell you what time that's going to be. It has to happen when it happens, its own time. So it's what I believe on this.
Absolutely.
What I believe, Mewtwo, on this aspect of it, it doesn't originate from us. This awakening part of like knowing the truth, it happens supernaturally. Like nobody knows where it comes from. You just know that it's not the truth anymore. You know it through and through. You're not going to question it anymore. At some point, you're going to be like, why was I even thinking this way? This is pretty stupid. Maybe now's not the time. But we're showing you that once you do, then you can resonate with what Elijah was saying. You can vibe with it. You're going to be like, shit, dude, now I see from this standpoint, like, yeah, it was all just like smoke and mirrors, people's ideas, imaginations, assumptions, assertions. Like, there's no correlation to what the really is level is and what they're saying. And that's Indio saying like this is kind of like therapy for the globers coming off of the globe nonsense. Like we're here to kind of help you kind of work it out.
Lay down on the couch and start from the beginning. It all started when I was a child, and my mommy wouldn't take me to the circus. I wanted to see the elephants. I really like elephants.
Oh shit.
It all started when I was a child in kindergarten, and the teacher told me, "You see that ball there? You see the globe on the table, on the level, motionless table? That's where you live. That's where you're standing, on that ball right there at the corner."
Yep, the only
And
toy
then I
allowed to be in
dreamed.
school.
Yeah, I dreamed about the only toy. That's a good one. Yeah, I told someone that the globe. He was saying, "Oh, globes this, globe that," and I was like, "Globes are like toys for adults, not for everybody." The only toy in school. Yeah, that's a good one. That globe that is dependent on that level table that is on a level
Oh, dude.
structure.
Old dude posted potato earth. Yo, I saw a model of this. I'll get a screenshot of it. I saw it last night. A physical, like 6 foot tall potato earth model.
Is there one really? Dude, I thought
Yeah,
they were
hold
just
on,
making
I'll
that
find
shit
it,
up.
man.
Somebody actually did that, huh? It looked like Elasma dipped out of here with the trophy that he won, huh? Because he owned all of us, according to him.
We don't get participation trophies.
That's funny.
Yeah, he was on that kind of mocking. I mean, he was pretty cool, but he was like on all kind of like, yeah, it's a globe because I see the sun. It's doing nuclear fusion, therefore it's a globe. And then he was saying, "Oh, we have magnetic fields, therefore it's a globe because the ground there's solid rocks, and there's the only way you can get a magnetic field if the ground is moving and spinning." Ah, goodness, dude. He was smoking very high indica strain, but it was hybrid and indica, so he was like hungry, sleepy, and imagining globes in his head to make a reference into reality. Yeah.
But the thing about him, though, man, is he doesn't allow people to finish. He talks through them in the middle of what they're saying, and so it was difficult for Jedi, for Wolfgang to have a conversation with him because he would talk right through them, like in the middle of what they were saying, that he wouldn't listen to the response.
Well, he actually came in, and the first thing he said he wanted to speak to Witsi. He said Witsi said that we might be able to do a debate. He also spoke about some people here, not some people, but he said generalized about when I joined the live stream. He said he's been here for 3 times or something, and then when I joined the live stream, I get interrupted, blah blah, and he did that. I do it sometimes, but I'm trying to. But he did it way more than I did. It's not an argument. It's not an argument, but he's been here before. He said he wanted to speak to Witsit, but he ended up talking to us because, I mean, yeah, sure.
What I feel like it's like a guy with a big fat beer belly eating potato chips on his couch, and he's looking at a prize fight on the TV, and then he's like, "Honey, hold my beer. Let me go over there and see if I can take this guy on." Like, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, mentally you're so apathetic. Like, there's nothing that you're gonna do to even. There's no stamina. There's nothing. It's a dream, bro. Like, the way he argues and everything it's psychotic. He wouldn't be able to handle the debate at all. Period. Like, he wasn't even able to handle this conversation we were having with him here on this Discord, much less a debate. Come on, dudes. Like, that's
exactly why I told him, bro. And you say you've been here before. Just join the VC, speak to people in there, and if Witsit joins, then talk to him. Yeah.
These guys, I swear. I don't know what he's getting by. I think he's trying to, honestly, what it looks like to me is he's trying to cope because he can't have any ideas that he can come up with that's going to make this globe a reality for him. So he's trying to cope when he comes in here with that. And that's the best way he knows how, is this negative attention that he gets when he comes in here. Because he knows if he keeps like interrupting you, it's like a kid when they plug their ears going, la, 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 I can't hear you, la, 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 la. It's like, so long as he comes in here and does that to you when you're telling him truth, he feels like he's accomplishing something. And that's what these guys, that one specifically, what he's thinking he's doing. That's why he leaves in here. He's like, see, I won because I interrupted you and you weren't able to tell me anything, so I win.
He said something similar. He said that, it is a globe, and you guys don't have an explanation, therefore you're wrong. I'm right.
Hey, man.
So he was talking about the magnetic fields and how that makes sense on the globe, whatever. Even though I explained him about the nonsense he was claiming, which is he's claiming the opposite of his experience, his senses, and what he can demonstrate, observe. He was making a nonsensical claim, but he still said that therefore it's a globe because this phenomena in multiple examples, and I think the sun is throwing gamma rays. Therefore, globe.
You know how, like, Jemsy, like everybody in here has their shtick and how they speak to people? Like, that's your wig snatch. Nonsensical. When you use that, it's like your blade, bro. Every time you bring that out, you shut people up. Like the ones that are talking about the globe, that makes a lot of sense. And then when you use that, I've been meaning to tell you that is your wig snatch. When you use that, you're very good at using it that way. So you like the.
He told me that I didn't know what I was talking about after I said that. Like, he's like, you're not talking anything about what I'm saying. And I'm saying, bro, yeah, I'm trying to bring you to your senses, back to reality, because you're speaking about a place that is in your mind.
Yeah, that's how you do it, bro. Like that's what I've noticed from you. Like you're very good at bringing people to that.
Well, I want to say something. He said that the sun emits gamma rays.
Yeah.
That's
Gamma?
not correct. That's not correct.
Gamma
rays are so-called cosmic rays. They come from interstellar space. They don't come from the sun.
Oh no. So his argument is dead from the beginning.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow. Now I know that.
he probably doesn't want to actually debate Witsit. He just wants to trigger Witsit.
Yeah.
That's all. But obviously, because the 2 times he's talked in here, he don't have anything. Like he's even lower than like the normal basic lobby person that comes in here. And that isn't to like degrade him. That's just like objectively, the facts. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything about the globe. He doesn't know anything about flat Earth. He doesn't know anything. So all he does is like, you try to talk to him, he just says some gibberish, right? It doesn't make any sense. Half of it had nothing to do with what you said. I mean, he's not here unless he's completely delusional. There's no way he could conceivably think that he's anywhere near like Witsit's level. I mean, he isn't near the lowest flat earthers on the server's level. He couldn't debate Mewtwo.
Bro, I told him a few things, and he told me, "Bro, are you high?"
Yeah, that's what he does, dude. He like when you actually get to an issue and he has to take it seriously and have an answer or address something, he'll start insulting you or talking about you or saying, the same shit that always happens, man. We do it every day. Who measures radius? All flat earthers are dumb. Like that's their answer to who measures the radius.
And we got Sensual Goat that's in here. He's got VC verified. I do believe he's a Glober. Sensual Goat, if I'm not mistaken. You want to chime in here because we're talking about conversations of people that come in here and it doesn't seem like they have an argument. But can you just kind of voice where your position is right now? Do you think the
Flat Earther, bro. No worries.
Oh man, I might have got you mistaken by somebody else. Okay, so you think the Earth is flat? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the last time maybe I got my wires crossed when you were speaking. I thought you were a person who thinks the Earth's a globe.
No worries, mate. I'm quite busy right now. Just listen.
Hey, no worries, man. Who else we got in here? Anybody else brand new? Nope. The regular crew kicking it. What's up, guys?
Heaven is up. I'm a heaven-centric earther.
Jemsy's gonna lead that new heaven-centric earthers group.
Because I'm following my north. I know the north is that way, and then when I make it to the north, I look up and it's my north. Celestial north.
I'd like to thank everybody who did subscribe to my channel today. I got a few subscribers. I went from 131 to 137. Appreciate you guys. Share the link.
I subscribed too, but it was the other day when you posted it. The other day.
And we got Meme Boy that joined us. Meme Boy. Let me unmute Meme Boy. What's going on, Meme Boy? Welcome to the server. Meme Boy, are you there? Oh, you did.
Not anymore.
Oh, don't leave.
So just to clarify the thing about gamma rays from the sun, the gamma rays come from deep space. and they interact with the sun, and then they get turned into pions, and then those decay into gamma rays, but they aren't originating at the sun. Okay, so yeah, that's their theory. No one is claiming they originate inside the sun. They say that the gamma rays are absorbed long before they reach the surface of the sun. So, for some silly fucking Glober says, "Oh, they do." Yeah, okay, shut up. Did you hear Dogs Are Gods yesterday, Miggy? Say,
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, go ahead, India. Finish what you're saying, because
what he said. He said they do the measurement and get a sphere, and then
Yes.
they use the reference ellipsoid to get rid of the spherical excess. That was some. Whoa, dude!
I think that's where.
Blown.
Isn't that where QE left? Like at that point, he's like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I can't. Like it's just too much.
Yo, that was
And you
next
left-
level making shit up.
Yeah,
man.
you left there, dude. It was like, I can't deal with this shit. You guys can talk to him. I don't want to talk to him anymore. You got pissed.
So
dude.
we projected our measurements onto a sphere to get rid of the sphere. Like, how the fuck can you even say something like that? I can't believe it, man.
Well, he could have stayed in here, bro, but he went to the God part of it, and Elijah was like, I ain't putting up with this shit, man. He's out of here, bro. Like, so he started, well, what is bad things happen? Or he made some comment, man, about God, and it just he kept going on it because he's an atheist, bro. So it's like, yeah,
Of course, that's the only reason he's involved in any of this.
Yep. And, that's all because he didn't let it go. And so you know what? I mean, if you want to go that way, he started bringing that into and he doesn't stay on his points. He wants to go into something that, has nothing to do with the topic.
Funny. He doesn't want to stay on any point. He wants to be able to make a claim. Then when the claim is analyzed, he wants to be able to throw it under the bus and run away from it.
Yep.
As MG42 used to say, they run away from their own claims all the time. That's all they do.
Wait. So, and I was just going to tell you the thing I was going to bring up with him is that I had 30 minutes because I'm on lunch break, dude. I want to see who's on and, maybe if we could talk to him, but I wanted to kind of flat smack him. I was talking about the PDF, right? The arc of the parallel triangulation, like though he was bringing up. But I wanted to talk about that one part in the page 19. But then I was going to expound on like the method by which it was done. And then QE had jumped in with the, how he got latitude. Because remember, he came in and so I ran out of time and I couldn't jump back on the mic. So I was like, I'll let QE kind of handle it. Anyways, he's got it. So, but I did want to talk to him about that point.
I stopped listening as soon as he said they did it to get rid of spherical access. Like,
yeah,
I just can't do it. Like,
well, it's like, QE. Everybody was like, I'm out.
One of the first thing that came to my mind when he said that, the very first thing you said to him about lying. Like I was like, and he's like, let's talk about my lying. That's like, remember you brought that up first off, right? Yeah. About him telling lies. And then he says that. I'm like, oh God.
And
like
he goes
liars lie about lying. Like
exactly. It was fun though, because like people don't know that they're actually contradicting themselves, even with their own information that they're supporting with. Like that's the arc of the parallel that what he was bringing in, that triangulation. He wanted to use this as information to support the Earth as a globe. And with this PDF, because McToon has it splashed all over the internet. It's a second link under the original link where they got this from. And so they're trying to use it as method to show people that this is how they got the measurement for the Earth being a globe. Well, we didn't even get to how he understands the Earth, because what was he saying? He said something about they used the method because we're talking about the metrics. And he's like, even though we have a better method that outdated the one that was before it. He's like, you're saying that can't happen. He went off a different tangent, like when he was talking about like what our original, the premise is like how they ascertained the information. He wanted to shift it to like, well, we got better information now versus the information we had back then. It was reliable. It just wasn't precise. And he wanted to act like that was the case. So I was going to let him ramble for a little bit and then come back to like the method. But like I said, that's when QE came in with talking to him about latitude. But he did like this freaking guy, man. He just says things and then he doesn't have a support. So he didn't have the PDF. He had to download it. Like, that we have to wait for him to download the stupid thing. He doesn't know this information. Like he he was reading.
I know he doesn't.
So he was reading the portion.
Yeah, like you were saying, he's just an MC Toon wannabe. That's all he is. He's trying to parrot something. And MC Toon probably didn't read it, barely. If he did, he probably skimmed it or whatever, right? Or cherry picked it, looked for the thing he wanted. But he's trying to parrot a moron. Like, go for it. You sound even dumber than the original guy. Like,
all right, there's a guy in my YouTube channel right now in the text chat. He's saying that he wants. No, it's Zemi Nemi. I don't know. I can't say his name. But he's in Cogdis right now. He said he would have talked to us if he's out of Cogdis. I don't know who the guy is.
He says I'm Flurf as well. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Hey, I give him the out. I give him the jail out card. And any issues, you can blame me. Bring him here.
Yeah, I don't. What's your Zemi? What's your name on here? Jimsy will get you out.
Any problems, you blame me, okay, guys?
Yeah, then what? Yeah, it's your fault, Jimsy. Then what?
Put your @ name.
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up, man.
Well, I tell you one thing though, Indio, you live in Nihilistic Chris's head. You're like rent free, bro. He's like, Indio is trolling. Crazy. Yeah, Indio is trolling so hard. Laugh out loud. Hey, he loves you, bro. Like you must have really got down. You should be public enemy #1, bro, when it comes to this, because you host a server that has people in here discussing how the Earth is not a globe. So they should be looking to you, be like, yeah, you're the guy I want to like make sure doesn't have an argument.
Chris is just jealous I get bitches and he don't.
Yeah, you get bitches. Got that envy, huh? That penis envy.
There we go. Must be something, man.
He wants to take you on a modern day debate, bro. Come on, dude. Modern day debate. He's not gonna sit there for 10 minutes and allow you to vomit all over the place, and he's got to mop up your vomit. And meanwhile, he does that. He's gonna run out of his 10 minutes because you're gonna gish gallop to about 1,000 topics. That's how way this thing goes, man. It's not a debate. If you really want to have a conversation, come in here, Nihilistic Chris, and you can talk to him directly. If you want.
Okay, I'll debate you on modern day debates if you're outside with a cell phone so no one can feed you answers. Right? I want you in a public park outside with using the cell phone camera. Yeah. You'll never do that. No Google, no one to feed you anything. Dude, you'd never do that. You wouldn't even be able to make 3 sentences in a row.
Freaking he's hard body hating on you, bro. he doesn't like you. I think it's kind of cute, man, that he's got a man crush on you. That's funny.
You don't have to show your face. You can wear a mask. I don't care. I just want to make sure, like, you're the one actually talking. I'll do the same thing. Oh yeah. Plus, I want the money because it's not going to them assholes. It can go to a charity. How about that?
Chris, we're in here every day. All you got to do is just click the join button.
I think he's banned for being a fake flat earther.
Oh, he was a fake flat earther that was trying to be that in here? Okay. Oh, now haha's hating on you. But yeah, like, it don't matter. You guys don't come in here, so what difference does it make?
I'm promoting a non-existent movement. It's so non-existent, he's talking about it. You can't make this stuff up, man. So
non-existent,
what are you talking about, Chris? If it doesn't exist, what are you talking about? So you imagined it in your head?
What do you call the people in here?
It's not really a movement. We're giving out information, and unfortunately, like, I don't know if it's above you or what the issue is.
I vote for it's above him, but you guys can think differently.
I think it just caused him emotional pain.
They're coping, bro. We got to put this down to what it really is. People are just coping with their global beliefs. No, it's not a belief. It's real. It's real. And we're like, dude, where in reality do you see any of the things that they tell you about the globe Earth? Only on a piece of paper, maybe?
You know,
Like
you know what they're trying to do though. So when did they just pick up this shtick when we started eviscerate and MC Tune and clowns or dogs or clowns or whatever his name is?
Yeah, your
They're
little
trying to distract, man.
Your little champion, Dogs Are Cap, or whatever his name was. Dogs Are Cats, or whoever he said he was. That's your guys' champion. He came in here and doesn't have any information to support his claim. Obviously, the arc of the parallel triangulation didn't do it, because even in that PDF, it shows that they didn't even use the actual Earth, bro. He read it yesterday when I told him, like, read this paragraph 4, page 19, and he read it exactly the way it says on there. And he didn't even, like, he's just read it. Like, he didn't even stop to say, that's interesting. Why would they say that it differs from the actual Earth? You know, and then they're talking about these spheroid ideas that they were using for getting this information. And it's nothing to do with the Earth. Because it said so there. I mean, you guys don't.
And I can explain this again, why they have to do this. And you can just take an orange, right? Take 3 toothpicks, right? Toothpick A, toothpick B, toothpick C. Take a string, and the string represents the line of sight. Tie the string between all the toothpicks, right? In a straight line. That is a triangle whose angles sum to 180 degrees. How do you get to greater than 180 degrees? Well, if you take that string that's wrapped around those toothpicks and slide it down to the surface of the orange, now you have angles greater than 180 degrees. And this is why they use the ellipsoid. They take the measurements that they do on Earth, the raw measurements, right? And then they project them onto another surface mathematically. And that's where the angles greater than 180 degrees comes from. It doesn't come from measurement. It comes from reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, that's the actual mathematical process. They have to reduce the horizontal direction to the same elevation at sea level. Because think about it, you're not taking them all at the same elevation, right? You'll have one mountain that's 1,000 feet, another mountain that's 1,500 feet, a hill that's 500 feet, and that's your triangle, right? So that's a tilted triangle. How could it ever be possible within greater than 180 degrees? Think about it. It's pretty common sense.
Yeah, he is changing the world one mind at a time.
I mean, I'm actually gonna have to make a video of toothpicks and a string. I mean, really, we're at this level for you guys to comprehend it.
Oh, by the way, a question from the YouTube live stream to you, Indio. So I don't know if you're gonna be
grapefruit.
I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this question, though. It's pretty profound. It's coming from Nihilist to Chris, right? He says, what happens? Boy. What happens if I fall off the edge of flat Earth? Indio, question mark. Now, I don't know how you're going to address this, man, because to unpack this is going to take, the greatest of a mind set to actually go through it.
The funny thing is, Chris, after he asked for the global roll, he thought he was fooling everybody as a fake flat earther. He tried to reconstitute his position and say, I actually was a flat earther and I changed to the globe and they banned me for it. Then why are you talking about an edge? No flat earther thinks there's an edge. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. And where would you fall to? What, Brandon?
If it was flat, wouldn't there be like a boundary of some kind?
What?
Jesus Christ!
I don't know. Come on.
Respawn. Hey, respawn. Go ahead, Brandon.
What? Not me.
But you just gave me 2 more gray hairs.
That's not the last thing I talked about.
Freaking Chris, he's like, Brandon is going to destroy Indio. Laugh out loud. With what, bro?
I would never claim that. That's
okay.
That would be stupid for me to say.
Brandon, do you know what an infinite regression fallacy is?
Infinite regress, yeah.
Yeah. So if I said, okay, here's a piece of paper, what's that inside of? Well, it's inside of a room. What's the room inside of? It's inside of a house. What's the house inside of? It's inside of a state. It's inside of a continent. It's inside of, like, you can do this forever and ever, ever. To eventually you get to a point where, what's the universe inside of? I don't know. Mega universe.
I wouldn't infinitely
See what I'm saying?
regress.
But when you ask where the edge of the earth is, right? You're asking, what is the earth inside? Right? Has to be inside something for there to be an edge, right?
But I wouldn't ask any more questions after that, though. That's the thing. If you do ask more questions after that, yeah, that's infinite regress. But I wouldn't ask another question.
There's nothing. It's not inside something else. It is the something else that everything else is inside of.
Did you get that, Brandon?
I understand.
So you think the Earth is inside the universe, right? There's a universe out there, and Earth is something inside of it. No, the Earth is the universe, and everything is within it. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The sky is above it, but it's within the realm of the Earth. It's not, the Earth isn't in the sky. It's not a thing that's in the sky. The sky is within the Earth.
And I'd appreciate it if you treated me individually instead of like taking what other global authors say and
I'm treating you individually.
Okay. Well, you said reset, and I didn't reset to anything.
No, you respond every day.
You've never heard the edge arc. You've been here for how long?
Well, I've heard it, but I haven't really said it before.
Oh, you didn't really listen to us? Yeah, thanks, dude.
No, I heard it. I've heard that argument before, but I don't do it myself.
Yo, Brandon.
For now,
I was only saying that you respond every day with a new thing. I didn't say that you said that before. You respond today with a new thing. Remember the other time you came in here was a image of the Earth from, I don't know, high altitudes, and you were showing that it has curvature. Remember that image?
That was a new thing, yeah.
Right. So you respond every day with a new thing that you didn't say before, but you want to show it to us like it's evidence for the Earth being a globe. Every single time you come in here, we challenge you.
I can't keep thinking of new things.
I didn't say that. Did not say that. You were asking about the responding idea. So every day you come in, you respond with some other new thing, and it's like, and you don't. I don't think that you actually examine the thing that we tell you the moment you bring it up, like this idea that you said that, where's the edge of the flat Earth? And then so like you went along with what I was talking to the guy in the YouTube chat, Nihilistic Chris, who was asking that question to Indio, and you piggybacked off of that, but it was something new that you said, but it's something that all globe earthers say. So in essence, it is what they all say, and you were saying the exact same thing because you were asking Indio that question. So even though it's new to you, it's something they say as well. You understand that point?
I'm not with them, though. I'm not with them.
Well,
I'm on my own.
Yeah, but you think exactly like these guys. It's the same kind of you have the same mentality when it comes to the globe. It's all a belief, and it's built on the ideas that you have in your head, but it's the same things that they would say. So you don't say exactly the same thing they say, but it mimics their questions.
So
right?
It's good by association. Pretty much.
It's about to be.
Yeah.
No, Brandon. How long of a time period, like say we start at time 0, right? And we just have the run of all the people that come in here. How long do you think it takes for us to have covered every single topic, every single iteration of globe Earth versus flat Earth at least once?
I'm pretty sure you've done it more than once.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, in a week, have we, like if you sat here and listened for a week straight, could never shut off, you're up 24 hours a day. In a week, I think we have had covered every possible, where's the edge, Coriolis, distance to the sun, like all this stuff. We've covered everything, probably in a week. You've been here months Just by sheer accident, you must have heard the edge question.
Well, I come in periodically, and I don't even watch the stream. I just come in the room.
Okay, so you've never heard somebody ask, "Where's the edge?" Ever. That's new. This is news to you right now. Nihilistic Chris just like enlightened you. Holy shit! I never thought of the edge thing. I heard this shit in kindergarten. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they told me in school that Christopher Columbus proved the globe because he didn't fell off the edge of the world. So therefore, it's a globe.
Oh, he didn't discover America either. So.
Well, that's not the point we're getting to. Well, the point is that everybody's heard this, right? But let's we're cutting the old crap cake here, Brandon. That you're saying that you've never heard of this, a brand new information that just came to your mind. Oh, I just thought about it right now. Let's be honest, Brandon. You didn't just hear about this. You wanted to piggyback off what Nihilistic Chris said and say the same thing he did, like as if you were saying it brand new and it's all just unique to yourself. It's not unique. You know about this. Let's be real. That's all we're asking. Are you trying to lie to the panel right now and say that you fresh information? You've never heard of this ever. Come on, dude.
Were we talking about this like yesterday or the day before?
Let's not go there. That's what I'm saying.
I don't come in here as often as you guys do. I
thought like yesterday or 2 days ago we were talking about this with you.
Me?
I thought I brought up like where would you even fall to?
I don't think so. 2 days ago. I mean,
yeah, we did spoke this about it, and I mentioned what happens if you fall off any high edge. You might just fall to your death, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you brought it up. Yeah, but I thought Brandon was here at the time. Maybe not.
Maybe.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I don't think so.
Indio gave you a mulligan, dude. So there, you should be happy because, like all of us, I know that you know. But if you want to say that it was brand new information, hey, just coming out with the new, I don't care. It's the same to me. But still, I just want to make it known. Like
that. For you, it must be old as hell, but not for me. I mean,
okay. So let me just lay this out. Globers in general have this problem with. So we have this idea of abstract geometry. So in third grade, they give us a piece of paper. They say, draw a triangle, draw a square, draw a circle. Right? And this paper has an edge. It has like this boundary. There's a place where the paper stops and something else begins. You guys think reality is like that. That Earth is a geometric figure inside this thing, right? And there's, in the gold model, like they just kick that can down the road. Like there's an edge, but you can never reach it because it's running away from you, right? So that's convenient, right? You can't catch up to the edge. Because the edge is moving faster than the speed of light, and you can't move the speed of light. So, like, there's an edge, but we can't prove it because you can't run fast enough. So it's like it solves the problem of Zeno's paradox by just keeping the wall moving. Right. So Zeno's paradox is if I have a wall, this is a variation of it. So if there's a wall. And I walk halfway to the wall, then I walk another halfway, then another halfway, then another halfway. I'll never reach the wall, right? So this demonstrates that you can never actually like reach, mathematically speaking or logically speaking, you can never actually reach any boundary. The wall is analogous to a boundary. So you can't prove whether something is bounded in or unbounded using math, logic, reason. Though we know things do have boundaries. You can't prove it. Mathematically, logically, right? Or even geometrically. You understand that?
I understand what you're saying.
So if you have a wall and I go halfway to the wall, right? I'm halfway to the wall. I'm going to go another half. So now I'm a quarter of the way. Then I'm going to go another half. So now I'm an eighth, and a 16th, and a 32nd, and a 64th, right? On and on and on. Well, I'll never reach the wall. Even though, like, I'm approaching the wall, but I never get to it. And, some moron will, I could say, yeah, that's why they invented the infinite series and yada, yada, yada. Well, that infinite series results in the wall's at negative 1/12 or some shit, which makes no sense. But regardless, this idea that there's a boundary cannot be proven.
So,
okay, but the globe model kicks it down the road by saying, this wall that we can approach halfway, that wall is moving away from you. So now you can never reach the wall or even really approach the wall because it's moving away faster than you can reach it. Which is just basically saying, I said, okay, where's the edge of the universe? Well, the universe is expanding. You can't reach the edge of the universe. Then they say, well, there's the universe that we can see. We have our own 41 billion light year event horizon that are what they call the cosmological horizon, that how far we can see out into space. So this is a problem for anybody in any cosmology at any time. Anybody brings up, where's the edge? Anybody can do this. Hey, Brandon, where's the edge of the universe?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So, asking us where the edge is, it's just at this time, at this, unless you're completely brand new to the topic, it's a troll, as far as I'm concerned.
That's definitely not what I'm trying to do, because I've never trolled in here. Have I? No.
Well, I don't know.
No,
I'm not going to say anything.
I have to review the record, man.
Really? Okay.
There is such a thing. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, so but there is also, but there. Hang on, there is such a thing as a long troll. Also, there is such a thing as that.
But we cannot confirm nor deny the allegation. But let's take. We could take your word for it, but we might be wrong. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, Jan Nordovic is out of cognitive dissonance. Was that the guy that was asking to be out, Dempsey, that you let out? Is that him?
I don't even know. I heard you guys saying that, and I say, hey, so anybody wants to be out of this over there, want to speak in the VC? There's a violation by doing that. I'll take the red card or the yellow one.
Well, it says on there cognitive dissonance on his name, so I'm just assuming that he was the one, but he's in here with that tag.
All right, we can unmute him then. Let's see where you see. Central.
No, what I was thinking though, my understanding is that guy said he's a flat earther, but then sometimes he gives a little static to people in here with the topic. And he was the one that wanted to fight Elon Musk. This guy, he was talking to Vagabond at that time. It was like, I just want to challenge Elon Musk and beat him up, or I don't know. He said something crazy.
What?
Está loco.
Why?
What's his name again?
Jean Nordovic. Nordovic.
Why would you want to beat up Elon Musk? What? Stop watching TV, dude. Seriously, get off the internet. Stop.
Well, based on that comment, I'm gonna have to ask John. John, you've been muted, but before you answer, are you 13 years or older by any chance? Jen, you can reply. Because
I'm 32.
Oh, what? Jesus Christ.
What did you say?
Children?
Bro, can you get in the same room as your microphone? Can you get in the same room as your microphone, Jan?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to my phone. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
I'm 32.
Okay, good. Oh, so you're old enough to be in Discord. Great. Because now, just basing on the comment, I've heard children saying comments like that, so we have to verify the age. So it's not your fault. You just gotta go with the TOS.
Is it true you want to beat up Elon Musk?
I think it would be funny.
Why would you want to beat up a complete stranger?
I think it would bring attention to the flat earth cause. Just challenging him.
Not in a good way.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good at all.
Well, I don't want to beat him on the street. I said I want to beat him in MMA cage.
MMA, dude.
Dude, the dude has a beer belly, and he's fucking
I
old.
knew it's funny.
Yeah, he's pretty old, bro.
Dude's a senior citizen, isn't he?
He's almost Jan's age, right? So it might be a fair fight. What kind of shape you in, Jan?
I'm 6'7", so I think I can bring some menace to him.
Don't matter. You're gonna gas.
Hey, can he pick the fighter that can fight for him? Can he pick him?
He'd probably put a bionic suit on and then beat your ass with that bionic suit, bro. Who knows?
Exoskeletons exist.
6'7" at 42. You got about 10 years left, dude. Sorry.
Well, he would You would probably beat me up because I don't have that much breath in me, but it would be funny nevertheless.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think anybody would even want to see that, man. Like two old guys fighting with their canes or their walkers, or I don't know. Nobody wants to see that.
I love that movie.
Maybe it is funny. It's even funnier.
I was just thinking about it, probably, but
I've seen like that on a circus, like clowns doing it. Are you a clown?
Yeah. Well, that's my point. It's outrageous, so it will bring the eyes to the flatter cause.
all right. Beating up some guy.
I'm trying to figure out what our cause is. Like, what's our cause again?
No, that would be
to
just
spread the information that the world is not a giant ball flying through nothing.
I mean,
it sounds about right to me.
Way of doing it.
I mean, to spread the truth of
stuff like that.
It seems like to me. This seems like agent provocateur shit.
That's a gimmick, dude. Nobody's.
You know what an agent provocateur is, Jan?
It's someone who causes mayhem.
So,
just for
like you'll have a peaceful protest, but the government will stick in an agent provocateur that'll cause violence to give to put the protest into a bad light. That sounds like what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Not really. I think there are multiple.
So you want to go for the flat Earth cause by committing violence against the billionaire that runs SpaceX. No, you're not an agent provocateur. We're just all retarded here, and we're all gonna fall for that.
Oh, I agree with Indio here. That's what he's trying to do.
Oh shit! Fucking.
In that case, I disagree with India. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's gonna invite you over to his house now, Jemsy.
I'm not that bad of a guy, Indio. Come on.
I don't know, man.
Brandon,
remember,
you think I don't like you? You're fine, Brandon.
Yeah, Jemsy's.
I'm from Boston. I have a bad attitude, dude.
I was kidding.
Jemsy's still reserving his judgment for later because he's like, we're gonna wait, and later on we'll find out if you're intentionally doing a long troll or what it is you're on about. So
one look over the last.
We're sending an
Indio, I guess.
We're sending an Jemsy as a double agent.
Yeah, listen, man. If anybody's gonna be finding out if anyone's a troll, Jemsy will get us the answer. Seriously, bro. You can only go so far with Jemsy, and then he was gonna be like, "Nah, this guy's a troll," and then we're done at that point. So,
yeah, I can say what I want, but it's whatever.
So we've already been through the kind of agent provocateur thing with Mad Mike.
You don't want to do it again, yeah? So you guys thinking of going to space in a rocket like this, and everybody's laughing, pointing at it like.
Remember the flat earther that died trying to go to space or whatever, or prove the flat Earth?
Oh, dumb, bro.
That's what they said. He wasn't a flat earther, just for the so everybody out there knows, Mad Mike was not a flat earther. There's video of him saying that.
I don't even think he really died.
It
seemed so fishy from the start.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he was never alive. Maybe it's just all CGI shit. Like maybe it's just AI.
Indio, let me just talk to because I'm having people on the YouTube live stream say something like Nihilistic Chris made a comment, but I want to speak to that comment as far as just overall general view. He said Indio works as a janitor at a Harvard University. Laugh out loud. But what I'm saying though, is that if it was true, right? Then what does that have to deal with him actually speaking truth? So you're saying janitors can't know truth because he works as a janitor in a Harvard University, so he can't be saying truth? Is that what you're saying, Nihilistic Chris? Because if
that's
a
messed up thing to say, Chris.
That's messed up, bro. That's messed up. That you think somebody who's a janitor can't know truth. This is your mindset, bro. We're diving into Nihilistic Chris's mindset, and that's what he thinks. If you're a janitor working at Harvard University, you can't know truth.
Plus, it's at Harvard, dude. Come on.
You can't.
They actually get paid a lot. The so-called janitors at Harvard, they're maintenance people, and they get paid a lot of money. Some of them actually even get free housing and shit. because I know one of them. Because I used to coach. Pop Warner football, and one of the other coaches. That's what he did. He was a janitor at Harvard.
But how was this
made
a standard,
good
though?
fucking money, dude?
They've got to know shit.
I'm just saying, like a janitor at Harvard is not slumming it by any stretch of the imagination. You got shit fucked up, dude. Especially if you're like working at McDonald's, which like you are, Chris. Like, how are you going to put down a janitor at Harvard?
Dude, cleaning isn't just about a mop and broom. If that's what you think, then I don't know what to say, man. There's more to cleaning than just sweeping and mopping.
Listen, I got $1,000. I got $1,000 that says Chris is not qualified to get a janitor job at Harvard. In no way could ever get a janitor job at Harvard.
That'd be interesting.
Look, dude, they're not giving those jobs out, dude. Like, people try hard to get into doing anything because they pay money, dude, and they got benefits and all that stuff.
Yeah, just I want to expose that sort of mindset. Like, if he thinks that somebody like that should be looked down upon, a janitor can't know truth. So therefore, if you work as a janitor for Harvard, you don't know anything. You're just somebody who aspires to be like these bastions of knowledge who are saying things over a podium in a large conference. Like, that's the guy who knows something. That's his kind of like mindset here. And so a janitor couldn't know things like that because he's a janitor.
I guarantee there's people at Harvard that are janitors that have degrees. I guarantee it. Because say you get a degree in political science, you're going to make more as a janitor at Harvard than you are like working as a staffer somewhere. Like, seriously, you're going to make a lot more money. Like, these people are like like, you're talking outside your wheelhouse, Chris. You don't know what you're talking about.
And it sounds classist too to me.
Of
course, think they probably make in the 60 to 75K a year range. That's just their base like pay.
What I'm saying is I'm exposing the anti-flat mindset, bro. Like that is just wrong to say.
Well, think if you have a choice between I can work in the government for $45,000 a year with my criminal justice degree or political science degree, an educated person with a degree, or I can go work as a janitor at Harvard, and I'll have my degree, and it's supposed to be a so-called lowly job, and people like Chris are going to think I'm uneducated because I'm a janitor. Well, so fucking what? I'm going to make 30% more. Like, see, Chris is obviously a child. He doesn't understand that a lot of people get degrees and never do as a career what's in their degree. A lot of people.
Right.
Yeah, that's very common.
You're kind of thumbing your nose up at such people just because you attend, this college or whatever, or you're somebody who's looked up as, somebody who knows things, in this world. The pecking order of how they see society, that's what they're used to. So that anybody that's got like a menial job, they want to thumb their nose up to and say, oh, you're just a janitor. Oh, you're just somebody who sweeps floors or washes dishes. You wouldn't possibly have any information that you know anything about what you're saying because you're just that. That's your, that's your job.
You're just a driver. You know that they've done studies with transportation management and people that actually drive and do transport, like do the job. And their IQ is even higher than many other people that do other real jobs like, accounting or just sitting in a computer. Oh, I'm making a lot of money. And there's drivers are way smarter in the real sense, like in applicable of skills, are way smarter than that guy sitting in a computer.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's just dumb to think that choice of profession correlates with intelligence because it doesn't.
Right. And I think that we kind of expose people to that mindset here when they come into the Discord. We talk to them. We're like, I mean, you can know things. You don't have to feel like those guys are the ones telling you that the earth is a globe and there's nothing else you can know unless you go through them to get the information. It's like what they're telling you, and they're putting themselves in a position where they become like these gatekeepers, right? Like the only way that you're going to get this information better understood is if you go through them. And so therefore you're looking at life through that lens and everything else is just people talking on the internet that don't know anything about the true knowledge of what the earth is. I think that's a bad thing to have in your mind. If that's how you think, and then you're going to thumb your nose up to everybody else and say, well, you know what? All of us are just peons, and that speaker then a conference, he's just going to tell us how life is, and we should just accept that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like we tell people, no, you don't have to feel like you can't know anything. Like if something is true and you're saying it in here, then it's true to it's just objectively true, right? Do people know what the sun is made of? No. That's objectively true. There's ideas of what it's made of. There's stories that we hear about. But how do you know that somebody's actually verified that information behind what they're saying the sun is? No one can actually know that. That's objectively true. And you can try to get information by using any kind of method you think in your mind that's going to, well, we can look at it with this lens or whatever, look at the spectrum of light and then get the idea that the sun is actually emitting this or doing that. It's like, all those are going to be just stories and ideas that you have to tell somebody else. But how are you going to verify that? It's not true that you know what the sun is made of or what it is. So that's what I'm saying. People would rely on that to these guys who are saying things like that, just like you guys, all the guys who think the earth is a globe and it's flying around in a vacuum of space. And you're never going to get to the point where you're actually saying, is this true or not? How do I know that? You're just believing. I don't know. I take offense to like people that thumb their nose up to the rest and say like, well, you can't know. You're just a janitor. I don't know. And maybe I wanted to go hard in the paint with that because it's like, man, if that's how you think, then of course you'll never come to the realization. You'll never learn truth that way because truth is spoken by anybody who speaks it. And then you could verify that's actually true what that person's saying, no matter who they are.
Yeah, so I just looked it up for what they call a assistant. What the hell is the name of the thing? Assistant, property operations assistant. $53,000 to $78,000 per year. Okay. So yeah, dude. Oh. Take your L, Chris.
That's good money, bro.
No shit, it's more than his mom makes.
That's good money, bro.
Look, it's more than you'll make. Listen, it's more than you'll make doing government work. So if you're in like any like government job, like city clerk, unless you're the city clerk, right? You're making in like the 40 range, maybe 50. You're not going to get up to 70 no matter what, unless you're like, on next level. See, Chris has never had a job in his life. He has no idea what the pay structure in America is. He's just clueless. Like what people actually really get paid. He's like, people have really weird views of like what professions pay and how much like college graduates actually get paid. You don't get paid very much. You'll make more money. There was an article in the New York Times about 10 years ago that showed that if you were a plumber, right? If you started at the same point at 18 years old, you started as a plumber versus a doctor. By the time you were 50 years old as a plumber, you would have made more money.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard. I keep telling people, yo, if you're looking at people who have jobs, yeah, it's not that great. Now, people who sell stuff, it gets better. But people who have jobs, you're gonna be able to take care of your family and stuff and be responsible. You might get lucky. You might be in the 70,000 range, 80,000 range. But most people are just kicking it at 30, 40 G's, and they're making it work. I don't know. What does he think that you everyone's what's Chris's?
I don't know. He's just a kid. Obviously, he's never done anything in his life. Doesn't know how anything actually works in the real world. Well, but eventually, Chris, mommy's going to stop paying your allowance, and you're going to have to go out of the house and fend for yourself. Someday.
Hey, we got some other people that just joined us, like Dan Delarimen. I don't know his name. I'll let him come in here and say something. Dan, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh, hello. I'm new here. Hello.
Hey, welcome,
you can
bro.
just call me Dan. It's just Dan. You can just call me Dan.
All right, Dan, welcome to the Discord. And what brings you by the Discord, brother?
So I just found like new videos on YouTube, and yeah, I figured out that the Earth is not round.
Okay. And can you tell us your journey to that, if you don't mind?
So I just meet new people like every day, and some of them told me like first at the first start I thought that this was like something that doesn't exist. Like I always thought the Earth was round, but yeah, they enlightened me.
So what do you know now different from what you knew then? Could you tell us?
I know that the Earth is flat now.
Okay, but how did you understand that?
Like there is no curvature to the Earth.
Okay, so how do you know that there's no curvature? Like, what did you learn specifically that made you realize that was the case?
Like, I can't really explain because I'm new to this whole thing. Maybe you can explain to me more.
Yeah, no, I mean, is there a video that you've seen, or did somebody tell you, look, there's a measure curvature?
Let me say one thing, Miggy.
Go on,
Listen, dude, okay? You don't have to be a flat earther to be here. You can be a gold earther. We're not going to pick on you. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to bite you. Obviously, you can't be much of a flat earther if you don't even know why you think it. So, maybe, yeah, you should just listen or maybe interact. Anyway, sorry, Maggie. People come in here and they just think that they have to be flat earthers. So we're going to kick them out. We're not going to kick you out. We have a gold earth role. You know what I mean? You can't have it, but, you know. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll have a harder time if you try to fake it. Just know.
Yeah,
that.
For sure.
Yeah, we're gonna give you a bad
attitude. I thought you can enlighten me or something, but yeah, maybe I'll go to another Discord server. Yeah.
No, you don't have to leave.
You guys.
I don't think that's what he said. Yeah, you can relax, bro. He didn't kick you out. I don't. Maybe it's just a culture, man. These days, that people feel like they come into servers and they're just automatically, okay, you're not a part of our group. Out. You know, he didn't say that.
You need to be more inviting to people.
Yeah. Oh, you think Idio needs to work on his invitation skills?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, just say if you say something, then you got to mean it. If I said it's a globe, and you ask me how do I know that, and I just go, well, it's round. How? How do you know that? Well, it's just a globe. Probably shows that I don't really know, or maybe I'm lying or making stuff up. So we're trying to just hold you accountable. If you say you're a flat earther, we're gonna check. If you're not that's fine. But I would just come out with that first, not after you get exposed.
Freaking right to the daggers, Jan. Like, jeez, bro. Like, he didn't say nothing wrong, bro. He's just like, yeah, if you don't know, just be honest, bro. Say you don't know. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm honest, but it seems more logical to me that the Earth is flat than round. Like, we don't have any proof that the Earth is round.
That's fine. But it's, you should also, the link that brought you here, share it with your friends. Tell them about it. Say, look, man, I just maybe not know everything about what's being said, but it just makes sense to me. And then later on, you can do your own test and find out for sure. But yeah, welcome to the.
Yeah, sure.
Well, haven't you been in an airplane, Dan?
No, I've never been in an airplane.
Haven't you seen boats go over the curve? You've seen boats disappear, right?
No, I never traveled too much. Like, I just stayed in my country.
Okay. Well, the Earth spins, right?
There's no way that the Earth spins. Like, who's making it spin? Like, what the fuck?
But how do we have day and night?
I don't know. Maybe they're like someone shining a light or something. Like, live in this whole like simulation or something.
Have you ever noticed that when it's light, that the sun is in the sky?
Yeah, I think like if the Earth would spin, we all would fall off. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
How about this? Do you see the sun in the same location in the sky all the time?
Yeah, like
Really.
it gets up from the every you know
So,
what I'm saying.
when
Every
you
direction.
when you're in your country, you go outside, you see the sun in the same part of the sky every day, all the
Oh
time.
no.
No. Oh, so it's moving.
It's moving. Yeah,
It's
it's
moving.
moving.
Okay. And when it's daytime, you can see the sun, and the sun is moving. So, what does that mean for day and night?
Oh, okay. Let me think. I think maybe the sun is spinning, like not the Earth is spinning.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Freaking heretic.
So you see the sun moving.
Yeah, I would say the sun is moving. That's like the objective reality for pretty much everyone.
I mean, the globe says they have lots of proof. What about on Dan? You never heard of the proofs? Everyone knows it's a globe. All the experts know.
Yeah, I just been
Why would
taught
they
in
lie?
school like the Earth is a globe, but I don't really pay attention to it. I'm like failing a bit, but
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. Stick around. We'll sharpen you up.
I gave you the VC verified tag, means that you can come back in here, Dan, and listen and open your mic if you have any questions.
We get to learn both here. Both models.
We're just glad that you
Okay,
came here
thank
from
you.
a link. So, and tell more people about it. They can come in here too as well.
yeah, thanks. Thank you guys.
Whoa.
I just heard someone say you get to learn about both models. Could you?
Yeah,
could you
and then
tell me what that
I
means?
recanted it and said if you could call it a model, I recanted it lowly. Probably didn't
No,
hear it.
well, so is there only one then?
Neither.
Okay.
Otherwise, it was just mistake in words. I'm not the best.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm being a dick.
Yep, you gotta choose those words carefully.
Jean, did you want to say something? Oh,
I was going to say something to Eli. Watch your mouth,
Go on.
Flurf.
Somebody was trying to come in here with the low mic.
Wolfgang, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm in the car, so my mic might be pretty low. But not to take it back, but just it made me laugh. Nihilistic Chris's comment about Indio. It's funny that he would choose a janitor from Harvard when the only known cliche about a janitor from Harvard is the movie Good Will Hunting, where the whole point of the movie is that the janitor is smarter than the establishment. So it's kind of like a subconscious tell from Chris, where he's saying that Indio is smarter than the establishment.
Bruh. That's well, I never thought about it like that, but that's a good way you put it.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Because the janitor could have been from anywhere. Why would he be from Harvard? I guess he's in Boston, but still.
Interesting.
So we had a new guy in? Where did he go?
His name is Dan, but he's still in here right now. He's just listening.
Yeah, welcome
Best
to the
place to learn
server.
about reality.
Welcome to the server, Dan. Good to have you here. Feel free to peruse all the other channels we have and information A to Z down below this live stream. And take your time, ask questions. Good to have you here.
And we got some new people that joined our panel this morning or today. You're living in the States, that is. We got Wave Mixer, who's deafened, Amish Professor, Blue Jumper, Jedi Chris, CB, Creation Bearer, Dan, they just joined us, Elijah F, Batman, Flatman Can, Flatsy Klein, Gemsy, Godrock, and Heretic, Indio, Jean, Joanna Smidigard, Joms, Martoth, myself, Mayhem, Mike Powerswan, Morvis, Quetzalcoatl, Resolve, Sasha, Vagabond, Wolfgang, Hope, Ethergrass, and Sunny. Welcome everybody who's on the panel. I'm also live streaming as well. I put that in the live stream voice text for you guys. But we'd like to hear from everybody. Like, chime in, man. Say what's up. What's up, people, man? What a lovely day today is.
What a great crew we have here, for one. I mean, literally power hitters here today, this morning on this fine Wednesday, May 10th.
And if you are a moderator here or somebody in this community, I'll give you moderator status on my live stream. So if you do happen to go over there, say what's up, then I'll see you there. And we'll confirm that that is who you are if you are in here right now. Jean, by the way, why were you put in cognitive dissonance, man? Do you know? Because you had cog diss on your name. He still does, actually.
It was, I think, one reason was my plan to invite Elon Musk to MMA cage.
Oh, that's
the
why
other,
you got...
I think,
Go on.
And the other, I think it was because I said that why are flat earthers poor? I never heard about rich flat earther.
Why are we poor? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How do you... Yeah, well, what is poor to you? Not being able to pay for certain things like excursions to Antarctica? Like, what would you categorize flat earthers being poor? Like, what is...
I don't know. I think I don't really know anyone who is successful as a flat earther. Maybe some of the YouTube
so
personalities.
That's the mark of somebody having money, is being successful in life. Like, you couldn't just have money and not be successful.
But I am successful. Well,
I would say that's being successful in society, not life.
That's a really broad.
I don't know what you mean. What amount? Like what is successful? Is it an amount or what? What do you mean?
I think you need to have at least $1 million in your.
$1 million.
Are you fucking kidding, bro? There's a lot of us.
There's a lot of people in here that have that amount, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
So you're making a broad blanket statement based on really information that this is a very broad spectrum of people here that are in every cross of life.
Wait, come out. In 2023, first of all, I don't have $1 million. Not yet. Check me in a couple years. Yo, you think that $1 million in 2023 is a lot of money?
In my country, it is.
Oh, I mean, Jesus Christ, bro.
Elijah,
you live in a poor country.
You live in a poor country, then.
Yeah, don't worry. It won't be worth much soon.
I don't have $1 million, but I don't work. I have I can buy every day. I can go to eat in a restaurant every day. I can buy things what is good, like that plants things like 500 pounds every month. I can go in cinema every day. I can spend gasoline for 1,000 pounds per month. I can buy clothes. I think that is enough for me, and I'm not working. Is that rich?
Hey, just today, this morning, there was one of the, Batman, Flatter Batman. He has multiple businesses. He's doing all right. He's not poor. He's successful, right? Multiple businesses. And then there's the other guy from Australia that was here the other night and said that he's about to sell his business and his some of his properties for over $3 million. So
flying high. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, Chelsea, but I'm not working. I'm not doing anything. But I have all these things.
Also, could I point out that since you claim to be a flat earther, you know that a good segment of the world's elite to be the case. So really, the arguably the wealthiest in the world are flat.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're
breaking up.
Broke up, man.
B.O.B., Kyrie Irving,
Yeah, low daily flat.
No, Novak Djokovic.
So this come back to my point that I've been trying to point out. This flat Earth label that some people throw around and attach it to people like a magnet. It's like you flat earther, you don't know anything. You don't have money. You don't have. You're not successful. You don't have anything. Like how do you know that?
They're not correlated.
Half of the Cardinals baseball team are flat earthers. What are you talking about?
But yeah, this is pretty much why I muted him last time. I actually forgot that he was in contest. But yeah, that's why I muted him, because he's got a good knack for just saying a statement or making a point that just sets everyone off immediately and derails the conversation for ages. Which actually is quite funny, but yeah, that's why he was muted.
I just want to read what Heretic put on the chat. He said, basically addressing why Jan was a cogdist. He said he could replicate FE Core with laser pointers. Said FE Core was a financial scam, but at the same time flat earthers are poor. Then his final argument against the globe before his ban was that he could fight Elon Musk in an MMA fight. Which I think Vagabond was actually talking to him about that, and he kind of laughed a little bit because Vagabond knows a bit about that because he's a fighter, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Vagabond, you might want to chime in, but I think Vagabond's a fighter.
Yeah, it's a pretty good list.
He trains anyway.
What's funny about all of that is that, I mean, FE Core, they weren't flat earthers. They're engineers. Field engineers.
Yeah.
Is what it is. So are engineers successful?
Yeah,
No?
I think he's got some misplaced values on people, places, and things. That's a little skewed.
Imagine this story. The most rich guy on the beach together with homeless, and they are making observation and looking for the curvature.
Yeah, but let me just address, and I agree with Elijah. Like, think about engineers, Jean. But also, what I was listening to, and that time you were talking about the FE Core was a financial scam, as what you were saying, because they were taking money to get collected so they can do this thing, right? But you were looking at it from a perspective of like, why are they doing that? That's a scam that they're doing that. You said, I could easily do this with the laser pointer. I think you're saying I could do it myself. I remember listening to you say that. You say, I don't need FE Core. I could do it myself. I can go out there and do it myself.
Yes.
But I know, but you were trying to advocate for the position of it being a scam, that FE Core was doing a scam because they're asking for money if people wanted to donate and so on.
Guys, if we're also talking about money, can't we just pull together like some money and get a rocket or something to see the Earth from like higher up, or like get a plane or something to see the Earth?
Why would we do that? A plane?
Why will anybody do that? It's been done already and doesn't prove any shape. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Just throw the money to the trash. Just rockets. I'll just buy some fireworks and throw that. It will have the same effect, bro.
Now that's a financial scam right there. I just pointed to one. So if John was saying that would be a financial scam.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Why would we leave the Earth to measure the Earth?
That's you, Dan.
Yeah, Dan. Why would we leave the Earth to measure the Earth? If you had a table and you wanted to measure your table, would you like walk across the street?
Dan, you still with us?
He's thinking about it, guys. Give him a minute.
Yeah,
He's thinking about it.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't exist enough laser pointers or rulers to measure the Earth. I don't really know.
We don't need to
That
measure
was my
the whole
point
thing.
as well.
We don't need to measure the whole thing.
What?
Why would we need to measure the whole thing when we know most of it's water and we can just measure water?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Does water have different properties like somewhere else? Like if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, is the Atlantic Ocean different than the Pacific Ocean?
By saltiness and yes, by saltiness and density, they do have differences, but doesn't determine the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Just because water has different densities or saltiness or whatever minerals in it.
It's still flat on top. Right, I can go to Great Lakes, flat on top of the water. Atlantic Ocean, flat on top. Indian Ocean, Southern Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Arctic Ocean. They're all flat on top.
You also can reach the frozen ocean, which is depending on the time of the year. You can reach. You know how the icebreakers, they want to break the ice because it's frozen for sometimes hundreds of miles, and they have to break 20 feet, 15 to 20 feet frozen ice on top of the ocean.
Well, I have interesting observation. When you look at the Google Earth map, you never see the polar cap to be frozen because, as far as I know, it should be frozen all the time. But when you look at the photos in photos, it's just water on the Google Earth map. Sorry. So
Google,
how? Yeah,
Google Maps is a toy.
I think so.
No, it is. That's what Google says. It's not what I say. It's what Google says.
I was looking
Google
at,
says that Google Maps and Google Earth are for entertainment purposes only. That means it's a toy. It's a video game.
Well, I was looking at Greenland, and you can see there are some, when you have the street view, and you can go through there is some sand road, and I just was moving, and there was a lady in a short in the North Greenland.
You know, that's funny because I did that in the past, like years ago, and I found a bunch of. I went through Greenland, and there was like photographies attached to the positions, and when you look at the Google map, it will be white, completely like ice and frozen, and then you click the photograph, and you see trees and buildings and a bunch of other stuff. So I don't know how, how real were those photographs in the Google Maps, but yeah, they looked. It didn't look like the Google map that India is trying to tell you that it's a toy on the computer, like a game, like a video game. And then you can look into photography that people have posted, but that doesn't mean that Google map is real.
Yeah, that's like when I'm playing. I'm going down boardwalk and all that, and then I pass go and I get $200. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Okay, you're on this computer tool thing, and you're scrolling some shit, and most of it is CGI. The bit that you actually want to be able to scroll through, like so.
Yeah, me and Elijah both live in a city. We know there's no such thing as free parking. That is a simulation of reality.
I'm gonna go ahead and log off here of my stream, but I'm gonna say goodbye to everybody. I'm gonna deafen and tell everybody on my stream. So I'm logging off.
All right, man. Liberty City, it's real, man. There's a simulation.
Later, Mickey.
Yeah, so that's just me interacting with the panel. You guys know I do this all the time, and I like to listen to the conversations that happen there. A lot of great minds in there. A lot of misconceptions from the people that think the Earth is a globe, and as you can see, we deal with the issues like on a daily basis. So we want you guys to join us. Every time I go live, you guys, pass this link around for the channel and get more people to come in here, because I do want to have conversations with new people. And at the very beginning of this live stream, you saw me trying to have a conversation with Lasmath, but he didn't want to have one. On the other hand, Mewtwo Gaming was another guy I spoke to, and he went through the exercise of the 3 points, which I'll do in a later stream where I'm going to actually focus on just the 3 points themselves, and then kind of give you the understanding from why I, came up with the 3 points and why they're constructed in the way they are. I think they're very pertinent to anybody who wants to become a wig snatcher, because that's kind of the club that we're in right now. If we're going to be doing wig snatching, you have to know fundamental basics, and the basics are they're telling us a claim that the Earth is a globe. How do we know that? So the 3 questions actually dive into the 3 main points why somebody would think the Earth is a globe. So curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. So we get into those in the 3 points, and at a later time, I'm going to get into why each and every one of those questions is important for you as a wig snatcher to have for yourself, so you can go out there into reality and tell people about the Earth and like what it is, and have them think about it, because it's like I would consider a non-evasive way for you to start a conversation. Like, hey, what do you know about the Earth being a globe? You know, just let them know. You know, first one, how do you know the Earth has curvature? How do you know the Earth is spinning? How do you know we're in the vacuum of space, like the globe is? And once you really understand that they don't have answers to those questions, then you can move forward and say, okay, well, we'll just go with this understanding that the Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief you have. And that's it. And you understand that they have a belief, so if they're going to tell you anything more, it's only going to be a belief that they have. But I appreciate everybody who was a part of the YouTube live stream. You guys are doing a great job. We got Kim Hopkins, Jenny Massey. We had people that were coming in earlier, like Gangus. He's known as Clipcord on our channel, so he's helping us get some of the awesome clips. Also, I am going to put out a whole bunch of clips that I have. I just had to go through them yesterday, and I do have like maybe 30-second clips that I'll probably make shorts out of. And I'll be putting out a whole bunch of stuff on my channel for you guys, like the short clips of asking people about the reality. So you guys will get to hear that, and then also, hopefully you guys can share those clips as well. So appreciate everybody who joined the stream. You guys have been awesome. I'm going to go ahead and log off, but you guys, once again, just keep wig snatching out there and join the Wig Snatcher Club. And this is Mayhem, man. You guys have a good day, and that's it for today. See you guys. Peace.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it feel to read out? Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Blah, blah. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall on the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it feel to read out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Like, why, when you got one case for like why would they lie, that's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I'm your host, Rob Skiba. For the final segment of this broadcast, I'm talking with my guest, Johnny Cerrucci, and his book, Illuminati Unmasked. Earlier, we talked about, just kind of barely touched on the flat earth thing, so I want to kind of go there for this next half hour. And with the understanding that this show is actually going to be part one of a series, as we were talking during the break, we're probably going to have to do 4 or 5 shows at least to get through a lot of this material, and probably even then just scratch the surface. But before we go hopping down that rabbit trail just yet, there's a late night talk show on National Geographic Network called Star Talk, hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson. And there was one episode that I watched where the guest that they had on was Richard Dawkins. And the whole thing was the question of God and the universe and things of that nature. And so they got Richard Dawkins to be their official atheist side of the debate spokesperson. And then he says, and, you know, so he's like Mr. Atheist, you know, he's the voice of atheism. And so, you know, with a guy like that, you know, we got to have another guy, you know, to be his opposition here. So, you know, he basically says, you know, we've combed the landscape and I found a Jesuit priest. And right there, I'm going, really? That's who you're going to use as the opposition? I mean, talk about controlled opposition. They've got a Jesuit priest there to be the counter to Richard Dawkins. And early on in the episode, this Jesuit priest basically comes right out and says, oh yeah, you know, I totally believe in evolution. I can't understand why Christians who, you know, people claim to be the Christians can't wrap their minds around evolution, you know, and his whole official position, you know, as the representative of the education branch of the Catholic Church, and I would say the military branch of the Catholic Church as well, the Jesuit priest says, you know, evolution is the deal. And so a lot of people ask me, you know, Rob, why are you even dealing with this flat Earth thing at all? I mean, you're losing credibility, and you know all this, blah blah blah. What's you know, we should get back to the more important things and whatnot. I'm going, you know, at this point, I don't know that there is anything more important, because I have built my entire ministry. I got saved when I was 7 years old and have been in some form of ministry since doing vacation Bible school in my parents' front yard, and all the way into becoming an actual missionary traveling the world. I've been in ministry my entire life, and I built my ministry on saying that you can take the Bible as your absolute source for truth, and that we can take it literally. And then somebody says, okay, fine, Rob, that's what you say. Great. Look into the flat Earth. I'm like, this was settled 500 years ago. That's ridiculous. It's crazy. I had the same reaction everybody else has had. And they said, okay, Rob, prove we're on the globe. Well, first thing you do is look at the photographic evidence, which you quickly realize is all fraudulent. And I should have done this first, but it was actually the second thing I did. Actually, after I realized that the photographic evidence was totally fraudulent, the second thing I did, which should have been the first thing I did, was go to the scriptures. And when I went through the scriptures line by line for everything I could find regarding the heavens, the earth, the nature of the earth in its place in the cosmos, and the sun, moon, and stars, I found that the scriptures absolutely, unquestionably, no questions asked, describe a still, flat, enclosed world with edges and corners set on pillars under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars are placed. And at that point, I'm going, oh no, because here's the Bible telling me we're in a snow globe. So, okay, that's where I'm coming from in this issue, and I have never yet come out and told anybody I believe in the flat Earth. And the reason for that, I'll just say it right up front, is because belief is completely subjective. You can believe whatever you want. I don't care what you believe. You can believe anything. Smurfs created us. I want to know what is the physical, tangible, factual, indisputable evidence that, and now in my mind, can confirm the written text. I can believe the written text. I can say, okay, that's what it says. I believe it. But I want the proof. That's where I'm at right now, because if I'm going to convince anybody else of whatever the truth is, I want to have tangible proof, because the opposition is throwing a lot of tangible or seemingly tangible proof, globe in our face all the time. And so, for me, I'm on this quest for truth to find, okay, what's tangible evidence? And if you want to call me Doubting Thomas, fine. That's great, because I actually take comfort in that story, because you know what? Yeshua met Thomas where he was at. Blessed are those who believe and don't see. I get that, but he had to see. He had to put his fingers in the hole. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to put my fingers in the hole. I'm trying to find the tangible, indisputable evidence, and I'm still on a quest. And I'll say just up front right now, the evidence is becoming quite substantial and very compelling. But that's my story. What's yours?
Rob, it is... it grieves my soul to see any Christian who proceeds. I believe it's Proverbs 18:13 that he who answers a question before hearing it is a fool. That how much the scriptures are proven by changing our paradigm to include a specially made flat Earth biodome that was made specifically for us. The greatest, really the greatest trick that, say the greatest trick the devil ever had is convincing that he didn't exist. No, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing us that God doesn't exist. Because when you see how our existence is tailor-made for us, and how space is a lie, the millions and millions and millions of Earth-like planets are a lie, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth. The circle of the earth. Its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a curtain. He spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. In our paradigm, in the new flat earth, intelligently designed paradigm, that is brilliant and spot on. In the evolutionary, heliocentric, globe earth, cosmic accident paradigm, it sounds ludicrous. So when Christians allow their normalcy bias to not, you said it, brother. You said Thomas wanted to put his fingers in the holes. Do you realize that everything that you've been told about space and star travel and about the way the earth is and about evolution has been fed to us? Mm-hmm. It is not empirical science. It does not use the scientific method. The scientific method tells us that we make observations. From those observations, we create an hypothesis. With that hypothesis, we begin to attempt to isolate the variables. If we can replicate the observation, then we can draw a conclusion without a prejudice and without a bias. Mm-hmm. space as has been handed to us is not scientific. Evolution is not even remotely scientific. It's not testable, observable, repeatable. All the so-called facts we've been told about space. Hey, let's do this. The moon is. I want to pull these figures up, but I don't want to cause a delay. The moon is what, supposedly some 2,000 miles wide, and the sun is some. Forgive me, I'm not getting these figures right, but it's supposedly some 800,000 miles wide. The moon is how far from us? The sun is like 96 million miles away from us, and yet when their paths coincide, they perfectly fit into each other, as if they're exactly the same size.
Did you see the recent animation I just put up? I use a software called Stellarium. It's actually a heliocentric globe-based software. I mean, it's meant to work in that model. But I've been messing around with it because I wanted to see how the seasons work in the flat Earth model. Again, doing the scientific method. I come up with a hypothesis. I'm trying to test it. I'm trying to see it, how it works. And I messed around with it for probably 2 days until I figured out how I could depict what I was trying to see. And the conclusion, the way I did it was, because I was trying to deal with the issue of the long days, where the sun never really goes down in Antarctica. So I used the software. You could download the software for free. Set the location parameter to the 0 meridian and 90 degrees south, or whatever it is, basically the South Pole in the software. And the stereographic, I think, was the mode you could choose for viewing. And with the way the software works, you can look north, south, east, west, or you can change it in various ways so you can actually see north and east at the same time, or even zoom out a little bit and see, And I figured out how to zoom out and then basically flip the whole thing up like as if you could see north, south, east, west, every direction basically over you. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then I hit the play button, which would animate I set the clock to January 1, 2015, and just set the play button to start everything moving, to start the sun and moon moving. So basically it's moving overhead, but from your view looking up, it's coming this way. So it's counterclockwise. So, and I got the whole year played out in like an hour. And I brought in the software and I wanted to depict it superimposed over the flat Earth map. So I put the flat Earth map, and since it was moving counterclockwise looking up, I just flipped it so that it's like you're looking down. And all I did was put it on top. I just superimposed it over the flat Earth map, and it shows you the sun and moon going in this orbit over the circular Earth and extending its orbit and contracting its orbit. And what really fascinated me is the software. I didn't manipulate it at all. It actually depicted this. It showed as the sun was moving in its outer circle, its outer circuit, it sped up, which it would naturally have to do to maintain a 24-hour day the same time as when it's in the inner part of the circle, it's going slower. And so to prove that, I put January and June up at the same time, showing the widest path circuit as compared to the inner circuit, and how it's sped up over here and slowed down over here. And I'm going, wow, here's this heliocentric globe-based software actually proving, at least in theory anyway, the seasons on the flat Earth map. And of course, you're talking about the sizes of this and the distances of the sun and moon, and the flat Earth map is completely different. But the biblical model says that it's the sun and moon that are moving, not the Earth. It's like 67 scripture or something like that, describing the sun, moon, and stars moving, 0 showing the Earth moving. So here, at least in my mind anyway, is some fairly convincing evidence, oddly enough, taken from heliocentric globe-based software.
And Scripture also says the moon is its own light.
Its own light.
Now, let me ask you, can you reflect light off of a ball and have it come down to you on the Earth the way the moon's light does?
Yeah, well,
no. A ball refracts light.
It's going to disperse it. But not only that, it's not bringing back the same light. It's a totally different.
Bingo, absolutely. There's some great sources on this. Samuel Robotham, that septic versus antiseptic light, that the moon's light, if you measure it, actually is cool, and the sun's light is warm.
Yeah.
The moon turns out it's 2,000 miles. I saw your videos, by the way. As soon as we hang up, I'll watch them. Your video on what's his name, Tyson, and bringing out the Jesuit is awesome. I love the bubble, the caption bubbles that you have. They can really, really well done. I highly recommend. I have posted it several times, as a matter of fact.
Thank you.
The moon is supposedly 2,000 miles wide, and supposedly 238,000 miles from the Earth. The sun is supposedly 1 million kilometers wide and 96 million miles from the Earth, and yet they're both appear to be the exactly same size. Well, that's just an optical illusion. It just turns out that the sun is 400 times further from the Earth and also 400 times bigger than the moon. What a coincidence. Now, you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. At the bare minimum, the random chance possibility of that occurring is mathematically and statistically impossible. So at the bare minimum, that idea of the percentage of the sun and moon happen to be coinciding at different distances is proof of intelligent design. But at 96 million miles, Rob, are we supposed to believe that a slight tilt of 23 1/3 degrees is what produces the dramatic differences in seasons?
Actually, it's 23.4 when I looked this up on several official websites. And what really tripped me out on that is if you do 23.4 off of a center degree, 90 degree, 90 subtract 23.4, it just so happened to be 66.6 degrees off. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, to me, I'm like, if that's not evidence of a beast system.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is. And that's why I agree with you that uncovering this system, uncovering our paradigm, uncovering our matrix is critically important. I don't agree with someone who says, oh, that's too controversial. Why are you going there, Rob? You're going to make people, you're going to push people away. No, it is essential to pulling people out of the matrix. How much would people rise up and throw their chains off if they realized that they were living in a biodome, an ecodome that was specifically made by God for them, and that God was right there, like they've always been told, intimately involved in everything that was going on here? That they weren't. Oh my goodness! That what is the one of the two psychotic children at Columbine, Dylan, had a shirt on that said natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
So based on the depth of this Luciferian matrix, you have at the bare minimum mass shootings, and honestly, most of these mass shootings are fabricated, and particularly Sandy Hook. Not a single child died of Sandy Hook, but Columbine, those kids really did die. And you have this paradigm. We have the robber barons on basing what they've done on evolution, on social evolution, that might makes right. And here we have the Jesuits at the heart of this black evil system. Georges Lemaitre, personal friend of Albert Einstein, created the stupidity of the Big Bang. The idea that at first there was nothing and then it exploded. Then we have Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was the father of the New Age movement and a Jesuit priest. Teilhard de Chardin personally was involved with both the Peking and Piltdown Man hoaxes to create the so-called missing link to help further evolution. That's how vested the Jesuits are in evolution. They are Satanists. They are practitioners of Luciferian black magic. And they rule the world, and they created this paradigm. Nicholas Copernicus was a Vatican mathematician who took, Ptolemy's original, who's considered one of the first Freemasons, ideas on spinning globes. Just ask our audience just one question. At what magical point does a ball achieve so much mass that it attains this nebulous thing we call gravity, because certainly we don't observe that in any natural phenomenon. At no point on the Earth can we create a ball big enough to have gravity where it actually pulls down water and materials. It actually pulls down a gnat or mosquito that cannot fly in, was it 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour of wind? And yet the Earth is supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. An aircraft, a civilian airliner, can only fly about 500 miles per hour, and yet can still reach its destination in either direction. What's going on here? The Earth is supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. We're supposedly traveling at 67,000 miles per hour within the solar system. 500,000 miles an hour in the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is moving at 670 million miles per hour. And yet not the slightest bit of parallax is observable in the stars. The stars are always where they need to be. The movement is completely predictable of the stars, and the polar star, the North Star, never moves. Where's all this movement going? We're told that, by the way, yeah, it really is moving like that. It's just that those stars are just so far away. It seems like they're not moving. You have to trust this. Mm-hmm. Trust all the Freemasons at NASA. Trust all the Freemasons that went to the moon. Trust that when a Freemason steps out of bounds, like poor Gus Grissom, we'll burn him alive. And make sure that everybody stays in place.
Speaking of that, there's a TV series on right now I'm watching on Hulu called The Astronauts' Wives Club. And right in, I think it was episode 1, they just come right out and say that as the guy is setting these women up to be like the focus, of this particular reporter, and really showing that these astronauts are real men with real families, and rah, they say, sounds like we're propaganda, right in the beginning of the show.
Look, a lot of important people need this to work, including the president. Johnson and Kennedy are all over Ike, saying he blew it with Sputnik. They're using it as a platform to attack his handling of the entire Cold War. Eisenhower's older than the automobile. He's not going to win us the race for space. Get those ladies on board.
Well, what about John Glenn? Now, he flew across the country at supersonic speed. I think that's amazing. He's not even your husband. I know. Nothing against my Wally, but I think John will be up first.
Ladies, I see you've met. I'm Max Kaplan, reporter. Life magazine. Greetings, Astro Wives.
Gosh, I would just love the sound of that.
I thought we could get to know each other a little better. Maybe I can explain the deal.
Oh, we know the deal.
$100,000 life insurance policy. And $500,000 for the magazine's exclusive story rights, split 7 ways.
If you ask me, I think you're overpaying to hear the inner thoughts of a bunch of rocket jockeys.
That would be a lot of money, if it was only their thoughts. But it's all of you.
We'd be in the magazine?
Front and center.
Well, our husbands are the heroes. It wouldn't be right to step into their limelight. Would it?
I wouldn't ask if it was just for the money or the perks that come with fame. And yes, there are some good ones, but I will ask you to do it for America. NASA's determined to win this space race with the Russians in the air and in the press. Wives and children put a friendly face on things. Baseball, apple pie, astronauts.
Sounds like we're propaganda.
And at the end of the show, when you watch the credits, going up at the end of it, and they show the production companies, one of the production companies involved with making the series is called Fake Empire. And they show pictures of people looking up, drawings of people looking up at the space program. And it's telling you right at the end of this series is made by a production company called Fake Empire. And the one I just watched was the episode where Gus Grissom was killed. And of course they didn't show any of that, but it was all dealt with from his wife's point of view, which was really interesting. But there was an article or something I just read recently where Gus Grissom's son, I believe it was his son, came out and is now saying, or did say, that he believed his father was murdered. And it does seem that way. I mean, when you look at some of the so-called evidence, especially anything to do with NASA and in particular the Apollo program, yeah, get out of line, you're dead.
It's interesting, Rob, that you can all look this up. The audience can look this up. the magnetic tapes of the data of the moonshot, the
Yeah.
actual video, the tapes of the video.
All missed.
NASA missed it. We misplaced it. We taped over it. There's a tab on the back that you're supposed to pull out so that you don't tape over it. The NASA forgot to pull the tab.
It's like we recorded the football game, on the wedding video. You know?
Hey, well, yeah. Oh my goodness, everybody loves Raymond. I love that.
That was a great
episode too. That was an awesome. You forget the tab. You pull the tab out. You forget the tab.
Exactly.
And that's what NASA did with all the tapes to get to the moon landing. So it really is eye-opening.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules. Spinning bar, it makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. The ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls moves the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, by a
Yo, what's up? Hey, we got some people in here. Looks like Troy
What
just
up,
joined
what
us.
up?
What up, Flat Lloyd, right?
Not much. Grading papers.
Troy Lee, what's up? Is that your name, Troy Lee? What's going on?
Hello. Good morning.
Top of the morning.
Good day, everyone.
So,
Jackie.
What are you guys up? What are you guys up to?
Oh, you know, we're just waiting for people to come in here, waiting for the world to change.
This is actually the first time I joined voice chat. Like, what is it about here?
Well, you know, we're talking about the shape of the earth conversation with people all over the world, everywhere, from every part of the world.
What's like the general consensus?
Well, we got a lot of people in here that believe the earth is a globe, and we got, well, the majority of the people in this server, we do understand that the earth is flat and stationary. But there's a lot to unpack, let's say, when you come in brand new. Questions to be answered. All kinds of stuff.
I understand.
So, what mindset do you have right now, Troy? I mean, you obviously clicked the link, or a friend gave you a link or something, and you joined here.
Yeah, my friend gave me a link like a while back.
Okay.
But I'm just on here because I'm bored and.
Well, let's ask some questions, I guess, if you want to.
It was music. It was music playing earlier. What was that?
What's his face? He's a prolific flat earther, Eric DeBay. I don't know why his name escaped me.
Mm-hmm.
He's
well. So what does it mean to be a flat? What does it mean to be a flat earther?
Well, it's not so much like a pronoun, much like it is like just something we can understand the world is. So if you, I would say, because I hesitate to say false dichotomy, but it really is, because the earth is what it is. But because of the fact that people have grown up with the understanding that the earth is a globe, there has to be some way to differentiate it. So you have to kind of see the difference, in other words. So the only
I like that. I like how you said that it is what it is. You know, I like that.
Yeah, of course. It's not because, like, you and I go outside, the earth is not going to be flat or globe. It's just what it is.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we think. It's going to be what it is at the end of the day.
Sure. Right, but we've been sold an idea. In other words, like, we've been told ever since we're very young that it's not what we perceive. It's something happening outside of our perception. So even if that were true, what you and I just agreed on, they're telling us that it's something else that we cannot perceive.
It's obvious, in my opinion, that they're lying.
Well, we try to get the information out there, because, like, you know, when you state the obvious, like, have you ever told your friend something that was very obvious, like, you know, whatever? Like,
well, yeah, it's like telling someone, it's like telling a parent, "Oh, don't transition your children. That's abuse." Well, they're going to be like, "No, it's not. It's supportive." They're going to be like, "No, it's not. It's abuse." Like, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. Like, this child raises up to be like,
yeah, Stockholm syndrome. That's a good way to phrase it. But I mean, like, if you try to tell them something that's obvious and they just don't want to listen, that's fine. Like, I always told people in here when they come in brand new, if you don't want to change your mind, if you want to keep thinking the earth is a globe, it don't bother me. It's just not the facts. It's not true. It's just what you believe. That's all.
Right. And belief can really. We don't have to prove anything to me. I think we're fine with each other.
No, I said like I can prove it that it's just a belief. And the thing is, like, I'm just showing you.
But even our side's a belief.
Well, no, it's not.
It is.
That's the difference. No, it's not.
Okay, have you seen the Earth?
Yes, of course. You have
with your own two eyes.
Yeah, have.
You've been to the ends of the Earth and back.
No, we both have seen the Earth, but ends of the Earth. No,
have you been to the ends of the Earth and back?
No, that idea. Yeah, that idea right there that you have. I don't know who told you that there's.
It's biblical.
Yeah, I know, but the biblical side of it, nobody has ever experienced that. Only maybe one person, which was
no one has seen the Earth. No one has looked at the Earth as a whole.
Enoch has. If you're talking about biblical, Enoch has.
Okay, well, Enoch is not biblical.
Okay, that's your position on it, whatever. But
I mean, it's not. It's not my opinion. It's just not.
Well, yeah, it is an opinion because it was in the canon.
Enoch is not, there.
That was taken out. Yeah, it was, dude. Like that right there is your opinion because of the Council of Nicaea, back when the book was removed. But I won't tell you.
It's not my opinion because God protects His word.
I understand that, but like what I'm telling you is that it's still in the canon in the
Ethiopian. You're in the right place. I understand what you're saying. You're in the right place, but just
you can reject it. That's fine. You could.
I'm not rejecting anything. I'm not rejecting anything. But
yeah, you say that it wasn't in the canon. It was, dude. And that's just these are facts, bro. Like you can deny that all you want, and that's okay. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But it's in the Ethiopian Bible right now.
Whatever. I don't even care. I don't care how the conversation. But you're in the right place. I would just say that.
Yeah, but like that's what happens with a lot of people who believe they're Christian, denominational, and such. They don't have the education to back up their understanding. They just have these ideas, just like globe earthers do. Globe earthers believe they have the education to back up their knowledge of what the Earth is.
You have not been in the ends of the Earth. You don't know what the Earth looks like.
Enoch does,
I don't care what you say. You will never know. I don't care if Enoch said it. Yeah. I don't care if Enoch said it or
you don't.
He did it.
A lot of people don't. Troy.
But the thing is, you will never. You will never know.
Trolley.
I just want you to know that you will never know.
Listen, Troy. We know what the Earth is from our perspective.
It isn't spherical. We're not in the heliocentric. That's not.
I understand that much. But like,
the thing is, don't act like you do know what the shape of the Earth is, though.
Oh, I didn't say the shape of the Earth was what I claim it to be. I said we understand that the topographical information that we can gather from every known place that people have been on is flat and stationary. So if we're saying that we're living on a level plane, and I'm saying something that's true, as far as the extent of what the entire Earth is, I never claimed that.
Okay.
You're inserting that into like what I think the Earth is, and
which
that's a misconception. That's a misconception.
It was a misconception. Yeah. Okay.
Which a lot of people have. They paint us the villain that way. They're like, well, you're saying that the whole entire Earth is flat. I'm like, dude, from what
there's scripture that says that you will never know.
It doesn't matter though. I'm not caring to know what the entire Earth is, and I never claimed that.
Okay.
You're putting that on me right now.
I'm not painting anything. I'm just
you're saying you don't know but you're telling me you'll never know what the Earth is. I'm like, I never,
because you've never been there. You've never seen the Earth. You will never know.
No, you're talking about what the biblical stance is, knowing the ends of the Earth. That right there is what you keep telling me, and I'm like, I don't care to know that. How about that?
Okay, that's fine. I agree with you.
So what I can tell you is the Earth that's displayed to you and me is flat and stationary.
It's false. What is explained was explained in the general consensus of what the shape of the Earth is wrong. That's what I'll agree with you with.
Yeah. So?
I mean, it's not just so. I mean, people get saved through this.
I understand this, Troy. But what I'm telling you is that the Earth is flat and stationary, just like everybody understands it to be. So if we all understand our common sense, what we see the Earth to be, that's just like, I mean, God gives us our senses so we can discern what is right and what is wrong. Is that not true?
True. He gives us scripture to discern what is right and wrong, yes.
Yeah, but it's
And
not
we just
only through that lens. It's not only through that lens because people, even though they don't know scripture, they can see the world for what it is. So it's like it's the very obvious, right? The truth. When something is true, people don't need to look it through the lens of scripture. They can actually just see that it's true. Like if you
Right.
say certain things that are obvious, just like we talked about, things that are obvious, you don't need to read scripture to see it through that lens to not understand truth. You could see
Amen.
it with just human eyes. And what we're doing here is basically telling people that, and they're understanding that some people, not everyone, that they've been hoodwinked because of the fact that, other people are saying, yeah, you can see the earth a particular way, but it's not that way. It's a globe. And that's the issue we're having here.
Right.
That's the issue. Not that you and I are talking about the ends of the earth. That's irrelevant. It really is. It's irrelevant because no one, if that's the truth that no one can ever see that, the ends of the earth or whatever, then I'm fine with that. Like no one's here searching for that or wanting to know that or anything. We're just saying that what we see, our natural world, where people are, is not a globe. And if there's no curvature, if the earth isn't curving anywhere, because there is no measured curvature at all, that's just a story. Then if it ain't curving anywhere, then it can only be flat. That's it. From what our perspective is on Earth, from every place that humans are. That's what I'm saying.
Can I just ask you a question real quick? What do you have to say for people that are like, okay, they try to, I don't know, be a smartass, and they be like, oh, of course it's not flat. We have mountains and hills. What do you say about that? Like, is that like a retarded statement for someone to say?
Yeah, it's redundant. It's redundant because we observe the same Earth that they do, but the level,
because when you say flat Earth, you don't mean like everything's flat, right?
No, okay. So like everywhere people are, and you can name every nation under the sun. When we do planes of existence, let's say I don't know, name different planes that we can talk about. Flatlands in Kansas, the salt flats, wherever. It doesn't matter where you talk about water. If you talk about water, and so we have sea level for a reason, because that's a measured flat area of long distances that we can talk about that are one place no higher than the other. And if that's true, then it's not curving anywhere. And we can talk about that being the way that we can perceive the whole entire realm of existence. So everywhere people are, it's flat. And so when we talk about mountains, that's topography, bro. Land topography is understood to be mountains and valleys and hills and all kinds of stuff. That's from the part of the land going up, because you're either lower than sea level or higher than sea level, depending on where you live.
Mm-hmm.
It's either a bowl or it's like it's convex. Mountains and such.
Right.
That's like that's, I would say, common sense. But like when we say flat, we're talking about the level plane of existence everywhere on Earth, even to the next. Like if you live in another part of the world, you're gonna measure where you live, the height where you live, or the depth from sea level.
So flat isn't you're not literally saying flat, right? Is that what?
Yeah. So it's like from sea to sea, it's flat. From whatever shore you're measuring to whatever shore it doesn't matter where you're at, it's going to be flat from that point on. It's not like curving. So a curve means that if it was any type of curve, I don't care what curve you invoke, it'll be curved from, a bigger ball, let's say. And it's not. There is no measured curvature, period. There's zero curvature happening.
So does up exist in a spherical Earth?
They say that it's relative. This is what they're claiming. It's relative. Yeah, so up would exist because it's relative.
Okay. So if you were on the moon versus the Earth, where's up? With their idea, like with their ideology.
If you're on the moon
versus the Earth, where's up?
Shit, that's a question for them. I don't advocate for ballers at all. Like shit, they think batshit crazy things. So
what would they say?
I wouldn't know, bro. That question has never been. I can't think like a baller does. I think like what I do.
Right.
So you need to ask them, not me.
No, I know.
They're the ones that are going to tell you something batshit crazy. I'm not. I'll be like, that's stupid. Nobody can be on the moon.
Right. How far do you think the moon is?
No idea.
Do you have like an idea? You don't have any idea.
I don't need to. It's not a claim that it's not a claim that I hold to, or nor nobody in this server.
I mean, I think the moon is like I think the moon is not that far from us. I will say that.
Well, that's great, but then not that far from you is not a measured distance, is it? And
that's why I'm asking. Like, what do you think? Like, I just want to know.
Yeah, if you
know what you
approach,
think.
listen, if you approach, I don't. It looks like it's near, but who knows? Like, I would never claim that. But what I would say is that when we speak in this arena, people don't take assumptions or speculations, I should say. They don't take speculations lightly, because when we speak to an audience of people who cannot discern reality, then we have an issue. The issue is people out there want to have what's your opinion? What do you think? How far do you think the moon is? And even if you were to say it kindly, like the way you just did, like, oh, I don't know, it looks close. Oh, so you're saying it's close? Well, what is close? Go ahead and give me a distance. And then they're using it that because, okay, the explanation of the globe is that it's 200,000 miles away. There's things that tie into the globe. So they want
something ridiculous. Yeah.
But then they want you to, if you say closer, you're saying what? Closer than 200,000 miles? Is that what you're saying? So they build a false dichotomy as to like, well, okay, it's not 200,000 miles. You're saying it's closer than that. And you're like, yeah, it's closer than that. And if you do say that, then you're making a claim as to how far you think it is. And
so are there people on this Discord that like argue?
We're live streaming 24/7, my good man. And everybody outside is a listener. People are passing by, sometimes click on the link, they listen to what we have to say. And so we have to be very careful if we're saying things, people out there get a misrepresentation of what we're saying in here. We're very like acute and like what we say. So
who's we? Like who
everybody in the server, Troy. You see people in here with me right now?
Yeah, but they don't all agree with you.
They don't what?
Do they? Do they all agree with you?
Okay, like I said, this server has a culture, and the server the culture that's cultivated here, that we're not like talking like, well, we're just gonna make whatever claims so that people that listen to what we say in this live stream are just we're all gonna be misrepresented. So we on certain things in this server.
But that's how it is. Like when you make a claim, like how are you guys deciding what's true and what isn't? Like people make claims.
And you verify it. So we're empiricists in the way that you can test, verify, and repeat the test and falsify the claim. So if you make a claim,
there's no one that can prove that the Earth is.
Troy. Let me finish, okay? Because I know you're anxious to answer, but let me finish and tell you why. The reason why we don't lay claims to things that we can't, provide evidence for, is because that's the issue. When we give somebody, let's say, something that we say, we can back it up. We can say, you can go test what I just told you in the real world. You go out there in nature, get a sample set of whatever size you want to start doing the test on, and you'll be able to find out yourself by testing, verifying, repeat the test, and then falsify the claim that I just told you.
So scientific method way. Is that where you're bringing it? Okay.
If it's a science question, if it's a what is question, it doesn't need to run through the scientific method. That's understood.
So what is a meteor? Okay, can you answer what is a meteor?
A meteor?
Yeah. Like a shooting star.
Idea. I could give you a speculation, but a speculation isn't going to give you a greater understanding of the thing that I'm talking about.
It will. I want to hear it. If you
it's not. It's not.
I mean, I
personally, Troy, don't make speculations. Somebody else might indulge you and say, well, I think it's this. That's great. You guys can banter on speculating what you think it is, but it's nowhere getting us to what it actually is. Does that make sense? So I stay away from that because it's not really beneficial to somebody who's listening to us trying to figure out what the world is, Troy. And they're
okay. So let me ask you this. So what shape is the world that you can prove?
No one. Okay, I'm gonna say this as clear as possible. No one knows, Troy. Not a living soul except for Enoch, probably. That's it. But not a soul knows that.
I would agree with that.
All right. Well, that's true.
No, yeah, it is
absolutely true.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Hey Troy, you are aware that flat is not a shape, correct?
Yeah, we've been over that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just he mentioned meteorites really quick. It's funny because you want
that's the thing that I wonder. That's one of the
see
things
a
that I wonder. Stars, meteors.
No, hold on. Give me
Go ahead.
20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. You see a shiny rock in a case next to the fossilized dinosaur poo, and you think that was once the shooting star that flew in the sky, correct?
That's what they say. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. That's the point. That's what they say.
That's what I was getting at, Troy. Everything that we listen to is by way of them. They are the people where we get this agenda from. Whatever agenda that we get, there is like answers or explanations to what the world is around us.
Yeah,
And
no,
those
this is where I stand with this everything, with the knowledge of this part, like the earth and stuff. Nothing is known outside of what the Bible says. That's what I firmly stand on.
But that's false. That's false.
I don't. How?
That's false because I just finished telling you we don't have to have the lens of the biblical narrative to see the world in a very common sense and understood way with our senses. You could talk to, let's say, I don't know, an atheist, right? I pick a religion, but that's
okay.
That's one.
Okay, an atheist.
You talk to an atheist, yeah. You could say, hey, look, the Earth is measured flat. Like there is no curvature whatsoever. If you find any, yeah, you got to tell me how you did it. But like there isn't any measured, so they can go out without using the biblical lens and find out for themselves. I just finished telling you that's a way to do it. Like and plus anything that we can agree on with definitions, that using the Socratic method that we can agree that definitions mean things, and then we start to say, okay, well that's a dog, that's a cat. We agree on that. That's real. Like you don't need the lens of the biblical narrative to actually see truth. Listen. Yeah. The biblical narrative does speak truth, but you don't need it to see truth. Like
okay, so let me ask you this, and then where does the question?
Hold on.
Let me speak.
Hold on. One statement, and then I'll shut up.
Okay.
An atheist in the James water is going to boil at the same temperature at sea level.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So there, we just proved like the idea that you had that only truth exists in the biblical narrative and nowhere outside.
Okay, but why would you guys even question it? Why would you guys even start questioning it?
Us, we're not the ones questioning it, sir. It's the people who have already thought about it as a globe. So we came out of that.
Okay, so why are the people who started this questioning?
What do you mean? Who started the?
Who decided to go against the narrative of the shape of the Earth? Where did that come from? Why did someone once upon a time? Hold on. Why did someone once upon a time decide to question this narrative? Why?
What do you mean? Why? You want me to divine the mind of the person who first initiated all of this? Like that's what the Creator has given us, a mind to discern truth, right? So
exactly,
if we come
the Creator,
right?
So,
right.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is.
This does not come out
Troy,
of
you don't let people. You gotta let people finish saying what they're gonna say, bro. Like
well,
I know
when I speak, you guys don't let me speak. So I'm just gonna talk over you.
You do speak, bro. You
no, I don't. Yeah, I've let you guys speak so long, and then when I tried to speak, you guys keep interrupting me,
bro.
The thing the gentleman's trying to explain to you is he was in the middle of a sentence and you started speaking over him.
Okay, well that happens to me too. That's what's happening.
I don't care if it happens to you. When somebody else is speaking, please let them finish.
Just wait, dude. Like I was gonna explain.
Okay, well I can have a respectful conversation, but can I say what I need to say?
You might have to leave if you don't just learn that you're gonna be quiet in this house.
You can ban me. I'll go to sleep.
The only reason I'm piping up right now, and if I keep hearing your voice while I'm talking, because I'm definitely on speaker.
Yeah, please ban me then. Go ahead, ban me then.
Okay. I'm not going to ban you. I mean, you're going to be a big boy and leave yourself, but you're definitely going to have your privileges definitely limited because you're a child and can't let someone finish answering a question you asked. How do you ask a question
Are you
and
over it
not
now?
listen
Like,
to the
can you
answer?
move on from interrupting me, or are you gonna keep interrupting me?
Troy, why are you so triggered, bud?
I'm
not. How you gonna interrupt a question that you asked? How you gonna interrupt the answer to that? Now you can talk.
So what's up? What are we doing here? You guys gonna keep interrupting?
Waiting for you to answer the question. Why would you interrupt the answer to a question you asked? Because people who have jobs, businesses, and other shit to do don't have time to play with you. I'm definitely going to ban you for sure. And they know I'm serious. If I take you off mute and you continue to act like a petulant child, you don't have to be here. And this place is much greater than you deserve right now, the way you're acting.
Hey, bitch. What's up? You guys done?
Why are you so triggered, bud? Why are you so triggered?
You guys are triggered by me talking to you guys.
Well, you asked a question, somebody tried to answer your question, and you don't let them answer.
Okay, but you guys are talking over me, and then you guys want to say I'm talking over you.
Question, though.
You guys want to talk about I'm talking over you, and you guys are talking over me. Shut the fuck up,
Troy. You asked a question.
Let me speak.
Can I have this, guys? I promise you, I am not doing anything for the next 30 minutes, and I will have the utmost patience.
Well, then ban me then,
bitch. I'm not going to interrupt you once. I'm going to put you on mute now, but I'm not going to interrupt you not once. So I'm going to take away your excuse for being an asshole, and I'm going to let you ask questions, and you better fucking let me answer them. Okay? Did I say I'm going to ask questions? You're going to ask questions. I'm going to answer them. I might ask you some questions, and you're going to answer. If this goes any way other than how I just described, you won't. Well, I don't know. Maybe others want to play with you, but I for sure want the conversation to go forward. I don't want you crying about how nobody's letting you talk, because I don't think that's true. So let's let it play out in the next 30 minutes.
You guys are the one crying. You guys are the one crying.
Okay, go ahead, floor is yours.
Look, you guys are the one crying. Like,
Nobody interrupt at all. Go ahead.
Can I speak, or you guys didn't interrupt me? Because you can do it right now. Anybody's gonna interrupt, do it right now, please. Okay. So, what are we talking about? Like, I don't even remember anymore. So, can we just move on?
Don't
Not interrupt
anyone
each other?
other than me say a fucking word. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Just fucking go ahead.
No, you go ahead. We're waiting to not cut you off so you can finish, because we're not letting you talk.
I don't even know what I need to say anymore. Like, you guys distracted
you
me
got 30
to the
minutes
point.
to get
To the
your
point.
thoughts together.
Hold on, you guys distracted me to the point where I forgot what I even said. Like, I completely forgot. Like, I'm completely
That's fine,
distracted.
man. Look, yeah, you obviously heard me cursing at my guys, and I love them to death. So my behavior is not me picking on you. I expect everyone to respect you the way that I'm expecting you to respect this place. So it was definitely an even-handed gesture. Now, whatever question you want to ask, this is your chance to be serious. This is your chance to joke around. This is your chance to do whatever you want. But this is definitely going to be a good clip. So make it good.
All right, this is the clip I'm gonna give you guys. Good night. Y'all are fucking crazy.
You don't have anything to say?
He dipped.
Wow. See what I'm saying? They just be lying. He would have argued with us for the next 30 minutes about how we won't let him talk. But you give him a chance to talk and he just leaves. I don't like you guys wasting your time when you could just find out that someone is bullshitting you in 2 minutes. Does anybody disagree?
I'm fine with it, man. I'm good. Don't bother me. It was coming in hot. I didn't think he was. He said, "Well, we understand the Earth." I was like, I don't know. He didn't come from our position. If he did, he would understand why truth is so important to talk to, globers. But he wanted to go straight to speculations, and that seemed real important to him.
Well, there's TikTok. There's a bunch of other places that he can go. If he wants to, I mean, for real, this place is a magical place. The way God has pulled us all here together, and the amount of work you guys have done for the last few years against people ridiculing you, against people being disinterested in what you have to say. You put your head down. You read as many articles as you could. You perfected as many arguments as you can. And you tried to help as many people as you can. And I just think that this place is worth people like that coming in here wasting your time. Because they don't get what they can get here anywhere else. As far as I know. So why let people come in and act like that? This is a blessing. One day we might not be here. We should cherish it for as long as possible because the next platform might be somewhere else. Some of us may follow, some of us may not. This moment in time is a blessing, guys.
El Boricua, what's up, bro? I heard you chime in. Haven't heard you in a while. You changed your name to the Book FN? What's up with that?
Yeah. So used to be a poker name I had, because my name is Eli, so they used to call me the Book of Eli.
Oh. Nothing much, man. Just I'm enjoying my morning. You got Flat Lloyd Wright, who's grading papers. Jackie chimed in earlier. What's up, guys? Kukoi, what's up, man? Nice to see you in the VC, bro. You're always in the shadows. Always see you in the, typing and stuff, but I don't often see you in here. By the way, your mic ain't working, bro.
Notice how the room's disruptions as a crutch. That's why it's important when you notice someone doing that to let one person, if they're praying, to spiral out of control.
We got a little bit of that, Elijah. You're very dim. Super dim, actually. Now unless somebody else heard you, I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I can barely hear it, but he was a walking, talking, defense mechanism. But the way Eli sort of just slowed it down and handled it, I thought it was perfect.
Looks like we're triggering people on the YouTube live stream text chat. That's for sure. The user WDYM is pretty triggered. WDYM.
They can come on in.
Click the link, WDYM. The freaking lobby was popping just a while ago. See if there's anybody in there. Oh, Troy Lee. He's still freaking out in the lobby.
Had he been here at all before?
Troy? Nah, he doesn't have any roles.
I didn't recognize him.
They got old Haas chimed in. What's up, old Haas?
Joe. Yeah, I could see him going into a little bit of a coat spiral, but yeah, his last question that he forgot. How does this? How did everyone realize this, or how did this get questioned? Well, I hear that a lot from these younger people, and I guess he's younger, but they forget that for decades prior to all this, there were narratives that just existed that people spoke of, like, oh, when you're at the beach, people said, oh, look, the boat goes over the curve. People actually talked about these things, and over time, all these things added together apparently reached a tipping point where all these stories people realized they didn't add up. And I think it's funny that that's their best defense, is it can't be true because you could have never figured it out. I know that's a mouthful, but I think it's funny that's where he ran. He ran when he was doing his own little appeal to incredulity bit.
And he wanted everything to be focused through the lens of the biblical narrative, and you just can't do that. You're speaking to a world of people with different belief systems. So you can't just
and he wasn't even being sincere about that. I don't. It didn't seem like it. He was using it as like a tool for his little narrative. I don't know. Yeah, he seemed to have a purpose here, and it didn't work out for him, unfortunately. Hopefully you come back, Troy.
He's in the lobby right now typing a bunch of stuff, saying that we're the ones crazy and all kinds of stuff. He's just coping. Yo, CB, you there? Say good morning to the people in America. Flatman Can, what's up, bro? Saw you chime in.
Just getting my day started.
Yeah, man. Good to see
you. Doing all right. Went to Megadeth on May 9th.
You're an old rock and roller, huh?
Oh, yeah. I've seen Metallica 3 times, so according to them, I'm a Metallica veteran. You have to see them 3 times to be a Metallica vet. Yeah, it was great, though, with a couple of my old buddies. Did Peace Cells, Who's Buying, Symphony for Destruction. It was a great show. I had my neighbor roll like 24 joints. I was trying to hand them out for free. Only 3 people took a doob from me. It was so lame.
It wasn't like back in the 80s, man. That's
not at all. I'm like, all you guys are wearing like Slayer shirts and you got long hair and you look like stoners, but none of you are taking a doobage. What the hell? And it's like, trust me, I can't afford to put anything else in it. It's just herb. Like, or like, you're not worth putting anything else other than herb in it. Actually, I'm not going to give you something more. It's just a joint. Oh well, it was a blast.
That's good. You enjoyed it. Yeah.
what happened to Toby? Did he get banned or?
Troy Lee?
I was running around doing some things. I couldn't hear what ended up happening there. He got banned?
No, he's in the lobby spiraling. He was muted while Elijah was talking to him, but he gave him the opportunity to speak, but he didn't take it.
Yeah, he forgot what he wanted to say.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Must not have been that important, I guess.
It was so important. He was interrupting to tell people not to interrupt. And then forgot what he wanted to say.
That happens sometimes. Get these guys. Hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Yo, dude.
What's up, dude?
I was just talking about speaking truth. That's important now, isn't it, Biggie? A lot of deceivers around. And the fact that when I listen to these people talk, people like Fight the Flat Earth, all these people, and it's like a fucking cheese grater on my ear. Well, the same is true the opposite way. When I listen to people speak truth, it's like fucking milk and honey in my ears, and it just feels good, and it's powerful. And we need more and more people speaking truth and calling shit out. And it's like a way of life. I don't know, it keeps me sane. I don't know about you guys. And so I'm just glad that I can meet like-minded individuals that feel the same way.
Were you over at the Tartaria server, Andy? It sounds like you just come from there, bro.
Well, it's very clear to me the shysters on both sides of this argument.
Yeah.
And you expose yourself eventually because you're not walking the walk. You're not fucking doing it. So I've burned many friendships because people were delusional and they were. I use the word insane. I realise people don't like that word. But this is why someone much wiser than me once said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." So I want to bring attention to it and say, "Look, there it is." And you'd think they'd thank you for it, but no, because it goes against the believers. Anyway, rant over.
Listening to Fight the Flat Earth, were you?
No, I'm not just talking about that guy. I'm talking about everybody's sort of a phony to some extent. And I just feel like it's really important that we just keep speaking truth and call things as we see them, you know? And I don't know. Somebody just asked me to not do that, basically, to not mention a thing and I just said, look, I can't help it. It's like Tourette's. It just goes out. Are you like that, Miggy? I don't know.
It depends on the instance of whatever it is, but yeah.
What if a friendship depended on it?
As in, like, well, what example do you have? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, when would you actually act on it versus when you wouldn't? You know what I mean? Like, what analogy or idea do you have that would cause you to do that?
Well, let's say that they're a female and she would seeing a dude and you knew the guy would just like, you were like, you had to say something, but she really liked him or something. I don't know.
Oh, if you would speak truth or no? Just because, she probably wouldn't believe you anyway.
Yeah, that as well.
Well, yeah, if she trusts your friendship, but like that's the thing. When you, I talked about truth in this way. When you say truth, it's not something somebody wants to hear ever. So when you say, "Look, I'm going to tell you the truth," you think whatever precedes what you're going to say about truth is going to be something that person wants to hear. the answer is no, right? You do understand that, like when you're speaking truth is something the person was not like, oh, let's have a sit down and chat about it, and when I'm comfortable, then you can tell me truth, because it's going to have the same effect on the person. Either the person is able to kind of understand and take that in, or they're just going to spiral. Either way, but there's no, you can't make somebody comfortable. Like imagine if you had some news to tell her, right? Let's just say you'd say, just sit down, let's relax, let's calmly go through this. Okay, he's cheating on you. Like it doesn't matter at the end when you do say the truth, they're gonna handle it the way they handle it. So it's not up to you to kind of, you just have to speak truth. That's it. Just speak it.
I mean, would you hold your tongue though? I mean, cheating is not the thing, but let's just say you didn't. The whole situation just seemed wrong, and you had to just speak. You had to say it. Yeah. I mean,
what's the relationship between? Are you longtime friends or just acquaintances? Like that, some dynamics of the situation might turn your idea to like how you're gonna say it. You know what I mean? Like that, if you just barely knew the person, you were like, well, I'll let them deal with it, you know. But if you knew them really well, and you were just like, I need to say something, you know, that's different. That changes the dynamic. The dynamic of the relationship changes how you approach it.
Yeah, it's like the other day. I always go to these farm shops because, you know, the produce is so good and they're not full of preservatives and you got to support your local thing. It goes away. Right? That's the way I see it. Because then otherwise it's just supermarkets with food that's been flied around. You know, it's from Spain, it's from here, it's from there. You got to support local things, I think. Anyway, it's more expensive, but it's worth it. And there's this woman outside, and she's got like a table with a charity thing for animals. And she's like, do you like animals? She's nice girl, nice looking girl. Well, she's kind of posh. I'm like, oh yeah, I do like animals. And she's you know, I so quickly twigged that it were a charity situation, and I'm like, oh, but I always tell people not to give to charity. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there's 175,000 charities in this country, and it's like a pyramid scheme. At the top is one company called Common Purpose, and they take that money. Not only do they not give it to the people they promised it to, they then use it to, well, they put it in their own pockets, but they use it to bribe politicians and police and change legislation and that kind of thing. And she's like, well, I don't think my company does that. By the way, I know that because of Brian Garish. He's got his own channel called, he does like a news channel in the UK. It's called UK Column. That's why I know that. And so at some point, I mentioned something else about the juice, and she was like, oh no, I know it's real because my cousin or somebody almost committed suicide over it. And I'm like, no, that had nothing to do with that. But the point is that she actually put her hands out in front of her, and she's like, I don't want to have this conversation anymore. And so I quickly disengaged, of course, and I was like, oh, okay, it's fine. And you realise that it's like you being attacked. You know, I saw it as I was trying to help. I was trying to guide her to truth. And she saw it as like, oh my God, fucking
let me ask you a situation with that, what you just said. Is it possible that she could disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so would this be an agree to disagree position, or what you're saying is right and wrong? Distinctly.
Well, about the second thing that we're not supposed to talk about, yeah, that's certainly right. Well, he's got people with 30 years in the field exposing it, so yeah, in my opinion, that's true.
Right, but is it based on like objective truth, or is it based on a truth that you think could be the truth? You know what I mean? Like that's, I need you to be honest in this part.
It's objective,
right? If it's objective, then it's well established that you could point something out and bring the evidence for that. So if that is true, then you could bring some evidence that could shed light to the situation. Versus you just saying, yeah, some guy at the top is taking all the money, but that's what I'm looking at because of what I looked at on the internet. So it's like, without you being able to verify receipts, money exchanges, and all of this, you might be passionate about something because you think that this is the way things are going. But what if that situation isn't going the way you claim that it is? And I'm just putting this out there, something for you to think about, because in the instance of something being objective, that means that receipts and like you got documents that know that there's money being changed by hands, that you know exactly where it's going to by advocating for that position. Not that is a very hard position to be in, because when people they demand for evidence, and if you don't have that, you just know because this. Money's going here. It has to be going here. Where else can it be going? But if you say that, somebody can be like, well, I don't know. Then it could be going somewhere else. And that's just your passionate way of looking at this because,
I mean,
maybe,
Brian Garish did a brilliant job of exposing that. And he had all kinds of evidence. And he's an honest man. He was in Navy. He's an older fella now. But yeah, some people, like I said, I just trust them because they speak truth. And
right, but that's not always the case with everything that they say, and that's what I'm just trying to elucidate.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm not taking a jab at the guy. I'm not taking. I don't care. Like he might have been saying that, and it could be true, right? But what I'm saying is, if you stand by something that's objectively true, that means you have some knowledge that you can actually bring back to the. Like, look, here's a receipt. I have it right here. He purchased this thing, and it's in his pocket right now. Like, if you have that's evidence that what you're saying is backed up by, objective reality. Like that's true because, the receipt was here. He purchased the thing and now he's got whatever. I'm just using that as an example, but that would have like a paper trail that would give you a good reason to say that. But if there's not that hard evidence, then you're just basically saying, well, I trust the guy that said this, so I believe that's true.
I would have said.
Go on, flat man.
I would have said to her, I always tell people don't give money to any organizations or charities. Give it to the person that needs it. So if you had a hungry cat here or something, I'd go get some cat food and help the cat out.
I'm not donating to the charity of your children's future. You shouldn't even be giving away any of your resources.
Elijah, you're super low, dude. I don't know if you're just for me, but I can barely hear anything you're saying. Yeah, so like I said, right,
charity of your children's children, and if you're not doing that, you shouldn't be concerned with any charity. But I mean, giving 10% to a charity doesn't mean you gotta like give to the American Cross. You can definitely go do something, go help someone, go, I don't know, help someone pay for daycare that's struggling, help somebody with some groceries, there's a million things you could do. If you really want to do charity, help somebody, cut their lawn if they're in a wheelchair or something. There's so much stuff you can do, then give your money to some place that you trust is going somewhere but don't really know, especially when it's better used for your own family.
Yeah, I do that anyway. I do that because it feels good anyway. It just feels good to pick some rubbish up off my neighbour's fence and hedge because that guy's in a wheelchair, and people are fucking jerks, and they'll just drop a bottle in his hedge. So I just, I clear it up. It's fine. I do it because it just feels good, and it's the right thing to do. And back to that thing about speaking truth, it's just right. It's just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if you find this, Miggy, but I can't help myself. It just comes out like with. I was told almost like this. If I stop myself, it'd probably make me unwell.
Yeah, I was told this by a pastor that I used to work with, and he told it to me this way. He's like, you could say anything you want. It's in how you say it. So you could approach it's the approach, right? So in your approach, you could take it in a way where you're saying you're wrong. You're giving it to crooks, the money that's going there, or you could say something like in the positive light. Well, I found it great that if you can do it this way, I know if you help these other people out, just give them the answer instead of giving them the kind of the other way to look at like what they're doing is incorrect. Show them the right way. Like tell them the right way to do it instead of the wrong way to be doing it. Because the wrong way is if they're doing it the wrong way now, then just give them the solution. So like, hey, you know what? I think the money would be better used on this other thing, that's helping children out or whatever. Like, give them another avenue, like another suggestion. Like you're suggesting to them, like, hey, this would be great, if you do it this way. Versus like, I think you're wrong. You're doing this incorrectly. You're giving it to the crooks and making them feel like they're contributing to evil. And then they feel like they have to retort back and say like, you're stupid and you don't know what you're talking about, or hands in the air, like to tell you like, stop, I don't want to hear it anymore. So you can still say truth, but maybe reroute the approach and attempt to like give a solution to the issue is what I'm saying. You can still say truth though, but it could just be in a way that could give somebody a way to understand there's another way to do this instead of how you're doing it. So yeah, definitely the approach can affect the listener as well.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
And because my mother, she always had a little thing that she says to me, like, get down off your soapbox.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely a way,
Yeah, I feel like in a relationship also that's a great way to contribute, like especially husband and wife. Like instead of telling your wife like how wrong she is and things, like just the solution. Tell her, I think we can probably do it like this because this would be a better way to do it. Like, instead of it being like, nope, that's wrong. You can't do that way. The approach is always like what changes the outcome of how a person responds to you. And that's just natural because we're all defensive on the things that we know. Everything, we're defensive. Like if somebody tells us we're doing it wrong, we're like, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. But instead
wait a minute though. Wait a minute. This is objective truth. There's opinions. Yeah. Everyone's got an opinion, but there's objective truth. Everyone. Hello?
For sure. But what I mean is like, because in their mind, they feel like they a lot of people don't think like the way, they don't have they think truth is like subjective. So your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. That's how they look at the world. So when you're speaking to somebody, it's not established that they have that objective understanding of truth. Because that's a lot of people look at it. They're like, well, that may be true to you because of what you learned, but it's not true to me. You know what I mean? Like that's, even if it is true, like if it stands out to be true no matter what, like they don't understand that way. They understand it the subjective way. So you have to kind of, and that's a lot of like conversation to unveil that. If you know what I mean. Like you have to dig to find out, oh, so you think your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. That's what you think. You know what I mean? That would be further conversation to understand that. But a great way to address it without having to get people to spiral, let's say, is just offer a solution and a kind of a very kind way. If they're like, no, I don't want to do what you're saying, like that's even worse. That means that they're on edge, like for everything. So not even a good solution would even work. But I think it's just the approach and how you take it. Because you could say, nope, you're wrong. You're contributing to evil. You're evil by proxy of doing it. Like then that's like you're getting somebody a reason to be obstinate, versus you saying like, no, I would say like, this whatever foundation or this charity, or giving it to your kids, or giving them directly or whatever would be the best way to do it. Like in my opinion, like, and so you'd give them like a choice. It's like if you want like your child to do something and then you don't give them the solutions, you just tell them, no, you need to just behave or something. You say, look, you can do this or you can do that, and they're both good solutions to what they can do. You know what I mean? And you're giving them like this opportunity to let them choose for themselves, and so that gives them the freedom to not feel like you're making them, like you're putting a lot on them. You're giving them like, oh, no, you choose. Like, what do you think? And obviously, most of the times they're going to choose one of the solutions that you give them. So, I think that's kind of like how the approach should go with people. But when it's objectively true, it's difficult because, like, let's say when you're looking out somewhere in nature, we all agree upon definitions, right? Like that's because you and I would say, well, we know what a tree is defined by, or whatever, a bug, or, a cat, water, like what the definition of all that stuff is, because we agree on these terms. But if we disagree on the actual terms of these definitions of what things are, then we're going to be at an impasse. We're not ever going to agree on anything because your worldview is built on whatever you think it is and not what we agreed upon. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's because
it's basically the Socratic method.
Yeah, exactly that. So if we reduce things to absurdity, then of course we'll never agree. Like, define this. Well, what does that mean to you? Well, water. By definition, that you go into that, and then they're like, "Nah, I disagree on that." Well, then we're disagreeing on the fundamental understanding of people. we're not going to agree on anything then, like, because you don't even agree on definitions. That we're at a loss. Because then now, how can I communicate to you when you're just going to disagree with that? It's like a contrarian would do,
Yeah, I think it's important when you go beyond all this stuff and you see very clearly that human beings have put a label on everything, and it's not the actual thing. It's just a concept in your head. That's important as well. But as for communicating with one another, then we have to understand terms. We have to understand what we're actually speaking about and agree on terms, as Biggie saying. So yeah, but that other stuff, that's also important. It is to me anyway. It was to me on my little journey that brought me to here, because it goes so much beyond I could imagine. If I don't know. I can start speaking on these lines, and then it's like me trying to define God. And quite quickly, I realize how stupid I start to sound. so I just don't do it. Do you know what I mean? Because why would I? Because I don't know, ultimately. So I could say all sorts of things that sound impressive, but yeah, I'd rather not. And that's the other thing, by the way. You speaking on something that you don't fully understand yourself, is then it becomes a chore for the audience to listen to. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to make another cup of tea. BRB.
I don't know if anyone's heard of Strange Planet, Richard Syrett's channel. Dave Weiss was on there maybe 2-3 weeks ago, max. And, excuse me, 2 nights ago, I think it was, McToon was on there to debunk Flat Earth. But the one thing he didn't do was present any proof of the globe. All he did was attack Dave Weiss's character.
That's all he's good for, that guy. hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your hand? Yes. No, it's not. The way his tone of voice is irritating. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your hand? The guy's like, yeah. No, it's not. Hates that just like sticks in your mind, doesn't it? Like, how are you gonna tell a person that? That's just weird, bro. Very strange. These are the great debaters that the globe earth conjures up. Very confused individuals.
Sad state of affairs. He looked funny, man. He has his rockets and stuff behind him and his globe and rocket models, like models of a rocket, and probably Apollo 1 or something.
Yeah, he's weird. He's a weird dude.
Congrats, everybody. You're doing an excellent job of not talking. Who thinks the Earth is a globe? Come on. Stay silent if you think the Earth is a spinning ball zipping around through nothing.
Not I. What's going on?
Flat on. You're pretty sure about this ball not being reality.
Oh, I know. Not even pretty sure anymore.
Or- yeah, I created my icon 8 years ago after I got gravity its last chance to show me curvy water. And then since then, I've had no reason to change that icon. Because there is no globe.
You are correct.
Thought I'd do there to chime in while my mic's working. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just such a crazy little lie.
So sneaky. It's right there under your nose the whole time. But you just kind of put it on the very back burner because smart guys figured that out. You don't have to worry about it, right?
Right.
All these scientists and their equations and everything. But how could poor little me ever understand all that stuff, you know?
Let's just give them all our money.
Just looked over the panel. It looks like a panel full of globe denialists, if that's a word.
Yeah, we had a little activity this morning. A guy named Troy. Wasn't very fruitful.
I didn't hear it, but it's not good. I mean, people can't come in here and be intellectually honest, and they don't need to be here. You know?
Exactly.
We're here for the seekers, like many people have said on here before. You're not going to actually establish your reality unless you actually give up on all the stories you've been told and just try to establish your own reality for yourself. Just think for yourself. Is that too much to ask people today?
For some, they're absolutely terrified to think for themselves.
Right.
Last time they did that, they got smacked with a ruler, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, did you step out of line? Get back in.
That's the very thing that they, in a sneaky way, and sometimes up front, they train that out of us, indoctrinate that out of you.
Right.
Don't think for yourself. Here's the answer. You know, it's right here in this book, or the teacher said it, or the guy in the white coat said it. So you don't have to think about that.
Yeah. White lab coat, goggles, checks out.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite anyone listening on YouTube or wherever else. This happens to be the place, in my opinion, is the best place to actually discuss this subject if you're going to be intellectually honest about it. Because we're pretty much accepting reality as it presents itself. And so far, we haven't seen the curvature of the globe demonstrated in reality that's repeatable and verifiable. And to top that off, we also have motions claimed about the Earth, and we don't feel any motion. And we've got this issue with the vacuum of space sitting next to our gas pressure system without any form of containment. That's scientifically impossible. Back to you, Flat Lloyd Wright.
Right, you are, Dave. It's weird. I do often wonder, you know, what the Earth would be like and all those people. They just weren't lied to. That one little lie. You know, there'd still be liars, there'd still be the human construct, you know, all those things that we do. And I think that's kind of maybe why we're in this situation. I don't know. But it is weird to me that, or at least to think optimistically, like, man, maybe that was Atlantis. You know, it's just this super peaceful place where we got to use free energy and technology. I don't know. Highly speculative, of course, but
Yeah, that's an interesting speculation for sure. What would the actual, if there was no possibility of deceiving anybody about anything, we'd have a crazy world, wouldn't we?
I mean, they'd probably pop up another deception, but it's just crazy.
Somehow humans would figure out how to deceive you about being deceived.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what they want, though. They want absolute confusion so that you'll be in fear. Because they know
Yeah.
what decision you'll make in fear.
the people that are whatever is against the truth, they live in the areas of ambiguity and confusion, and muddying the waters, whatever you want to say. They don't want
Right.
people to have any clarity about what is actually going on. And here we are trying to bring clarity to people, and they just want to laugh at us and mock us. But anyway, back to you, man. I'm probably going to be roboting soon.
Now you sound crystal clear.
We've been joined by Elijah from New York. Let's see if he's got a good mic today. If he wants to talk.
I wish I did, but I don't.
You do
Hey,
sound
Mike,
better.
go ahead.
Just saying, hey, I'm listening in the background.
Cool.
Good to hear you, buddy.
Yeah, just filling in my little dead air spot here. Nobody wanted to talk, so I thought I'd try to spark something up. If anybody's listening on YouTube, you actually want to discuss this subject with intellectual honesty, feel free to click that link. Join the call. Please.
Yeah, and it looks like we're joined by Sensual Goat 93.
Central Goat 93. They have the ability to speak.
I think they do. What's going on, Sensual?
Hello, Central Goat.
Just listening, guys. Sorry.
What was that?
Just listening, but
Oh, I see.
what do you want to listen to? Do you have a question?
You guys want to read something funny?
Sure.
Just my Facebook chronicles.
Go ahead.
Say again.
Go ahead. You gonna read them?
Yeah. Let me post some screenshots. See.
I'm gonna guess right now you're getting sophistry and straw man arguments from the Globe supporters, probably.
Oh, look at this. He tried to say that I didn't give him definitions and didn't answer his question, which I did. And then he said, I'm giving my own definition. And I said, no. That's you being a bigot, because I'm just using the definitions that he is like, well, you're a flat earther, so you've made a claim just by being a flat earther. I was like, yeah, that's a bigoted statement. How do you not understand that? So he's like, okay, fair enough. Because this guy is a cool guy. I mean, I've been talking to him for a couple of years, I guess. And he's a moderator in some Facebook group, but he is decent. And he does concede, so whatever. Sometimes. So but he's never rude. So he goes, well, you're using your own definitions. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm not doing. Because when you said, what definitions am I using? I said, the same definitions everyone uses. I just use definitions that define things. Like, I don't make up my own definition. And he's like, so what definition for flat pertains to the Earth? Because these motherfuckers think that we think it's a 2D closed shape plane thing. And it's like, no, that doesn't exist in reality. So obviously I'm not saying that. If you're going to just claim that I'm saying that in the face of me telling you to your face that no, that's not the definition I'm using, again, why would anybody want to put something on you that you're not claiming? So he's like, so what's the definition of it? I said in or to a horizontal position. He said, what's that got to do with the Earth? I was like, well, that's how we use it, like for navigation and even NASA sometimes. And then that's when he sent the define. Well, no, he said I guess he sent this first: define, flat, and shape. No. We had that conversation, and then he asked me that again, which is why I had to show him. Oh, okay, hold on. No, that's not it. Because the only reason I screenshotted that, and I'll read it for, I guess, the YouTubers that. So this guy by the name of Richard Bruce, he says, define flat and shape them as it pertains to your claim of being a flat earther and everything will be resolved. Bet you won't. And I quickly responded, in or to a horizontal position. He says, okay, now shape. To which at some point I said the borders or the extremities of a particular whatever. And he's like, okay. I was like, see, I never, based on the definition, not my definition, based on the definition of what a shape is, you have never in your life heard me make a claim to the shape. And he conceded. He said, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But then he goes and starts his bullshit this morning. He goes, how does he start?
Before you continue, I got to take a call, so I want to encourage somebody else to chime in when you're doing live. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I mean, you see it right there, just the typical stuff that they do.
Well, yeah, from what I'm looking at it, it's almost like he's threatening you, like you won't do it, and then also trying to get you to build the straw man for him.
I mean, all he did was say define, flat and shape. And I'm like, see, that's flat. And I said an example is Google Earth elevation profile. Yeah. The sea level, the zero value, the zero angle, the horizontal line. Yeah, that's flat. That's another synonym for that context. And he had to say, okay, fine. Then I defined shape. And I said, you see that definition? I never satisfied that definition with any claim that I've ever made. And he said, fine, fair enough. So now I said, so now this conversation becomes circular because you wake up in the morning and, you're just like, well, the bottom line is I have proof that the earth is curving. I have measurable curvature. I'm like, okay, well, explain how. He's like, well, I took I knew how far away I was from this city, and I saw the buildings and how much was missing, and I calculated the curvature. I was like, oh, then you assumed it then, because you said you were going to measure curvature, but then you just said you calculated it. And he's smart enough to go, yeah, you're right. He's smart enough to know that I got him there. So he tried to move forward by saying the horizon is geometric. Ooh. Mathematically, he specifically said that. He said, well, the horizon is geometric. Mathematically, I was like, that's a reification fallacy. So then he says, well, it is geometric. I'm like, well, now you're just baselessly asserting it When I said, well, if that's the case, then the consequence of that would be a distance measurement. That's because geometric is earth measured. So I specifically want a distance measurement, not everything other than that. And that's the first thing I started with. And here we are again a whole day later. I just don't understand. Like when you make a point, they do everything but see the point. That's the most amazing thing to me.
They refuse to see it. Goes right past them. But yeah, we've definitely all been there where we, start to have to defend, especially on Facebook. Because you can look at just about any science post or like astronomy post or, just anything. I get them all the time because I laugh at them. So if you just click on the comments to them, I mean, there's just tons of horrible debating. I don't know who some of these flat earthers are, like the ones that you can tell that are flat earthers, and the way they argue is just like, oh man, come on, dude. We don't really have to always be on this defense. Like you just be like, where's the curve? Kind of like how Elijah just said and how he got to with this Richard guy. But eventually, you could play the defense for a little while, define terms, set a level ground, and then ask the question. So I mean, it's right there where it needs to be. But yeah, how do you get them to see the point? That's sometimes the problem. Is like it goes on. They see it and they refuse to acknowledge it. But yeah, you sound lucky with ones that are like, okay, you're right, because sometimes they definitely don't get that far either. Especially on Facebook, it could go on for days because people kind of check them, at different times. But yeah, TikTok's another one, that I've just, I throw in my comments when I can. No, that's this fallacy. That's that fallacy. Where's the curve? Wake up. Nobody's here to prove a flat earth. It doesn't need proving. It's right there. It's right in front of you. Go outside. What needs proving are these ridiculous claims that have been shoved down our throats, into our minds and our eyes. Every classroom, every quote unquote smart, inspirational movie always has this hero character archetype, always has a globe with him. Yet they never showed you how to use it. Because it don't work. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
Eli, at this point, would you describe that man as a glober or an anti-flat earther?
I feel like there should be another category entered. And there are the gym pandas that are like they're lying. I don't even know anymore, honestly. I would call Danik a liar, but I've never seen Jim Panda actually. I've never felt he was smart enough to actually know what he was doing. When you have a conversation with somebody and you can tell that they're just not connecting any dots, and you're like, how the fuck is that possible? I know I'm very low, but I'm hoping you can hear me.
You sound good.
So it's like, I think this guy has just been in an echo chamber on Facebook for so long, and I don't think he really knows what he's doing. Like he'll concede to me and he'll go out whatever, he'll go off and then he'll just go back to doing the same thing. But I don't think he understands. I think he just rejects that it's really this easy because his room is full of flat earthers that don't know the argument. Full of flat earthers that say, "This is my model. Here's the Gleason map." He's had like years of debating them. Whenever I debate him and he tries to debate and he thinks, "Oh, he said there's no curvature, I'm definitely going to get him," and then I defeat his argument, he's kind of like dumbfounded as to how it seems like I'm winning the argument. Because after every argument, he says, "I can't front. You're the smartest flat earther I've ever met." And I keep telling him that's why you need to get the fuck out of this room and go elsewhere. Because being the biggest fish in the pond is never good in any scenario in life, just period.
So he's being gatekept then. So that's different to someone who knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess that's why you empathise with him and you carry on talking to him.
Yeah, because at least he's respectful, you know? Like, he just really believes that things behind the horizon is proof. I can see how that's a hard thing to overcome. You know, like, that's a really hard thing to overcome for some. For me, my question was, things are blocked. What does that mean? Other people have let people dictate to them what that means. But when I thought to question all of this, I was like, okay, well, what does seeing too far mean? And then we eventually got to the point of, well, the horizon is supposed to be geometric, and it's not. And, you know, that's just the end of that. So it's like, for me, it's like, I could see instantly that the claim that was out there has not ever been satisfied. Other people just go, well, it looks exactly like what I've always believed. That's because you've always been told what you're looking at is what you believe, which was given to you. You know, so I don't know.
A perspective drawing video on YouTube will help you work it out in about 5 seconds. The first thing they do is draw a straight horizontal line, and that's your vanishing point, and everything's scaled from that. So simple, really. It's a shame.
It is just that simple. I would agree. Essential Good, are you there?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, I was just listening, and it, since you don't have any Earth determining roles, it kind of sounds like you know about the truth. Do you believe that we're spinning on a ball?
Of course not, my friend.
Glad to hear it, man. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Didn't take me long, to be honest, once I heard the arguments. Once I heard a flat earther talk, rather than a representation by an anti-flat earther of what a flat earther has to say.
When did you come across the topic?
Thank you.
2018, late 2018, 2019.
Very nice.
Just before the Black Swan, but I was still watching videos of guys saying, basically showing the hills or different islands beyond the radius. But then when QE put it in the modus tolems, that really ended it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good one when you can see two markers and you can see the horizon behind those two markers. It's like very hard to honestly argue with. Impossible, It's been falsified.
It's amazing to think, never would have thought when I was a kid the earth would be flat after all. I always laugh about it to myself. I find this topic very interesting and most of all, very entertaining.
Oh, we're definitely on the good side, the hilarious side. See people just slipping and falling all over the place. But it's also great to kind of walk somebody through it as well. Just showing them the truth. Like a lot of us were shown here by somebody or a friend or even just coming across it yourself.
I first heard about it in about 2014, 15. And in my mind, I just hand-wave dismissed it. And I assumed that I didn't even read any article. I just heard it somehow, somewhere. And in my mind, I thought, well, that's probably just small communities in America of Amish and whatever that the media's blowing up. So I'm not going to look into that.
Well, it's fun.
And then I heard it again. And that was, I thought, oh, I've got to look into this now. Sorry, man.
No, I was just thinking, did they teach you early in elementary school that, it was kind of laughable? Like, oh, Columbus thought he was going to, they all thought he was going to fall off the edge of the flat earth because they all thought it was flat. But he proved that it was a ball after all, Were you taught that?
I'll be honest, I live in England, and the teachers here were ladies in their 40s, a lot of them, or men in their 40s, and you could tell it as a kid when they were comfortable with the information that they were distributing. And when it came to globe and flat earth, I could tell even then the teacher, she didn't ridicule flat earth. She was quite uncomfortable teaching the subject.
Oh, interesting.
She wasn't confident. So I kind of left hazy, but okay, I'm on a globe, and the textbook says I'm on a globe. And then you get to Star Wars, and then it's all reified, and then you're on your way.
Right. The propaganda surrounds us anyway. But yeah, you mentioned that uncomfortableness. Because as an educator myself, like, I mean, luckily I don't have to teach the globe. In fact, I teach drafting and perspective, the laws of perspective in architecture. So, you know, I get to stick on reality and objective reality. But yeah, you know, I can imagine an elementary school teacher if they kind of knew deep in their heart what the truth was, or even was questionable about it themselves. Sorry. Still a little bit under the weather.
And I'm sure now and then you found places to drop little hints.
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, that's honestly why I wanted to become a professor, because I already knew about flat Earth and the truth before that position, and when I saw that it opened up, I go, what a better opportunity to get those minds right out of high school and give them some truth in the best way that I can. And it's like you said, it starts with a straight line.
5'8".
There's a horizon.
Kareem? Okay.
But I do find that interesting, because it's like maybe that elementary school teacher was like, maybe she helped you, you know? She kind of did it on purpose, subconsciously even, so that one day you guys wouldn't be fooled. Because even some of the questions I have to answer, you know, about evolution or all this stuff, I'm quite honest. I go, where's the proof of it? You know, and I can explain, you know, sort of the rebuttals, things like that. I see a lot of the mind virus, a lot of people who think that they're 99% here, which to me, 100% is you know, 99% is just you don't know. Know how matter close it is to 100%. So I definitely get that a lot in the university level. But in architecture, you have to know, right? It must be artful, meaningful, yet still sustain someone's life. In America, it's mostly money. And architecture's, you know, surrounded by money and profit. I'd say probably a little different in England. But it, you know, the American way seems to be creeping everywhere. At least on its views of art. But I digress.
Hi there. Morning. Was there a question on the table, or just were you guys just talking about architecture or something?
No, there wasn't really a question. We were talking a little bit about Elijah's encounter on Facebook, and then Central Goat was kind of new, so I was just kind of asking him if he was a flat earther or not, and he seems to be on the right side.
How about on the left side?
I'm not sure. I haven't asked about that one.
Hey, it's on the right. You must have a left, no?
Must.
And a bit in the middle.
Yeah, there must be a middle too. If it's on the right. Yes, just messing with you.
Nah. How you been, Chimsy?
Doing okay. Doing all right. Everything is okay. I can't complain at the moment. If I find something to complain about, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I just had an allergy fever, what they call it down here in South Texas. Awful. Basically, when a bunch of mold comes in, my senses. But can't complain otherwise.
Once I gave a baller a flyer for flat Earth, and well, it was just a guy at work, and he came up to me after reading it, and he said, "Hold on a minute." He goes, "I've got a brother in Australia. Are you trying to tell me he's upside down?" And it reminded me of what Nathan said recently, where he said, "You can prepare yourself with 1,000,001 different arguments in your mind, but nothing can prepare you for what the numpty in front of you is going to say, like the curveball they're going to throw at you." And so when him asking me if I think his brother's upside down completely threw me, and I was just as confused as he was. And I had to recompose myself and say, "No, mate, he's not upside down."
But TV said so. TV says and shows that people down under, they're kind of like upside down. You never seen that on TV? And some people do believe that. No, but that's good that he brought it up, like, kind of like you never thought about it logically. Well, maybe you did, but maybe you didn't. But then with the questioning and the framing of questionings and words, you were able to kind of frame it that even though maybe you thought you were upside down, you thought you're thinking about it, and you're like, you know what? I don't think I'm upside down. Which is kind of like a logical conclusion that you came to based on, I don't know, your experience, your senses, logic, derived on that. Yeah, so thinking about it, which is good. Huh. Driving a car, you haven't been thinking about it. Now you're thinking about it and you're driving. So yeah, grab the wheel, bro. Grab the steering wheel. Been sleeping at the wheel such a long time.
Have you heard any other hilarious claims by the ballers recently?
What was that, mate?
Do you know Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve?
Beyond the imaginary curve. That's a video, right?
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel.
Dell.
You do.
He's speaking about Dell.
Yeah, has Del dropped the old Earth Rising Up? Has he finally dropped that yet?
That I know
No
of.
one know.
But you wanted to hear a hilarious claim from a baller. So there's an Australian named Dogs Are Gods. Do you know who he is? He's a Glober crazy nutcase. He said that geodetic surveying reduces the measurements to an oblate spheroid to remove the spherical excess. Yeah. So they project the measurements onto the sphere to remove the sphere. Yeah, it's crazy. So that's the most insane thing I've heard in a week, or longer maybe.
That was a good one. There's a couple that came from him, because my favorite one was when he goes, "The hypothesis isn't needed for the scientific method."
Ugh, that guy.
Like, what are you on, man? I know it wasn't, dogs per cats, but there was another guy who was like claiming that he balanced an egg on the equator. What was that about? But yeah, we hear it all.
I also have one. Yeah, that reminded me of one. They have a line where they say the equator is, and like it's the video's like it's hard to walk on it, and you'll tip over if you lean one way or the other because of the difference in rotation. Dude, it's dumb as shit.
More like, what haven't they said?
Does he provide all those jokes free of charge as well?
So
Yeah, I don't charge you anything. I do it for free.
He said jokes, man. Anyway,
Hey, not funny.
Your comedy is deadpan comedy. It's funny because it's so funny. But I'm gonna play Dogs Are Gods. So it's only a couple. I don't know. It's 30 seconds or something.
Go on.
Yeah, they did these measurements in the field, and then after they did the measurements, they would apply like mathematical formulas to average out the numbers, which would then remove some of the spherical excess, which is why some of the measurements don't have spherical excess. And then they would then apply that Clark spheroid model to it to do that calculation to remove the spherical excess after the initial measurements.
Where was the geographical location of this place? Of this?
Yeah. So you heard that right. So they use a sphere to remove the sphere. Can't make this shit up, people. And I don't think Dell's off the upward accelerating thing, but there's a flaw in it. Flaw is if I take a bottle and I insert a bubble in it and I throw the bottle, whatever direction the bottle's going, the bubble is going to press against the inside, right?
right? So if the Earth is accelerating up, the bubble should go all the way to the bottom and be held to the bottom as the Earth is pushing the bottle up. That don't happen if I stick a bubble in a bottle. The bubble floats to the top. So there's a big flaw in his reasoning. Well, yeah, he didn't think of one scenario where he only thought of, the bubble floats, but if I drop the bottle of water, then the bubble falls with the bottle in the water. So that's just like it not being in motion, so the Earth must be crashing into the bottle. If the Earth was crashing into the bottle, the bubble would go all the way to the bottom. That's not happening, though, so whatever.
It's amazing what space-time can do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people are so fixated on this gravity thing. I don't think it has anything to do with anything about anything. It has nothing to do with the globe, even though that's what they teach kids. I don't think it even predicts. It's actually watching something. It doesn't even predict the sphere. It doesn't predict a freaking oblate sphere. It doesn't predict any of that shit. So why we argue about it all the time is beyond me. It's like something that sounds good. Now it's a myth, right? So there's a bunch of balls because they all get pulled to the center and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, okay. So show me the math where that happens. And they can't. I've asked plenty of Glovers. Okay, show me the math that predicts that that's what would happen with Newtonian gravity or general relativity. Take your pick. And no one can. They just say it. It's just something they say and that they've all been saying for so long that they can't stop saying it.
Did you miss earlier, India?
Yeah, probably.
This kid was spiraling.
Shocking.
And I took it, right? I took over in one of my classic, you shut the fuck up, and you flat earthers also shut the fuck up moments. He's going to try to get away with crying about not being able to talk for an hour. And flat earthers was just going to let him do that. And I was like, nah. I was like, you got so much to say. You and I alone are going to talk for 30 minutes. I'm not going to interrupt you once. And you better not interrupt me once. That being the case, since you feel like you couldn't get out what you had to say, go ahead, floor is yours. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm saying, like, you guys wouldn't let me speak. You wouldn't let me speak. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for one of you to interrupt. And I was like, I fight for God. I swear to God, if one of you flat earthers come off mute. And he was like, well, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. I was like, so you interrupted somebody to say something, but you forgot what you wanted to. I said, look, we got 30 minutes, bro. Take your time. Look, I cursed out the flat earthers. It's not just you. No need to be intimidated. Just go ahead and do your thing. We'll wait. He muted and left.
What was his name?
He went into the, I don't even remember. He went into the lobby and started, he probably still in the lobby crying.
Was he new? Was he a new guy? Or was he, do you know?
I think so. Is Mickey in here? Who was in here that was here for that conversation?
Here, I'll try and find him in voice log or something.
It was funny as hell though, because he's crying about not being able to speak. And then I gave him the floor to speak. And he was like, now I don't have anything to say. Get the fuck out of here. Get out. Right now.
You know, that's the third. That's happened 3 times in like 48 hours now. Twice in the lobby and twice in here now. It must be like their new little thing. To come in here and complain they're being censored. You're breaking up.
It's Troy. Yeah, Troy Lee is the guy's name.
Troy? Okay, let me see. Yeah, that's must be their new a new trick they had to pull out of the bag, man. It's complain about being censored.
And it shows you how under mind control they are, because based on the numbers that come in here and say the same thing, you're like, damn, that many people know how to parrot something on YouTube? Jeez. But none of you know how to actually look past the first page or the headline? Jeez. Like, you know?
Oh, he like literally entered. He entered the server and started that. Well, he entered the server. He's been here since January 29th to 2023, but he never posted anything. So came in yesterday. Let's see when this count was. And the first thing he's ever posted in the server was, next time learn to be able to have a conversation. Y'all have it all figured out. It's embarrassing. Most of y'all don't have very good communication skills. I didn't freak out. It's y'all who did. Yeah, I was fine. But it looked like 5 of y'all to talk to me, learn something. Anyways, I pray to God you guys are saving lives. It seems like y'all are trying to feed your guys' egos. Oh, my God, dude. Whatever, man. And it's just on and on and on.
Yeah, I think he was claiming to be some kind of flat earther.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is the 4th guy in 48 hours to do this. Another guy came, like it was 2 days ago. He was the first one I noticed. Comes in, says, y'all never let me talk, yada, yada, yada. You guys just do this. You've been doing, I look, and he's been here for 2 years, and he had, what was it? 40-something posts in 2 years. It was 37 posts in 2 years. So that averages to like 1 post per month. I look at my DMs. He never complained in my DMs. And we had someone the next day come in the lobby, do the same thing. Say, fucking something about, he was insinuating that like we're bashing on other flat earthers. And I look at his account. He's just created it. And another one did the same thing. And now we got this guy. So obviously it's like their new thing. This is like the new gaslight. We'll go in there and we'll complain that we get censored and that it's an echo chamber and yada, yada. Dude, it's not going to work because you know why? Because we don't, well, at least I don't know about everybody else. I don't care what you say. You're literally in the echo chamber complaining about being in an echo chamber, which makes it not an echo chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for the Troy, and he came in with this like sort of biblical approach, saying that like he was trying to agree with a portion here. You know what I mean? Trying to get that in.
Yeah, that's a component of it. They'll come in, they'll say they're biblical flat earthers, and we're doing all this, that, and the other wrong, and complain.
Right.
Like they literally just come in the server with that shtick, and then leave. It's really strange. They've actually been doing it for a long time, but now a whole bunch in a row in like a very short period of time. So it makes me suspicious.
Yeah, they have this whole, but isn't the Bible the best way to prove flat Earth? Yeah, I'm getting tired of these people too, man.
Or shouldn't you be teaching Jesus? Why are you wasting your time on flat Earth? Shouldn't you be talking about the gospel? That's the other one. Flat Earth is not important to Jesus. You should be teaching the gospel. Yeah, great. fucking atheist NASA fanboys. Like, yeah, that's going to go over well. Yeah, I'm an atheist. I'm wearing a fedora and we're going to space. Oh, have you heard the gospel? No, I haven't heard the gospel. What's the gospel? Oh, it's, you know, it's the words of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I'll just drop my atheism. And space is fake, and now I'm a flat earther just because you said the gospel. Like, come on, dude. These people are just so dumb, man.
Literally made me laugh out loud to myself.
Yo. Dude, like, these people are so clueless, man. Look, man, people that are atheists or, like, against that, you're not bringing them to the gospel. God is. And only divine revelation is going to bring them there, not your freaking words. You just have to be the messenger that they needed at that time. You're not going to be the one, dude. Like, this is a common thing, right? The story of Moses is like, nobody ever learns, man, the lessons, right? What was the issue of Moses? Moses said that he parted the Red Sea. Right? Not God. He didn't give credit to God for parting the Red Sea. He said that he did it. So his ego eventually got in the way. So people were like, I saved that person. You didn't save nobody. You were just a conduit through which God worked. That's why I don't think these people that come in here with this, they're actually even Christians. They're just manipulators, and they're trying to pull some whatever, man. I don't even know.
I don't know, man. All that matters is if you know God and He's in your heart.
Exactly, and you're not going to put them in somebody else's heart. Okay, so
I heard tried last night.
I didn't say, like, seriously, I didn't say don't try, because you never know if a person's ready to receive that. But the point is that it's God's divine providence that's going to make it happen, not your, I stopped talking about flat earth and now I just talk about the gospel. It's not like doing like something like, if I try a bunch of times, then it's going to work. It's not that type of deal, man. You have to, like, I don't want to get all religious. You got to be like,
Well, no, yeah, I connected with him in like very intimately, just make him realize like he is me and what I went through. And like we have very similar lives. We've gone through a lot of very nonstop trauma we'd have to get over. And
are you talking about a twin and what's
talking about a housemate?
Huh. Interesting. I can relate to the trauma, like in life.
Oh, everyone does. Yeah, only through trauma will you find spiritual enlightenment, I feel.
Yeah. And isn't it that, hey, good morning, everybody, by the way. It's good to be on here every day and see all of you people. Like, I can't see your bright, shining faces, but I know they're there.
Very sweet.
Good day, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. I'm working in a coal mine right now, Sonny. You're wrong.
You're working in a coal mine right now? Well, life seems, what? Life could literally feel like you are, and I've been in that coal mine before, but yeah.
Well, I mean, when you're in a coal mine, your face is neither bright nor shiny.
Well, it might be shiny, but not the way you think.
Yeah.
Not the way you might normally.
Maybe if you're like a reptilian.
So I'm working on a song for someone for their channel, and that's exciting for me. Just news to stay current. So I'm working on that. It's good to. I feel honored to have somebody ask me to do something, and literally, I almost need somebody's like motivation like they have to get me motivated. Like when I know somebody needs something done and I know how to do it and I'm the one to do it, then I get started on it.
No, it feels good to help people.
Otherwise I'm really just kind of like flailing around sometimes. I mean, I always have lots to do because I'm very active minded. Like I get up and I immediately see things that need to be cleaned, need to be fixed, and like there's never nothing to do. I'm never really bored unless I'm just forgetting to do or refusing to do the things I know I need to do to get done so I can stay efficient, like viable, like in my own life to participate in my own life. Yeah.
I can only maintain that if I keep taking Adderall.
You can only what? Maintain that if you take an Adderall?
Okay, let's not talk about illegal drug use on fucking stream, please.
It's illegal drug use. It's a prescription that you get prescribed by a doctor.
That's okay. So I get
it is. That doesn't mean you're getting a prescription.
How would
I
you know?
get it.
Because the way you talked about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stop talking.
People that just take medication, I'm like, oh man, I can't get through the day unless I take my penicillin. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like nobody talks about their scripts like that.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying, in order for me to be a constant vigilant person of being productive and stuff like that,
I mean, it takes
Adderall really helps with that.
It takes
because diabetes.
I don't know how that got.
In high school, I gave my high school football team all Adderall, and they won state champions.
Better living through never mind. I'm not even gonna say. Oh, better living through better chemistry. That's safe, I think.
Yep.
Anyway.
You want flies? Play that if you want.
Good, man. 90 degrees. We're gonna be.
You have work?
Nice day.
Do you have work?
Yeah, a little bit. About to
Does anybody know of a good like in-ear wired headset? Like I have a Bluetooth, but I don't like it. I'd rather have something wired like that. It's like I can maybe have it.
any wired headset.
Yeah, I just need to find it.
I currently have a Corsair headset, either HS45s or HS60s.
Yeah, but see, I need to be on my bicycle. Like I need to be doing that. It needs to be an active setup. Elijah knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, that's different.
You mean headphones? You don't mean headset. You mean headphones because headset is the one that goes over your head.
Yeah, but
and you have like an extended microphone. That's a that's a headset.
Yeah, as long as it's not going around my head. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, it could be one that goes around your head. And specifically, that's what I'm going to recommend.
One that goes around your head, because I usually I don't normally wear a helmet lately, but do you wear a helmet? Like I've just been wearing a ball cap, but I don't want it to, like I have a lot of hair and that freaking is a problem.
Yeah,
I mean, I can tie it in a ponytail. That's the best, but hair is a fucking.
I don't know how you're gonna.
I'll figure it out.
I don't know how you're gonna get.
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
mean, I don't know. He'd asked me a question and then was like, well, fuck your answer. And then at the end of that, he's like, I'll figure it out. Okay.
No, I didn't mean it to go that way. Can we start
I was on my
over?
go kart.
man?
I was on my headset, and it didn't work out too well. Trying to listen to my music while driving a go kart, it would fall off.
Elijah, a part of it is you're back at half volume again, and I have you up to 200, and I'm having difficulty understanding you still. Not because of what the way you're speaking, because of the volume itself. When I have you to 200, and I'm having difficulty understanding all your words.
Well, can you hear me when you're not talking?
Yes, thanks.
That's probably what it is.
You're probably right.
You're still very quiet, though. If you're quiet for us, you're going to be quiet for the stream.
I know, but I'm giving him advice, not trying to come in.
You're right, man. I can be a little impetuous, and I need to stay off the mic sometimes.
All you need is a headset, a gaming headset with the wind buffer. Not that complicated. Everybody loved me when I was wearing that,
Yeah.
and it was Bluetooth.
See, I'm taking that advice. I like that.
Must be a good headset, because... Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the windscreen is going to be the only thing that works for what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd make a big difference. Eventually, I want to get a good camera that I can take with me and go on rides. Take y'all with me.
Hey, whatever you do, Sonny, don't take Elijah's headset advice, okay? Whatever you do.
Of course, I'm going to take his advice. Shut up, Jamesy.
Elijah's mic is always messing up, bro. Come on, what do you think he's advice? Maybe because he has experience, but so success, that's another story.
Well, we'll have to see. Time will tell.
It failed quite a bit on me. I'm trying to drive around in a go-kart with a headset.
Well, that's a poisoning in the well fallacy. You might be joking, but if you actually want to rebut what I said, tell me what headphones would be better for someone who's riding a bike in the wind, other than a gaming headset with an actual windshield. You tell me what's a better mic.
Hey, that sounds like a good recommendation. Is that what you're using right now, sir?
I'll tell you what kind, Elijah. I got fuck are these? They're JBL Sport wireless. They have an external mic, so like you can hear. It's what do you call it? It's like it's called a Be Aware feature. So the microphone in it will pick up sound outside and feed it into your ear, so you can't like be snuck up on, and so you can hear cars and all that stuff.
Kind of like a side tone. That's cool.
No, it's like say you're running at night, right? And you got headphones in your ears. It's hard to hear. You can hit this feature, and it'll turn the microphone. What the microphone picks up, it'll feed into your earpiece, so that you can hear shit around you.
That's really useful. That's dope.
Yeah, but the issue is keeping wind out, because those mics also kind of like cut the communication when they think like a lot of outside noise is coming in. They'll block your voice out.
Well, in New York City, listen, I wouldn't recommend using them in New York City, man. That would be too loud.
I think what Elijah said, if you have a windshield, then that's why people build windshields.
The wind will be too loud. The city will be too loud, man. You'll need a freaking hearing aid in like 3 months. That would be too much, because it really amplifies sound. I've used it at night. I can hear people talking like a quarter, maybe 10 to 2/10 of a mile away.
I think this is kind of.
Wait, tell me what headphones are those, Indy? I want to hear that too.
They're called. I can hear you talking, Jamesy. I heard you talking in these from here.
You guys all talk a lot. You guys all talk too much. Anyway, so I put a link in the live stream. I think that's a good one.
Sonny, you're hot micing.
It's $160. Shut the fuck up.
Well, he's Sonny. That's Sonny. That's his name. Sonny. Gotta be hot.
That looks like a pretty good one. Like something like that.
It's Sonny giving us his referral link.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty good mic. There it goes, light. That's a mic though, not a headset. It'll play stuff
No,
for
you
you.
don't need any of that. You don't
It's
need
external.
any of
It goes into the ear and it has a mic, so it just.
Hey, will you guys listen to Elijah? This is turning kind of racist right now. Listen to Elijah. Come on.
Kind of hard to hear him,
But you guys
honestly.
recommending everything Sonny doesn't need, and he's considering it, and it's a waste of his mental energy. And I'm telling him exactly the mic he needs, because the Xbox gaming headset that I bought just specifically so you guys would shut the fuck up was the most. You guys loved it, and you loved it until I lost those headphones. So I'm just telling you what I know.
Yep.
If you guys aren't fucking riding around on motorcycles or running in the wind and talking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I do.
Hey,
Sonny,
Elijah.
you need a gaming headset, because it's the only mic I know that's gonna come with the mouthpiece and the windshield.
Originally, I had a Bluetooth one. That was the whole thing. It had the mic and the two earpieces.
Sonny, before you go 3 minutes talking, I wanted to comment on Elijah's comment.
You're fucking hot micing, Chumsy. Anyway.
Yeah, Elijah, you said that you lost. Elijah, you said that you lost your headphones, but you live in New York. Stuff doesn't get lost there, bro. Come on, stop it.
Really? It only gets stolen. That's racist, right?
Pretty much.
I never said that.
Anyway, shut up, Jamesy. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, I had one that was a Bluetooth, but the whole setup was like wired together. So my earpiece and my mouthpiece were right there. And that was, separate from the phone. So I like that. Like, I kind of like that. I don't like having the Bluetooth. Yeah, so I'm looking up that information, Eli, right now. The Xbox gaming headset. Let's see. I got it right here. That looks similar to the one I already have. Like,
Sonny, can you post the link and stop talking so much, please? Because I want to look at it.
Jamesy. You know what? I'm upholding up the fort with Helio when you're not here, though, Jamesy. I'll tell you that much. As much as I can stand it. Just joking, Helio. He's probably freaking listening.
Dude, I found some headphones which should not exist. They're $950.
Holy crap.
Dyson Zone headphones with air purification. Because, you got to have an air purifier when you're listening to stuff.
This looks similar.
I'm interested. Where is it? I'm interested. Post the link in the
I did in the chat, man. Fucking some crackhead shit right there. Anyone that buys that, like, you shouldn't have money. Like, you are not competent to own money. Like, you should just give that up.
You're confident to own money.
No, you're not, man.
All your money, give all your money to me. You can send it to my PayPal.
Look, if you pay $1,000 for headphones with basically a fan attached to it, like you should not own money. That's $1,000. Like, dude, like legit. They don't sound $1,000 good, and there's no way it's $1,000 fan. So,
What about the people that made it? What do we do with them?
It's Dyson, so they just like sell high priced garbage. I made a Dyson vacuum. Look, it's got a roller ball on it. It's so much better than a regular vacuum. No, like you just made it look cool. Anyway,
Indio, but it has a 4.5 out of 5 in 11 reviews. You saying that your word is heavier than 11 other people?
That's 11 suckers, dude. Think about it. Those 11. That's like $12,000 or $11,000 they made.
Yeah, that's not
For headphones, man. For 11 people buying headphones.
I already have one. I already have one that's almost just like the image I posted. It's almost just like that. And I'm wondering if the one Eli has. I see several that are.
Me and Elijah are starting a company, dude. Me and Elijah, we're starting a company, bro.
Xbox over here.
Because listen, man, there's just like problems you have in the city, and that products are not made like
for the city.
Right? So you drive a car, you don't count. But people that are actually like, mobile on their feet. So, like headphones that are designed for like riding bikes in the city, running around, because you have the problem with traffic and like you got to hear You got to be out here all the time, dude. It's dangerous, like seriously dangerous to be killed.
Yeah, it's part of your survival on the bike is listening. You have to be able to hear.
And like backpacks, they're just not made for like for the city. Like they're either made for like, you know, school or going in the woods. But like
backpacks are made to destroy children's backs, and then when they turn old, they say, "Oh, my back is broken." Oh yeah,
they just don't design them right to hold like the right amount of shit or like
and to support it.
I don't need a laptop bag. Like I just don't. Like I don't need a laptop. Like dude, it's like impossible to get a backpack that does like all the things you want it to do and doesn't have useless extra features. So we're going to make city gear, shit that's just designed for the city. Right, Elijah? You're in?
I am definitely in, and that sounds like a super niche like product that actually blow up.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually.
No.
So what do you? So where do you fill up your tire if you pop a tire, Elijah?
A bike shop. Like my bike that I have, they have a base where you rent or you own, so I could just go get mine fixed there.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to get this done because we gotta buy a new headphones.
Make sure you buy wired headphones and not Bluetooth.
Yeah, I'm getting some ideas. I just have to get more sturdy stand for the holder for the phone itself.
City gear, you know. Look, Lloyd says city gear. That's a
a concept. We can't use that as a name. I'm sure that someone must have.
That's probably taken already.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
I've thought about that with actually holders that would clip onto or clamp onto regular kind of equipment on a bicycle, like like racks and things like that. So a rack system that you could just snap it on and have all the holding area that you need for specific items. Like
a board that does that. They do that with motorcycles.
Grocery shopping, I would put 2 bags on the sides or something like that, or a big basket on the back, you know. And like, so all those kind of ideas, like I've thought of those because it's really lacking. Like if I need equipment for my bike, I literally have to design and build it myself because none of it's strong enough. I've broken every single thing. I tried to do a basket in front. I tried to do a suspended backpack in front, which is actually a really great idea. Just to be able to slip a backpack on and it's just sitting there riding up there in front and the weight is on the right place, you know? So all those types of things, shit.
Dude. See, that's what I'm talking about. Got to solve those problems. Those are the problems that I'm talking about.
Yes.
Like the ability to transport shit. Like
exactly.
They're just unique problems for like people that live in an urban area and don't drive.
It's terrible.
It's just there's just certain things that are just a pain in the ass.
Like I literally have 3 or 4 different hand carts for different things. It's ridiculous. But the bicycle, like
I've seen like tow carts people have attached to their bike. I remember there was a woman that had one, a little teeny small one. But I mean small, like it's not like a U-Haul.
No,
right?
I have a trailer. I have a single trailer.
Yeah, a trailer.
Yeah, I use that for camping and I ride like as far as 20 miles away so far. I've done like a 60-mile ride with my
trailer.
All my camping gear. It's a single track, so I can go on anything that I can get my bike through. So a trail will do. I can go anywhere with all my shit. It's great. But I need a recharging ability so that way I don't have to stop and come back or go somewhere and wait. So there's a situation with the quality of the battery and how fast it charges. So I need probably a better battery. Solar.
You need ultra capacitors. You need capacitors instead of just batteries.
I knew how to design those to.
You just buy them. I mean, obviously that might be expensive, but
you don't have to design anything, dude. There's Chinese people to do that.
Yeah, they already have that, and actually, those Arduino circuits. Thought of using different things because I want to be able to charge like with maybe mini generators on the wheels, like even in the old days. You know, you used to have those little things clipped on there while I'm riding, it'd be charging the whole time. Or
there might be enough surface on the bicycle that you can attach maybe enough. I don't know, maybe solar panels that might at least charge some type of battery.
You don't have regenerative
while
braking?
the battery is just sitting there.
Solar panels are really sensitive.
You don't have regenerative braking, Sonny?
What's that?
Regenerative braking, when you brake, it recharges the battery?
Yeah, mine doesn't do that, but I could probably build it or something.
Yeah, it's some pretty cool technology.
So, Andy, not only do you want regenerative braking, you want to make power while you're pedaling. Yeah. I mean, all that shit can be engineered. It's not impossible.
Wow.
Thing is, come up with a way to make it like turnkey so you can just like attach it to your bike.
Yeah, the dynamos like we had in the old days. On the old Schwinns, you would have these little generator things for your lights, just like that. Those things, and then
but weren't they like a little wheel that like rode against your wheel, your tire?
That's one thing I don't like. Yeah, but
I don't like those either. Those are very
anything friction on the wheels. That's one thing I don't like. But there might be other ways. Even wind. Think about that. You're riding, and the wind that you're moving a fan.
I'd say you have to make a hub, right? You'd have to engineer like it takes some pretty clever engineers. So you make a hub that's like universal, or even like what do you call it? The wheel itself, right? A universal wheel that has all the shit built into it.
Yes, exactly. So I'm sure they're getting up there with that kind of technology. I mean, it's pretty incredible. I put
I'll be back.
This motor that's on the front is a big hub. Like it's probably like almost 10 inches wide diameter on my front wheel. That's where my motor is. And I put this bike through the test, man. Like,
what you can do?
I freaking rolled it over, literally head over heels twice. So I don't ride down those hills anymore. I walk them. I can't afford to do that. I didn't get hurt either time, though.
I want to modify a car alternator to make it be the motor for a bicycle one time. I saw YouTube videos of people doing that.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy. If I did something like that, I would have it be like a trike or something, maybe. So it's lower. You could do it. It could be done easily. I've thought of building vehicles that have 4 bicycle wheels, and like as fast as my bike goes, if you have something that's more stable with the right kind of suspension for the basket where you're sitting, that thing could fly down the road. Like literally, you could make 100 mile an hour bicycle.
I'm in Minneapolis, and everyone obsesses about bicycles here.
I mean, like if there was 4 motors, I have 48 volt, 1200 watt motor. If I had 4 of those, and I already can beat Lamborghinis and Ferrari off the line, and the Teslas too. Actually, the electric cars.
Now, where exactly is like the motor relative
the motor's
to
on the front wheel?
Is it part of the front wheel?
It is part of the front wheel. It's built into the front wheel. Yeah.
So like in the hub.
Yeah, it's a hub. It's like having a motorcycle, old-fashioned motorcycle bike, like front wheel. Yeah, it's a thin wheel. It's a 700C. I don't know if you know. There's 700.
I had an idea a long time ago on how to make an electric motor that's part of the wheel, but it's not. Yeah. It's not the hub. It is the wheel.
This is the hub, and the spokes go into it. So because the hub is so large in diameter, the shorter, more sturdy spokes are in the wheel. I could take a picture of it for you. I think I have one somewhere.
You ever think about how, like, if the internet were to get taken down, it would, like, save humanity?
Well, you'd have to actually go out and talk to people then. You'd be forced to.
Yeah.
That would break this.
You know, half the world is not using the internet, man.
Half the world's not? Yeah, I could agree.
Yeah, they're not using the internet. They're freaking barely even eating. I don't have time for the internet.
That's what they're talking about.
The thing is,
how much rice
good? What's best for us is best for the rest of the world. And us, I mean America, we aren't really being good to ourselves lately.
Yeah, let me show you this motor. It's all dirty right now. I should clean that.
Have you seen those VTOL single man flying ships that they built?
What, the old fashioned kind?
No, where it's got 4 fan blades like a drone, and a person's just in the middle of it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then they also have like a submarine that's in like a shape of like a dolphin. It's like a fighter jet underwater.
Well, if I was going to be flying now, I'd have something with wings and a motor, or at least like I don't even really like the idea of a pair of paragliders because I don't know, man.
I want to get a glider. That would be so cool.
A glider, a solar powered, like
just get like towed out like way high up and just coast. Get caught in an updraft and have the wind take you back up to like 30,000 feet or something. I don't think they go that high, actually. No way. You ever hear about when the airports were reporting seeing a man in a jetpack, like flying around at like 30,000 feet? Is anybody still here?
I was just a couple of feet away taking a picture of my motor on the bike. I'll send it to the live stream. Oh, shit, I could just do that right from the phone here. That's kind of a trip. Just a moment, please. This moment of silence powered by the non-existent globe Earth.
This moment of silence is brought to you by Costco. Costco, we love you.
Yeah, that thing does look more sturdy than the lunar lander, doesn't it? Look at that. All that bouncing. Holy crap. That's more of what it would be like when it landed on anything like a rock. They're going to convince us that's what that guy was saying. They're going to try to convince us that This thing going 17,500 miles an hour is just going to like, and be able to land on a rock flying in outer space.
What are you talking about? What are you like sharing it or what?
No, I'm just talking shit.
What is he flying? What do you mean?
The lunar lander. Like the Apollo missions.
I can't hear you now.
You can't hear me? Hello?
Suddenly just got really quiet.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
I can hear you.
All right, guess I have to be closer. Oh, I know what happened. I turned the mic down. How's that? Yeah. Better?
I think Discord's just being gay to me. Wait, let me see if I was going to turn you up.
Check. Hold on. People are going to get pissed.
But yeah, I can hear it.
Check. Green and blue on my side. That's a good one. Not any red. We got some May gray going on. All gray overcast.
I'll let in a little bit.
You know, it's an interesting thought. You know how flat, like the Bolivian salt flats are and all those, and Bonneville and all these other places, you know, where their salt flats are. Think about the oceans underneath, like if you were able to like stand on the abyssal plains into the ocean, those ones are so much more larger. Started using a VPN for my phone. Anyone else use a VPN on their mobile? Off topic. Yeah, that took long enough. Sorry about that. Now you're all just waiting with bated breath. Now I have a big old gaming headset with a mic. It's got a USB for I guess noise canceling. So I could probably just plug that into my bike battery where I have a port, USB port for charging. What say you?
Why use a gaming headset? I don't get it. Why would you use a gaming headset?
That's what Eli was talking about. When I looked at the images of what he's talking about, they look almost just like what I already have. It's like but yeah, that's not going to work. I can't have a headset on because I got to be able to hear out of one ear. That is the issue. Too bulky.
The issue is that the headset that you want doesn't already exist, and it should. So I'm gonna make it.
That is the point. Yes. Yeah, you are correct. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting being pulled. Like the reason I went with the front wheel motor is because I knew I was going to be carrying a trailer at times. And if you break down and your rear is where your motor is in the rear wheel, you have to disassemble everything. But with it on the front, I could just take that front wheel off, leave everything as it is. It's just easier. Yeah, I can do 20 miles an hour uphill. It's pretty freaking great.
Don't fall off, man. You get fucked up.
No kidding. No. Well, coming downhill, I've done as fast as 32 miles an hour, but usually the fastest I actually really go is like 24. Yeah, you definitely don't want to fall off a bicycle going even more than 10 miles an hour or even a couple miles an hour. Yeah. No, I've never fallen. Only when I first learned how to ride, when I smashed my face and slid along the concrete on my face. Yeah, that wasn't very fun. That's the last time I fell. Well, actually, like I said, I fell when I rolled over going down these steep hills with gravel. I rolled twice. I rolled the bike head over heels twice. I did that and I didn't get hurt. So I walk down those hills now.
Wait, I leave and everything gets quiet? Come on, guys. Come on, man.
Wait, shit, my mic's unmuted? No one told me?
Well, even if it wasn't muted, there was no voice or sound coming from your mic.
Really?
So
Wow, really? That's amazing. Let me turn it up just a little bit more then. Let's see what happens.
no, just now I can hear you. Before you say, "Oh, my mic wasn't muted," whatever. Well, I couldn't
Can you
hear
hear the
anything
engines
you
in the
were saying.
background?
No, nothing in the background. Only your voice. That's it.
I don't know how it's doing that. That's pretty cool.
Sometimes some headsets have noise cancellation, and then the Discord app has noise cancellation as well. So a combination of that can work pretty well.
Like I can't even hear myself when I'm revving up the engine. When I'm
You're
speaking.
revving an engine, and we can't even hear it.
Wow, that's amazing there. I didn't think it was that good. Because usually if I had it off, I could literally play it, and people in game would hear it, hear my music I'd be playing, and it would sound good too. I would put one part of the headphones off my head. I mean, the game volume right now, the master volume's only set to like 50% right now. Still, it's still very loud. Not very loud, but... And I'll also remove the exhaust system completely from the vehicle. So yeah. Like there's no manifold on it or nothing. It's just the engine. There's no exhaust system.
Just trying to get. I was taking some photos of the cat, and the sun was shining through the roof.
It would be nice if I could stream in here though. In this
In a
particular
different
channel.
room, not this one. There's multiple rooms in here that you could use for that kind of stuff. So.
Puppy, I needed it. My belly was hurting because I needed to. After it's finished, I needed to do it again.
Great. Well done. Good job. Go ahead and get it done. Yeah.
I forgot it's so.
So a reflected surface could look like a light, but does that mean it is a light? Can light be shining on it or through it, giving it the looks? Visually, that it looks like a light? But is it? And yes, I did try to clean the mirror, but the sun shining on it showed that my mirror shining skills are not perfect.
Is that just the reflection of the mirror, Jimsy?
Yes, it is.
Nice. No, every time you post those, it makes me rethink of like the moon. It reminds me so much of the moon, even though it probably doesn't work that way, but
So you could have an image of light being reflected on a surface or a medium, right? But I think the moon itself is more specific than just lights in the sky. It looks like a reflection of light on one of the surface above. What part of the layers is reflecting and we're looking at? That's a good question. I don't really know, but it could be the layers between the sun and the moon. Could be something like that, right? But it's a reflection of light.
right.
Where it's having that inverse effect where light can cast a shadow, even though it's a light, but still to your visual, it's like you have an angle that you see in the light and another angle. The light is shining through, but your vision is at an angle that you don't see the light completely, or you see as darkness because it's shining on that side, but not to your angle of vision. And then when you have the dimmer light and the brighter light, one in front of each other, for your visual, you see one of those lights as complete black. You don't see both lights.
Right.
You see one light and the other one looks black. I mean, that's an effect that light can do. It's not 100%, but that's a phenomenon.
I mean, that's one thing that still gets me also is like when you see the moon during the day, you don't necessarily feel the effects of like a full moon at night. Like you kind of feel that coolness. I mean, for a while, I was trying to understand if there was even crepuscular rays coming from the moon also. I was like trying to figure out the angle of light.
You know, a big variable that I noticed today is that it looks similar,
and I'm doing this reflection with the sunlight at near noon. I mean, it's past noon already or whatever, right? But it's near my, what I could say, my zenith? No, not my zenith, but above my head. That's where the sun is right now, right? Above my head. It can shine through this square that is on my roof and glass.
That is a nice skylight.
I was gonna go somewhere, but I'm looking through this stuff and thinking, oh yeah. So when it's reflecting and it's going back to the ceiling of my enclosed area, right? My apartment. on the ceiling of that, I see this effect, right? Like the reflection of light looking like a light almost. As bright as a light, right? But then if I touch it, the reflection of the sun, it's hotter than the sun, that the sunlight that is coming through the ceiling, the reflection on the mirror, when I touch that reflection, it's hotter than the sunlight. Yeah. And I don't know what that even means, but the moon, we know it has a different effect than hotter than the sunlight, right?
Right. It seems to be cooler anyway. Well, I wonder in the mirror situation, is it convex or concave at all?
Concave. It's like one of those mirrors that give you like a 5x. I think this one is like a 5 or 10x.
Yeah,
something like that. So from 5 to 10. Yeah.
Like those makeup mirrors.
Is it because what will happen if I put water on the mirror or some type of liquid that will dissipate the heat, and then I will get a cold reflection? Maybe. Is that a possibility, you think?
I think I just heat up the water, but it's worth testing. I've never tried.
I was thinking about it, but I don't have because you know how the sunlight is coming to the medium that is dissipating heat, right? Is it? So you still can have the light effects, but with the heat dissipation factor in it. Because there's layers above, layers below, and the light is doing an effect, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have the same effect that I did here, just by reflecting light without the other variables that will maybe cause the effect of not. Bro, I put my finger on my daughter as well. We're touching it, and if it was like way times hotter, obviously, than the direct sunlight that we were getting, the normal one. That the cat is under. You see the cat enjoying the sunlight.
Yeah.
Sleeping right there because it feels good, but then you reflect that reflection it burns.
Well, especially with the 5 times magnification, because I would suppose that it's actually focusing the light to a certain focal point, almost like a magnifying glass when you stick it under ants.
So think about that, right? I think that magnifying glass that's happening in the sky as well, similar. Let's say the sun and maybe. So that inversion is also happening in the sky, but we've seen a reflection of it as an image, and that's what we see, the light, like the moon. I think when I put it, when I think about it, obviously I'm speculating, but I can see the sun and the moon being in a kind of like very near, but in a different kind of layer, almost there, but I don't know, kind of like up and down or up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're here and you are on the next step, or maybe not the same step, but I don't know. I'm just speculating about that, obviously, but
it's a good speculation.
Yeah. Because it's not the same spot. I mean, what we see is an image, so the inverse of light is a very... I'm not an expert on the light or anything, but it's very... interesting, all the phenomena that can happen with light. So when we look at the moon on a TV and a plasma TV, right? Plasma TV, big screen, 70 inches, 100 inches big.
and you see this huge moon on the TV. It looks like the moon, but is it the moon? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you have a huge plasma TV in the sky and you see a new image, oh yeah, I can go to that image and land there and play golf.
Hmm. I've almost kind of thought the same thing about the sun. Like, is it more like your microwave, and it's just sort of heat through radiation? Because like if you open up that microwave real quick and put your hand in there, it's not hot like an oven is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the sun has always kind of reminded me of like, well, maybe it's not hot. Maybe it's kind of like the microwave thing. You know, it's and the plants sense it. They get that energy. They get, because I don't know. At least the trees down here, they don't burn. You know what I mean? And it's like, I know they're hot at the very top. You know, like they're grabbing it. I don't know.
It's the effect that is causing in the medium and it's the effect that it's having in things. Has different effects in different things, right?
Yeah.
So,
because like even when you go to like a solar observatory and you look at the sun, and there's really not the big solar flares like you always see that NASA posts and whatnot, but there are these little strange black dots, if you will, sort of cruising, if you will, like around it, or some speculate that that they're magnetic bars, right? Escaping the fusion and yada. We know the whole heliocentric story, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, we can all look at this image. What is that? And of course, that magnetic stuff is speculation. I just don't know. I've never really wanted to know, but it is interesting. It's annoying that somebody else like NASA just goes, well, this is what it is.
I think it's okay to kind of clear the lie and just move away from that, obviously. And definitely, we don't need to know everything. And so I'm just here in my house and I see the light shining through the roof. I'm like, let me check this out. I can do that.
Right.
Let me play with the light. Let me put some stuff in. I have some crystals as well, and I have some natural crystals like salt and quartz, and then I have like man-made crystals that have shapes and stuff, and it's cool to put those under the sun, and you see the light doing a lot of cool things. So, and for the children, it's kind of fun as well. They kind of like get curious about
absolutely. That. Yeah, I've seen you post it before, and I never really got to, ask you anything about it.
Oh yeah, this one is today. The ones that I posted before was months ago, probably over a year ago.
Right.
And these ones are just now that I was just randomly just here doing it. I didn't plan it.
I've heard quartz, could generate electricity, but I don't know what kind of equipment. I've tried to test it myself. I wouldn't get anything, but your skin definitely shows capacitance, which is pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. Have you seen that recently where this guy like rubbing two quartz crystals together like in the dark and they start like flickering?
Is that right? See, that's what I've always wondered about. I'm always picking up pieces.
I don't have two of them.
I have a couple of really cool ones. I mean, a lot of them are like river stones that are like rounded off. They're not shiny or anything, but they're solid white quartz. Pretty cool stuff. I'm always interested in when I find those kind of things. You know what I find interesting when I wander around in some creek beds and stuff? I see so many different types of stone, and also along the sides of the creek, concrete. It looks like concrete, but it looks ancient to me. And I don't know, some very strange things around here. Like you have these hillsides along these canyons, and you have what looks like walls that were being built at one time. Who knows how long ago, or who would be doing that kind of work in this kind of terrain where it's almost straight down, and they built like riverstone walls. So it always makes me wonder, because we talk about here a lot how our civilization is built upon other civilizations over and over and over again, you know? And so it's just interesting. It's a shame that all of that history has been like washed away, like not only washed away, but destroyed purposely.
Yeah, we have a lot of those too in Texas. I mean, with all the rivers and the missions around San Antonio, it's pretty interesting what gets buried. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So listen, like I used to listen to Graham Hancock a lot. Well, he talked about ancient America, but that's kind of besides the point. But one thing they found recent, like not very recently, but one thing they found here in San Diego was they found the oldest known man or whatever, and they found an ancient civilization, an ancient city right here somewhere at some dig, and I'm guessing it's probably along the San Diego River. So that's kept kind of like secret. Like I think it'd be great to like explore, because I think these are areas that really haven't had much exploration by anyone. Some of them are inaccessible, but now there's like trails and things that are going right along the river for shoot 30 miles, I think, at least. Bike paths and stuff. Like I could get to these places and find places out there where I could just camp, stay for a couple days along the river. Love to do that kind of exploring. That'd be so cool. I keep thinking I'm gonna find like some Spanish gold or something. Now, wouldn't that be great?
Well, I mean, if I heard correct, the other week, I think you were talking about it too. I forget who was talking about it, but they were like mining gold based like just off of, collecting stuff in the river.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can't remember forget who it was. No, but that reminds me, I mean, California is definitely an interesting anomaly to a point to where I almost don't believe the whole, oh, we just went to the West to go find gold. And that's how California started, because there's just so many ancient structures there. I mean, there's 2 star forts literally on both sides of the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm just like, what's that about?
Yeah. There's something about that whole thing about how fast these supposed cities were built up is
Right.
beyond what could be, I think, is possible in that day and age. Like, I don't think in 50 years they could, well, 30 years, I forget what it is. If you look at one of the first drawings, which is, how the, so before photography, right? Which was like actually in the mid 1800s. I think the first photograph was in 1840. But before that, you would have these really expert sketch artists, right? And they would draw out pretty accurately. So if you look at the very first ones of San Francisco, the city, there's like, you look at the population, the size and so forth in population, and then look like 30 years later, and the whole thing is built up with these granite buildings with columns, like Greco-Roman revival, like, and I'm thinking, yeah, that they lied about all of that all those structures, all of those big Masonic structures that we think about, like in Salt Lake City, that they couldn't possibly have come in handcarts and 20 years later built these cathedrals and huge edifices. I don't get it. Like there's never, I've never seen any any trace of like the technology that was used, the stone cutting tools. Where I've never seen those tools anywhere around these structures of any of the ones I've ever seen. So, gotta wonder.
Yeah.
So I think there's ancient civilizations everywhere around, from the east all the way across this country, the whole continent. I think, like, you talk about gold, like there was gold running in streams in Georgia, Alabama. Like there was lots of gold and minerals in Georgia in particular, and correlated with ancient sites that they think were probably proto-Mayan, that the Aztecs and the Mayans originally started from North America and ended up going south. Like the nucleus was here in America where the mound builders were. So I don't know. They said there was a man found 130,000 years old. Now, can you trust any of the aging? Not really. But
Right.
if you say like that's the oldest known man found right here in San Diego, and there's also supposedly giants 9 and 10 feet tall. One of them, which was paraded around the U.S. for many years, came from San Diego. A mummy.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And also mastodons or a mammoth, I think, with a stone spearhead stuck between its ribs, along with these other findings of ancient civilizations. So pretty interesting stuff right here. Like when they're digging for overpasses for new parts of freeways.
Yes.
That's when
they always find good stuff.
Yeah.
They found a huge cave system around where I'm at because they were building a new highway.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there you go. You guys have no idea what's under us. Like,
there's probably caves everywhere, like literally, like now they're finding in the jungles of Guatemala and in Mexico, they're finding that all these huge cities that are buried underneath the jungle now had super highways, much akin to like Roman highways, which would be like big blocks of stone cut so they could make a flat surface, so you could roll load bearing carts and things like that across them without them sinking or breaking. So yeah, they found and these highways, they're like super highways connecting all these ancient cities. The Mayans and Aztec cities all had tunnels, and then they found in North America that there's tunnels that are going from like Cahokia, which is in southern Illinois, right across from St. Louis, that they actually found tunnels going underneath the Mississippi, connecting these sites.
Yeah.
Ancient caves going underneath the Mississippi. Dig that. I mean, right around where I grew up in the St. Louis area. I never learned about any of that in school. So I know it's off topic. We'll get back to Flat Earth here.
True. But yeah, it is a good topic. I mean, you've definitely, I think you posted like the wiki guy. Really great stuff.
Yeah, Carameo Awa. I don't even know how to pronounce.
Because it really makes me question the whole manifest destiny. It's like, yeah, why did they shove that in our thing?
Yeah, totally. So there's this guy I listen to a lot of his videos because he has very well done, and he's reading a lot of times from primary sources of people that were in ancient, like as far back into the 1500s.
I have to take notes every time.
Yeah, these were the people that were just the recorders, that were traveling along with these conquistadors. Some of them were priests and things like that. And a lot of those priests destroyed the codexes, of these ancient peoples. And who knows how much we lost of those ancient cultures. So this guy, I would just say watch a few of this guy's information about ancient America, this channel, posting it now.
Oh, nice.
And a lot of them are an hour or longer each video. So check those out.
That I'm already subscribed. Must mean I'm behind. But yeah, thanks, honey.
Yeah. I think I need more coffee.
I'm actually gonna go grab some lunch myself. I'll be back.
I just got to start on breakfast. It's already 11:30. Haven't eaten yet.
That's what we're talking about. Nobody's saying the horizon isn't real. We're saying that interpretation of the horizon, we need a demonstration to back that. Right. So if you don't have that, don't have the physical demonstration of a geometric horizon, or you just told me you don't have a convex body of water to show us, and that's the thing that you're invoking with sunsets, right? Pretty illogical, Matt.
I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of evidence for convex bodies of water, including sunsets, including pictures from space, including eyewitness testimony, including the way that navigation works. I mean, there's dozens of proofs, but you don't buy any of them. So
It's weird how all the evidence is never an actual demonstration of just a convex body of water.
It's good enough for most people. I don't know.
Good enough for most people. You don't have a single demonstration of the thing that you're claiming to prove, but it's good enough.
You mean by not a single one, you mean the 6 that I listed?
No, those weren't demonstrations of the convex body of water, because when I asked you for that, you're like, no, I've never seen that. Right? You just invoke it, right? You just induce it out of all these other things, right? Yeah. So you just infer it out of all these other things that don't necessarily tell you that it's there, and you never actually directly see it. So how do you know it's there?
I never directly.
Or how do you know it's not just a ghost you're inferring out of thin air?
Yeah, I never directly see Wi-Fi, but I can infer it through lots of different proofs.
Right, but you have physical, tangible demonstration of that.
I don't have to directly see something. I can use other proofs and other observations.
Yeah, but that's practical use now. Okay, so there's practical demonstration of that, right?
Right.
Like this conversation itself.
So practically go to the sunset and watch it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the sunset and watch it. If it sets over a curve, we're going to have a geometric horizon. Is that there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you say so, or because it's measured?
Because something is blocking the sun. I don't know where it is. That's the apparent horizon.
Something's blocking the sun.
It might move up and down a little bit, but the geometric horizon is blocking it. The apparent horizon shifts a little bit due to the atmosphere.
Oh, okay, apparent horizon. Okay, apparent horizon. So how do you know this isn't all just apparent phenomena then?
The apparent horizon is based on the physical horizon.
That's weird. The physical horizon being the real one, the real tangible one that you don't see, and then the apparent horizon being some sort of distortion of this real one that you don't see.
Yeah, just like looking through glasses. When you see a building through your glasses, the real building is causing the light to come to you, but you see it in a slightly different place due to your corrective lenses you're wearing.
Okay, but in that case, you know that there's a building there, right? When you're seeing a distorted apparent image of a building, you know that that's what it is because you have confirmation of the building in the first place. In this case, what you're saying is distorted. You don't have any confirmation in the first place, or do you?
There's a geometric building and an apparent building, and then the same thing with the horizon.
No. See, a false equivalency again, because the building is demonstrated in the first instance. The geometric horizon isn't.
Yeah, but just claiming false equivalency doesn't prove that.
No, I didn't just claim false equivalency. I described the false equivalency
incorrectly.
No, not incorrectly, because we have validation of the building's existence in your example, right? We don't have validation of the existence of the geometric horizon, the thing that you say is being shifted and distorted in that scenario. We don't have that.
I do.
Or do we?
You don't.
Okay, where is it? Now you're going to point at sunsets again and just imagine that it has to be due to the geometric horizon. You didn't see that you said was shifted and distorted.
Dude, people have understood that sunsets prove the Earth is round for hundreds of years.
Did they understand that, or did they just think it for no real reason like you do?
The main reason why people throughout history have believed that the Earth is round. And
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry that you don't, you can't catch up with the rest of humanity and understand something simple.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm ahead of those guys. It's not that I'm not caught up to them. I was already where they were at.
You're behind the curve.
Most of my life. Yeah, no, I'm ahead of it. I got ahead of the curve, right? I was stuck where you guys were at for most of my life, right? But I managed to supersede the curve.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're still stuck behind it or on it, I guess. Yeah.
But I apologize. You don't need me like telling you guys that you're not understanding things correctly because the rest of the world does. So I don't need to repeat that. So
well, the rest of the world doesn't. If this is their understanding, Matthew, if it's the same understanding that you gave us here, then they don't. They don't actually have any. They just have a blind belief, right?
No. I'm sorry. I meant the rest of the world, like your friends and your family and all the people that you know in real life are already telling you all that type of stuff. So you don't need me to say it.
Right. Exactly. Everybody has this religion. It's the one that we're brought up.
I must be getting tired if I'm getting cranky, so I should probably go to bed before.
No worries.
But it was nice chatting, as always.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No,
what do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I have really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm, if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called? Relative buoyancy or something like that. And I'd just like to, yeah?
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, like how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something, you know?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind. And interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, right. I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
At least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
A gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah. There are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
Right. I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, right? And you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means, that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? like they will discard that authentic information in favor of what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, I mean, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's, I mean, kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. I mean, it's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of. Sure. Your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich? Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then like
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, it's
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
so
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
yeah. So check this out real quick, Spangle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like three factors. The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay? And the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what it is. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the Earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin, in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit. But against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off, and look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the Earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. Like the only thing that comes to mind when I think about like the rest of Europe is like cordon bleu, and that's like a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about like the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even like name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like, yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like very like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger,
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder. Basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah. But I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right. So they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with pot.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And Yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Cochem. I mean, you at least went to a place, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
I don't know. I left my Cochem sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. We have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many banned pictures, photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. But like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. From the general Wiesbaden Taunus area, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have mathematics 1 but mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
I know.
Double check.
I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
I mean, the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could. And I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like
you
get
got
them
appeal
to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, like, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just going to go, yeah, of course it is. And I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be, those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything? That this realm that we live on is everything? That there's no billions and trillions of light years away. There's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe. And we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that other I mean, did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion?
Last time.
What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs, or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? Okay. And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, well, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least, that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that, of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and. It seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? Like there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation and the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess, like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me? Like you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old sky gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever. Like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like what, when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new. Unfortunately, man, it's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's for fun, bro. It's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys.
Yeah, let's call it like it is. That guy was drunk. I don't care where he's from. It's called the same thing. We could stop this, pause it. I just paused it. So if you guys have some conversation, give it a few minutes. That was a pretty good conversation with Gospel Bear and that guy Spongle for quite a long time. I never heard that conversation before, so that's pretty cool. Anyone else? Comments? Suggestions? I'll continue to play it. Just feel free to comment, or anyone else with DJ privileges can pause or stop the bot, whatever you want to do. So I'll continue it. It's pretty good content. What say you? Anyone? Anybody out there? Okay.
So, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spangle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry, but anyways, Spangle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself,
right? Because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations. based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So,
okay.
Calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place, like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the Earth, the sun doing so, right? Like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object, like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect attached is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain what would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness, the slope, whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it. Really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. Well, when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay.
I thought I'd pause it there for a second. I was kind of paying attention. It's a good conversation, but you see how the normal train of thought, and I call it abnormal, the regular people, they want to think that these shadows are actually doing something. Once again, it's everything but the actual surface of Earth curving. They always go to lights, shadows, like all kinds of weird stuff, man. I thought I'd stop there for comments. Seemed like a good place since I was actually paying attention and listening. All right, I'll continue on until I hear otherwise, or if someone posts in the live stream voice text. While I'm here, I'm intermittent away from the mic, so anyone else can mute the bot whenever they like.
I mean, what
because locally everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, you know, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
In the between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, you know, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead. which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept.
Hey, what's up, Fizmain? You were saying something before?
Yeah. So I'm wondering, why do things fall down?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Why do things fall down?
Usually we say due to buoyancy density in the medium the object exists in. You aware of that?
Yeah.
A better question is, why did it go up in the first place? Did you apply energy to something?
Yeah, okay, true.
When you apply energy to something, it seeks equilibrium with itself and its surroundings. It's simple.
Yeah, I guess. But what about gravity? Like, is it made up?
What is gravity?
Is it just made up, or like, what?
What is it?
Is it
What
force?
gravity are you invoking?
It's a force.
Not according to modern day pseudoscience. It's the bending and warping of space-time.
Oh, yeah, right.
Not a force. It's not a force.
Yeah, I agree.
So that would have to have some proving. The bending, the adding like physical properties to concepts. That's kind of weird, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, any more questions?
Okay. Well, I mean, like, kind of, like, why would anyone fake the Earth being round?
Why would that matter? You don't need to know the motive to know that a crime's been committed, do you?
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's good to know the motives, right? It's interesting. Why would they lie?
But, well, we get that question a lot. We've even asked it ourselves. It takes a lot of research and investigating and skepticism for both sides. You shouldn't just believe one or the other. Research both sides.
Right? Yeah.
And avoid logical fallacies. Learn
That's exactly
logical
what
fallacies.
I think too.
Yeah, learn logical fallacies and then research both sides and identify the logical fallacies.
So, like, who is the CEO of NASA?
You got me there, buddy. I don't know.
How is that question relevant to this? I don't understand.
I know you don't need to go into a conversation about something trying to get an I gotcha. It's not how you come to a logical conclusion.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the wording even. So he giggled and left. That's cool.
I figured I'd give him that gotcha because I don't know the CEO of NASA, but I don't see how that's
Why does it matter though? In what context are we talking about? Just popped a random question and then left.
Oh well, we can go back to listening to Elijah crush whoever he was talking about or talking to.
Yeah, it's better.
What is clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, "What about other pictures from NASA?"
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
If it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool. Okay. That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, 1 point whatever miles, I don't get what
okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches. A third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective, right? I mean,
right.
Hold on.
Which I'm not going to go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
A But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of that.
I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my god, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy,
do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing
I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's a missing. It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I can see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies that he thinks there might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, what is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted. When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay. Come again? This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful, just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this, and it doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the black swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
Look, I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
And you can see, pausing it here, you can see that the buoy is on the water. What the hell? Like, that's so weird. Anyway. Good afternoon, everybody. How's it going? See, Heretic popped in. God Rockin'. I don't know if you're listening. Flat C Klein. I saw you pop in earlier. Kiwi. Hey, Kiwi Buzz. Is that? Oh, you're deaf. Mike Power Swan. Quetzalcoatl. Ziploid. Do I know you? Ziploid only has a listening pass. And Ethergrass. Of course, we got a Wave Mixer up the top, listening, probably at work. And Blue Jumper. Heavy Batman. And the Flat Earth Music Bot, which was just playing that I paused. So,
Yeah, I'm just doing some house cleaning. I had a moment when one of the Globers came in and was able to help out with him.
oh yeah, that was perfect timing too. So yeah, awesome. I'll go ahead and keep playing it. It's a quiet Friday. I'll probably be AFK. I'm going to go outside for a while, but anybody can mute it as well. Cheers.
Cheers.
It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
It's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from your perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly.
Obscured by what?
Ocean. But water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine.
No. It's, you can't, like, look right through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
Okay. What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
But you
it's not
see
there.
that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured, and they're clearly not like hitting the water. What you
They
showed
go
me
into the water. They go all the way down to
only
under the
see
water.
that it's
So
over
yes,
the
the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related. Okay.
It's completely related.
Okay. Listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. What I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
It seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature, how is that taking place?
Refraction. Like
okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land
plane
rat logic.
of the radius.
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yo, 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 what's up? Wig Snatchers out there. How's everybody doing? It's your boy Mayhem. We're going to go right back into Discord and talk to the people there. A lot of people there hanging out right now, having a conversation. And, we're just going to join them, see what's going on. And, as usual, we want you guys to come along with us and check it out. The conversation's interesting, always about the topic of the shape of the Earth. What we're talking about in there and helping people understand that the Earth is not a globe per what they've been telling us. So, yeah, let's join them and, see what happens with the conversation. But, yeah, everybody in here are discussing the shape of the Earth, and kind of interesting for us to kind of pop in and let's see what they're saying. So, join me there. Here we go.
That's in dispute. So when they say it's the bending and warping of space-time, we don't necessarily assume that is the case. But the problem for the globe model with that is that they need that to be the case for all of their other stories about the planets and the balls in a vacuum and all this kind of stuff. So you kind of understand intuitively that no one has actually proven what gravity, quote unquote, is, right? Is that fair?
Bro, I understand perfectly. It's just
Yeah. So gravity isn't really a good argument for why the gas pressure is still on Earth, because they don't even know what gravity is.
we don't know what it is, but we know it's there, and we can measure it.
Right,
and
but
we
it's
can
not
see
pulling
it
the gas
exerting a force.
down.
We don't
But
have
it's
to
not
know
pulling the gas
exactly what it is.
No.
Yep. But
No,
it's
no.
not.
See, for gravity to exist, what you're going to need is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Because the only reason that gravity exists is because there are people in Australia that are standing 180 degrees antipodal from our position, upside down, clinging to a rotating ball. That ball has got 75% water on it. You
Well,
know,
there
the
is no
ocean.
upside down on a sphere.
It's a ball. So from your position, relative to you, those people in Australia are upside down. Follow me. The only reason why gravity exists is to keep this idea stuck together. You're going to need a ball for that. So the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. You can't go to space and verify pictures from space because that can't exist because you've got nothing to keep the gas here. So a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Has that ever been demonstrated to be true? Reason why we're here, mate, is no. There is no direct measurement of the radius, of the curvature, circumference, or diameter of the Earth. There is no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth, you know, actual rotation or movement around the sun. And there's no way you can demonstrate
That doesn't prove anything.
Mate, I haven't finished. 3 physical claims. Ball that spins in the vacuum of space, and the vacuum of space is devoid of physical demonstration because you can't have gas pressure without a container. But whatever idea you come up with for gravity, you're going to need a ball. So, radius.
I just like to quickly interrupt just to let everybody know that I am live streaming right now. I put the link in the live stream voice text. If anybody wants to follow along with my channel, I'm live streaming there.
Sweet. Well, we're just speaking to Elasma. We're just speaking to Elasma here, who's pretty chill and kind of aligns with some of the things we say, but is still on the globe. And he's been pretty respectful. I think he does speak over a little bit, but if we're chill, then I think he'll be chill as well. So, but yeah, welcome, Miggy. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. You guys can actually see me because I'm live streaming. But yeah, dude. I mean, if I can jump in anytime, just let me know. I don't know if Jedi, if you're finishing up your point or if you're.
Yeah, no, I'm good. You jump in anytime. I don't know if Jedi's finished. He might want to pick up, but.
Mate, I'm kind of been frustrated and bashing around in the same circle with the same stick. So take over, man. You're good.
Well, you gotta also point out that the guy, he's been talking to us for a while. He sounds like he's busy doing other stuff, so he's not. I don't think at this moment he's 100% into it. So
yeah, I'm with you, Gemsy. I was listening to him. The guy has been here numerous times. The very first initial conversation we had with him, he was actually faking a voice. We talked about the psychology behind it because usually people like to come in and fake a voice so that they can talk about provocative topics and have like their character that they're portraying take the brunt of the force of this like crazy idea so that they don't have to be themselves in here. And that's usually what happens. People try to fake a voice. They try to make it sound like, you know, they're being somebody else because they don't want to be shown to be, you know, who they are. And it's just a the defense mechanism that people put up when they do that. But now he's let the guard down, and he's coming in here as himself and asking questions, or kind of refuting some of the things we say. But I just wanted to ask him a question if he did want to entertain any more conversation. If not, we got other people in here like Mewtwo Gaming, who was having a conversation with us yesterday. So what do you guys think? You want to talk with him just a little more, or just go ahead and let him? Because I do agree with Jemsy. He didn't sound like he was really like hearing the conversation, because it's what it sounds like.
Yeah, he's a little bit out of it. I mean, I can't speak for how he was if he was here previously. I'm just saying based on what I've spoken to him today. We were having a reasonably intelligible conversation before, I would say. I guess the other people in the channel can agree or disagree. But yeah, feel free to move on to someone else or keep going with him. I don't mind.
I'll ask him. Alasma, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. If you want to continue, I can ask you a few questions, and if not, that's cool. You can just chill. What do you want to do?
I've been talking for ages, bro.
I've been
talking for ages. It's not that.
It sounds like you can be honest. So if you don't mind, I could just run an exercise only on your basic information of what you've been talking to the fellas here in the chat. And if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and just tell you, and then you could just respond to, that you know or you don't know. Okay. And if you know, then I'll ask you specifically how you know. But if you don't know, just say I don't know, and I'll go to the next question. What I want to do is find out what you know. That's it. Is that cool?
No.
So you refuse.
Because I've been doing this early.
So you refuse. I'm saying you refuse. You could refuse. Okay. Yeah. Usually people that know something, they would want to have a conversation and explain like how they know. But if you don't want to, and if you're going to refuse, that's your choice. Yeah, what difference does that make? What difference does that make, though? Because we are in a conversation. Well, that's fine. You could be tired, but if you don't want to talk, you can say, "Yeah, I don't want to talk right now." That's fine. I don't care.
We can talk later on.
Yeah,
we can talk later on if you want.
That's fine. If you are afraid of having this exercise, I'm totally fine with that. You can wait till later.
Oh, I'm very afraid.
Okay.
Very scary, bro.
Yeah, what is? It's scary because a lot of people don't want to come to the knowledge that their information about the Earth being a globe is not actually a globe. And so the part of themselves inside that's afraid, they don't want to unlock that door. Because once they do, they're going to realize that the Earth is not a globe. And that's scary to a lot of people. That is scary, though, Alasma. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people are afraid of that. So anyway,
I would be afraid of it to be
yeah, maybe not outwardly. Not outwardly. You're not telling us, right? Because you're amongst people, so it's going to look like very shameful if you say that. But inwardly, yeah, a lot of people are afraid of this. Otherwise, Alasma. Otherwise, you would go through this exercise with me, and you would you would find out for yourself if you truly have a belief or not. You would, but if you don't want to, that's fine. You can feel comfortable in knowing every time you go to bed at night that you have a belief in the globe, and that's all you have. That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's all I have.
It is
a simple, silly belief.
It is. I could take you through the exercise that's going to show you that. But yeah, we're going to move on because it seems like you're not going to want to do it. That's fine. All right. So we got Mewtwo Gaming. Mewtwo, welcome to the chat. Yesterday, we were having a discussion with you, and it sounded like you were talking with the panel, and kind of it was me and Elijah actually, but you were asking about the navigational part of the Earth, like if navigating across, and you had some questions on it. Do you still have those questions, or because the panel right now can talk to you as well about it? But are you there, Mewtwo Gaming?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't actually have the time because you were time constrained as well. You had to leave, but I could run the same exercise with that I was going to do Alasma with you as well. Would you want to know if you have a belief or not?
I don't believe in the globe. I don't believe in gravity. So
no,
it's kind of. I'm just going through my checklist, and I'm just stuck at the distance thing. That was what I was talking about yesterday with distance and navigation and triangulation. So if you can triangulate your point
Yeah, what I'm saying
position.
though, what I'm saying, Mewtwo, is once you know that the globe Earth is just a belief that you have, that's it.
Yeah.
Then it can't be something that's real. So you'll have discernment. Right. You'll have discernment, and that's the thing that I want to reveal to you is that it is just a belief. There is nothing that backs up the Earth being a globe that you can put into reality. That's what I want to demonstrate to you right now. And if you want to indulge me in this exercise, you will find out for yourself as well. So therefore, it won't be a dichotomy that you've built up in your mind, whether flat or globe. There's just the Earth. It's just the Earth. There's no dichotomy as you might think right now. You're trying to decide which is right and which is wrong. You're going to be able to understand that, right? Throughout, after this exercise, you'll be able to understand that. It's just a belief that they've been told that the Earth is a globe. That's what I want to show you.
Sure.
Right
and if I go through the exercise with you, I'm still gonna have my reservations, no matter what. Because
you can have your reservations. Sure, you can have your reservations, but it will be just a belief. It's not going to be something real.
What? Good morning. What reservations?
Elijah, I messaged you, but you didn't even message me back.
All right, so can we do this? Can we do this exercise, Mewtwo? I'm just asking before you jump off to another subject and forget that I asked you if we can do an exercise.
We'll do it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Jump in.
But Elijah, hold on. Elijah wanted to come in here with something. I want him to say what he's going to say before we do that.
I don't see your message, number one. Number two, no, you didn't message me. So, number two, what do you mean by reservations? I have my reservations means you know something about something, but you're skeptical. So we're not offering anything as direct evidence other than the direct evidence that their claim is false. What are your reservations? Fuck it. Go ahead, Miggy. It doesn't matter.
All right.
No, you didn't fucking send me a message.
Yeah, that's why I didn't jump in, because we address what he said, then that's a rabbit hole. So Miggy, just take him through the 3 points. Hopefully this is painless.
Yeah, we'll judge by the way he answers. And so, Mewtwo, this is an exercise that
my bad. I have to apologize.
Go on.
Apparently fucking Discord wants to act like Facebook and have you get permission before somebody sends you a message because we're not friends. That's okay.
Oh, that's right.
All right, I see it. Sorry.
That's right. It's it with the new TOS, Elijah? Probably when it changed over.
They've been doing that for 2 months.
Has that been a while?
Yeah, about 2 months.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I got mad messages in here. I'm so sorry.
It's all good, dude. I understand.
All right. Well, that's settled. All right. So let's get into this exercise. But Mewtwo, I want you to be honest with the questions intellectually, right? So if you don't know something, just please simply say I don't know, because I'm going to ask you. If you say I know, then I'm going to ask you some very specific, hyper-specific questions about what you know. So if you're like, well, it's this, I'm not really sure, that also you can agree that you don't know. So you guys also,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put this out for everybody. I am live streaming, so you guys can click on the link that I put in the live stream voice text and join me there. And if you're not modded and you're in this channel and you're a moderator here, I'll give you mod there so that
just to let you know too, I'm driving through the mountains, so if I cut out or anything like that, it's just my connection, just so you know.
All right, we'll do the best we can, Mewtwo, and then if that happens, we'll know, because we'll hear you start roboting usually.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the exercise. So there's 3 questions in this exercise. Just answer honestly. The first question: who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Name me the people or persons. Name me the people or persons.
That I know of.
Okay.
So I asked this to the chatbot GPT, and then he brought the chat brought up Aristophanes, and it brought up a geodetic surveying company and a satellite radar and laser radar and all that sort of stuff. As soon as it goes to lasers and whatnot, I'm out. I don't know anything about that. So.
Okay, so you would agree that you don't know, or you do know?
I don't know. I don't know anybody that has. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll go to the second question. The second question is basically kind of the same as the first. We're just getting information from you as far as your knowledge goes. Has anybody ever measured the spin of the Earth, the axial rotation, or how fast the Earth spins and why it spins that way? Do you know anybody who's ever done that or people who have done that?
No, I don't know anybody that's done that.
Okay, and the last question. The vacuum of space is said to be the thing where the Earth is setting in the middle of. So it's in the vacuum of space, the Earth being a globe, right? So how do you know we have gas pressure without a container? Because, of course, we have air that we're breathing here. So how is that possible that we have gas pressure on Earth and we don't have containment for it?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. I thought it was funny when the guy brought up the gas pressure and how it's a gradient and how, gravity supposedly are supposed to be holding these molecules up into a certain point, and then it lets go. The gravity's not strong enough, but yet then it holds the moon in our orbit. So I don't know. I don't know how that would be possible for the gravity to let go of the molecule, this tiny little thing that doesn't weigh anything, and hold. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm just gonna have to go with. I don't think.
All right, you were kind of roboting there, so I'm guessing you're probably getting to a place where we can't hear you. But sounds like you said you don't know. So can you hear me? If you can, just respond to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get about the gravity thing on the moon? Did you hear?
Nope, you're roboting pretty bad. We're starting to lose you. Perhaps I'll give you a minute so you can come back from that.
Oh, it's so good, CB. I don't know where you are, where you be, but
all right. Mic check with
or
me
was that
too.
Wolfgang that played that Roboto thing?
It was me. No, it had to be CB.
All right, so we're gonna wait for Mewtwo to get back, and as soon as you come back, Mewtwo, then we'll continue. I'm really just gonna summarize, to be honest, so that you can.
No, seriously, I'm gonna. Look, if no one else grabs you up, like I would pay you for that, because I know that when I watch other channels with quality that mix that I really enjoy, that right there being on point is important. Whoever does that needs to get paid.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that before. Because he does such a great job with that on here.
Yeah, we'll buy him some flat earth pancakes.
Mewtwo, are you there? Mewtwo Gaming?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, satellite's back? Awesome.
It's probably 5% for clear ups.
Yeah.
You're roboting again.
This is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
Shit.
Oh my god, dude, that's hilarious.
Well, that's fine. I mean, he went through it.
That's the question. It's like, no matter, I'll let you.
Elijah, your 5G's slipping.
Fucking satellites. Must be a solar storm.
Yeah. You know what's weird that you said that, Indio? That people were actually talking about that. They were saying that there was going to be solar flares that were going to interrupt like a lot of communication. Like in recent, I want to say like a week or two ago that I remember seeing that on the fake space
that
news.
story comes out every 6 months or whatever.
Solar flares are going to interrupt all the communications. And you're like, oh shit.
They recycle that over and over again. Never interrupts anything.
So yesterday, and I'll talk about the event CB was mentioning in the live stream voice text, but we were talking about going live on cam, so most of us were going to do that. CB was agreeing to go live on cam. There was a few others that, if you guys want to, we'll do that, and possibly like in another channel that can actually do that, probably live stream too or whatever. then I'll put them up on the live screen so everybody can see us all on here. Hey, we're just talking about a different thing. I think, what was it? Were you going to name it, CB?
I guess I've been slacking on the name. Or we could just use something we've already used in the past.
Flat Smack Central or something? I don't know what you guys want to do with that.
Still.
These were the questions. These were the questions I was going to ask Elasma, but Elasma was really, really not wanting to do it because he's been talking on here for a while. And we were listening. I was listening.
He said in the chat that they were easy questions, so maybe he's up to it now.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. While Mewtwo gets back, Mewtwo, are you here? Sound check on Mewtwo before I go off.
Hello.
All right, we got you back again, Mewtwo.
Isn't me you're looking for? I'm sorry.
No.
He's still cutting out.
Hello.
Just don't stress him. He's driving up the hills.
He'll be coming around the mountain.
I should be good in about 2 minutes.
Oh, you're good now, but you want to wait?
What's everybody up to? It's not the bot, it's actually me.
Oh, it's the bot speaking. Never mind, guys.
It is I.
It is I. How you doing, man?
What's up, Quets?
All good, man. All good. Listening to a nice conversation there in the recording, I guess.
Yeah, it went on for a little bit, the beginning of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that you were questioning didn't seem to believe the globe rhetoric.
Yeah, Mewtwo or Mewtwo gaming.
Yeah, Mewtwo, the one that you were actually able to ask the 3 points.
He's still on here, as a matter of fact. I don't know like how active he's gonna be, but yeah, I think it was an interesting conversation with him. Elasma's got banned since, I think, who banned him? Was it Indio or Elijah? I think somebody banned him. Oh,
yeah, I guess he was a troller or LARPer. What was he?
Yeah, no, yeah, towards the end, yeah, he was just... No, it was Indio. Yeah, matter of fact, it was Indio. Indio had enough, and yeah, he just... Out you go, you know?
Yeah, it don't last long if you fake your shit here, man.
Yeah, it's just the truth, man. You're not gonna last long.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think we have discernment to know like who are the real ones are and who aren't. So if the real ones, like you can hear, not so much that they're resisting, but you can tell the people that are, you know, able to be helped, and then the ones that aren't, you know. Like you would fight for the ones who can be helped, and the ones that aren't, just, you know, it's just shake the dust off and keep on going. Granted, we all want everybody to like come to the truth, but it's really not up to us at that point. If they're that resistant, you know, they're just gonna make trouble, then it's gonna be more harm than good to keep them on the server. But we used to be like that in the beginning, man. When the server first started, it was crazy. We just left everybody on here. We had like the Kosho and Zanuck and like all of them guys. This was like what Tartaria is right now. Well, not minus like having them like mods or whatever, but just having the you know, the Globers in there.
A bloody mess.
It was, man. Were you around here, Quets, at the time?
Back then, no, I wasn't. No.
It was a whole different landscape, bro. Like honestly.
Yeah, would be fun to see that. I guess.
Most of the mods like that are in moderator positions, we've all had our like witch hunts, or like people coming after us, like mostly all of us. We were all of us were targets against like the people who wanted to reshape this server to be like what they wanted. It's crazy, bro. Like the sheeple incident, like the one that split the server from 1.0 to like 2.0. Yeah, that was a huge attempt to take over the server. So it's been a wild ride, man, to say the least. I remember the transition. That was quite an ordeal. We had a server that we all landed into, and the day it was happening, it was crazy, man. Like all the moderators were like, "Hey, man, we're banning all these people. Like, come help out." Like we were eliminating so many people. Like Mimas, I think he banned like 12,000 people. Like he was just ban hammered crazy. Like he just went berserk, dude. And a lot of the people that were of that other server, they took like all the good stuff, like all the videos and stuff out of the channels, and then like deleted them. There was a group effort, but we done as much as we could possible. And I think afterwards he kept it going, called it like the mostly flat server or some other crazy mess. And then I think that server got taken down too or something.
Yeah, you guys been doing a lot of work, yeah, for sure. Keeping it up clean and
yeah, it was well, okay, so it's, I want to say not unspoken, but it's been an agreement between all of the people that are like taking care of the server to maintain a certain decorum.
Mm-hmm.
Which, man, I tell you, man, that's hard enough. That's a lot hard to do. Because with new ideas, new formulations of like how we should do things, and it's just like we've tested most of the methods to like kind of hone down which are the ones that we should be using. So at the moment, we used to have some people that used to run the bot like prior to like Adam Unsalted, and like even before him, we used to have people that would like constantly be like not keeping the air dead. There's most of us kind of pick up the mantle. It's weird. I don't know why I'm talking about the server. It's just a topic of discussion, I guess.
yeah, that's yes, I've noticed. Yeah, people are picking up the mantle, so to say. Well, whenever I get the chance, I pop in, and if I see something to play, then I go ahead with it. If it's quiet in here for a while.
Yeah, 24/7 has always been free to the people. Like it's always been freedom for of thought and stuff, and people can come in here no matter what you think of, and as long as you can be challenged and you can withstand that, then that's fine. But yeah, and I was telling the rest of the guys, the old timers, like it's a brand to me. Like 24/7, like the group of people who we are, like we're so diverse and like all that kind of stuff is like it became a brand. It's brandable too. I even have a shirt that I made, one of the t-shirt shots. It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Are you selling those or just made it for yourself?
Yeah, and the front of it says hoax, but the H is the International Space Station. The O is the globe. The A is the lunar lander, the lunar module.
Mm.
And the X is SpaceX. Yeah, the X for SpaceX. So it spells hoax. It's kind of cool. But the back of it says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I've had that for years already. I'm gonna need to get a new one, fresh shirts.
Have you had anyone react to the t-shirt?
Well, I take it mainly when we go out to the public areas, like we go to the mall or something.
Yeah.
But not really. I mean, no one's ever like approached me or anything. But the way I do things is like I'm happy to have a conversation, or if I overhear a conversation, like I'm within earshot of a particular one, and I kind of like, hey, what do you think about that? Kind of just. There was a guy who came in here earlier, Troy Lee. Were you guys here in the morning that I had a conversation with?
No, I wasn't. How did it go?
It was pretty standoffish. I mean, like, he was saying he was a flat earther, which that's okay. But I mean, he was saying more of like truth is in the Bible, and I was like, yeah, I don't disagree there. But like, he said, well, that's the only truth, or something like that. And I was like, well, I gotta disagree with you there, man, because if we're talking about creation, it's fairly obvious what creation is dictating to you and me as self-evident being. So in that way, I could say, the truth is already here. Like, we're just observing it with our senses.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to be a particular religion, to know that what truth is. Like, if I say, water boils at a specific temperature at sea level, that's never going to change for anybody. That's objectively true. So if I say that, that's a true statement. You can test that. You can repeat that. It's empirical, right? You can falsify it too, see if my claim stands. So that right there is something that nature is dictating as to like how it is versus what you might say the Bible would be saying, because it's like, on the one hand, if you're looking at the lens through that, like, you're not going to be able to speak to those who are outside of the biblical narrative, or even be able to have a conversation, because they're going to feel like, well, that's your truth, that's not mine, so I think, the word flat earth was something that he was trying to reconcile within our conversation. He's like, yeah, but you don't know what the whole earth is. I'm like, yeah, I never claimed I did. That's not the point. As if any area that humans have ever existed, we can know that the earth is not curving anywhere. There's no curvature measured. Save some land topography, but land topography is what we notice the earth to be, as far as like the ridges and the hills, valleys, and mountains and such. That's fairly obvious. Everybody understands that. We're talking about a level plane of existence. That's well defined. Like, you can't say that you live on a curved surface if there is no curvature to be measured on that. The idea that we're living on a ball planet, But then it feels like I thought he understood what we're talking about. And then after a while, he kept reverting back to like, well, you don't know what the whole earth is. That whole thing again. I'm like, I never said that. Like, why do you keep saying that? But I don't know. He was just a bit standoffish. And then Elijah came in.
I don't think the Bible kind of speaks of any shape, though, does it? It just refers to the
no.
Like the description.
Well, he said nobody. He mentioned like nobody knows what the shape is. I was like, I beg to differ there, man, because I like, for one, Enoch describes the earth in a way that we can't even understand. Like, I even read Enoch's passage and like the way he's describing Earth, and Earth doesn't sound like Earth to me from Enoch's perspective. But nevertheless, like, he was taken to a place where he had a different vantage point from seeing the Earth at a different perspective than all of us. So I was like, yeah, Enoch saw the Earth the way it was, and from an outside perspective. And he's like, well, Enoch's not truth. It's not part of the Bible. I'm like, well, you're wrong there too. Enoch is a part of the Bible, and it's still in canon right now in the Ethiopian scriptures, which is like 72 books, not the 66 that you and I like. In depends if you're in America, right? One transliteration you have, and this is a bunch of different things, but he wanted to argue on that, and I was like, I didn't really want to get into that, but
yeah.
He just finished saying like that nobody knows. I'm like, well, I read that, yeah, Enoch saw the world in a different way. But as far as like what we can know from our vantage point, we understand the world to be flat and stationary, as in the perceivable world. What we can actually, the places we can go, right? If there's any curvature to be measured on the surface, we're going to measure a distance, like say 20 miles or whatever, and find that this curvature is apparently there, because it would be noticeable, right? It would be the obstruction in our view at a distance that will always be there. Always, 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 especially on a globe. So if that's not there, then it's not true. And that's subjective, So, but I don't know, he starts to spiral because when I was talking to him, I was like, we're having a conversation. When I was giving him he asked a question. It escapes me what exactly he was asking for, because when he asked me the question, and I was telling him, he immediately like rushed in to like say something else. So he started to interrupt me, and then I was like, dude, do you want me to tell you or not? Like, I mean, I'll tell you, but if you keep interrupting me, then we're not having a conversation. You just really want to say what you want, and like, you're not letting anybody speak. And then he said, no, you're interrupting me, and I'm just back and forth. That's when Elijah came in, and he was like, no, everybody be quiet. Now you're I'm going to let you speak. He's like, I'm going to let you speak, so go ahead and talk. Like, he gave him the room to say something, and then he's like, well, I forgot. And then he went back to complaining, and then, he spiraled after that, and, he left on his own accord. Nobody kicked him. He just left on his own accord. But it's just, that's weird,
Yeah. I mean, you were challenging his belief, I guess. So it wasn't. Gets emotional,
Yeah, I don't like. That's fine if they have the biblical understanding is their way of like discerning truth in that, but there's also outside of the narrative just observable reality. So in nature, we can understand some truths, right? Like that's objective. That's not subjective. So that's the part that I was wanting him to understand, like, because I was like, not everybody sees it through the lens of the biblical narrative. Like, that's just not the way the world works. But if you can understand that, then you can comprehend that when you have a conversation with someone, you can tell them some truth about the world, and they don't have to like read it anywhere. They can just test it for themselves, and they'll know it to be true. So it's funny, our beginnings, right? All of us, like when we start going on this journey and researching and such, like we're filled with ideas of how to move forward. And there's always I don't want to say like a middle ground or a happy medium, or like where we can all understand, okay, this is my position. I grew up this way, my thoughts and everything, and stuff that I learned. And then you could talk to somebody from a different perspective, like not even your religion or something, and come across to them where you're actually making some sense, that you're things you can agree on, which I think the Socratic method is most important, right? Like if we're going to start agreeing on things, even though we come from different backgrounds, we have to have things in terms that we agree upon. Otherwise, if we can't even agree on terms, then how are we going to communicate? How are we going to talk to each other? Like if we can't agree what level means, then it's whatever. Like, so things have to be defined, and we have to agree on definitions and so forth. What do you guys think? It's really interesting to me.
No, I feel like the cards has to be laid out, table, like when it comes to definitions and such. People have misconceptions about them as well, or misunderstandings, I guess.
It was put to me also about the 3 points that I always talk about, the method that I speak of. Mm-hmm. And I've heard it been mentioned throughout, like many different people that have come to the server. Some would say that it's a useful tool. Some disagree and say that it's a method that's been forced upon them. But it's like, I think about it like this, like, and it was even asked to me, like, what's the return rate for that? Like, how many people are convinced once I do the 3 points and stuff? And I'm like, the point of convincing somebody isn't the point of the 3 points. That's not what it's supposed to do. You're not supposed to convince them. You're supposed to expose the idea that the information that they're believing is a belief. That's all. That's all it's meant to do. It wasn't meant to like convert them into like the flat earth. Like, oh, now I know the earth is flat. No, it's meant to show them that what they have is a belief. It wasn't meant to like strong arm somebody into the flat earth. It's meant to show them that they have a belief, so they need to start a research. They need to start looking into the direction of wherever, truth should lead them. And I've been trying to talk to the people about this, and everybody has a misconception about like that. Not everybody, but some people have a misconception about it. And it saddens me, man, because it's like, if they understood, like, you don't, like, we use a black swan. The black swan's empirical, right? It's like things that you can repeat, test, and do again, and falsify if needs be, so that you can see if it actually works the way, the guy who did that long distance measurement test. But that's the same for the 3 points. It's like, it's only there as a method so you can see if somebody's actually understanding what the globe is, or if they even know anything. Because some people, they're filled in their mind with this knowledge, and sometimes it seems like they have great knowledge. I don't know. And then when you peel back the layer of that, and it sounds like the only thing that they have are one-word answers, like, well, how do you know the star is plasma? And they say science. Then you can uncover, like, their wrong thinking, right? Then you can be like, oh, now I see what the problem is. You just have a belief. You believe a story that's been told to you. That's why I was saying that the method that I have with it's the 3 claims of the globe being whatever they say it is, ball spinning in the vacuum of space. And how does somebody know that? That's, to me, I thought it was essential, for somebody to actually just come to terms and say, hey, I just have a belief, that's all I got. Which at that point, I'm just like, okay, you want to stay believing the Earth's a globe, go ahead. But now that it's not something you can test and verify. I mean, that's for sure. Because no one's ever done it.
Yeah, I feel like they need to be reminded that way when you put up the 3 points against them. That way, that if it challenges their cognitive dissonance, then that's that will show eventually.
Or you get some outcomes of it too. You get the outcome is the person's gonna cope harder. They're gonna wanna like, no, this is just bullshit. This is all bullshit. This doesn't make any sense. The answers are like dogs are gods. His answer to the first question. Because I even asked him, like, directly, how has it been that someone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And so he came up with the triangulation of the arc of the parallel, which is the PDF that we've seen before. So how many pages is it? It's like 100 pages or something in that PDF. And on page 19 and on page 42, it also shows them that they weren't measuring the actual Earth. It was not... That's not what they were doing.
Oh, yeah, were they presupposing the assuming the globe model beforehand?
Yes, with the
papers.
Yeah, with the Clark ellipsoid and the bezel ellipsoid spherical model. But
there you go.
but his stance on that was that they actually got those models from the actual measurement, which was Heretic's point on that. Like, well, why don't they just use the measurement? Like, why did they have to go to models? Because if they have the measurement, what good are models? Like, you have the measurement, exactly the metrics that you need from extrapolated from actual measurements of the Earth.
Yeah.
Why would you need to turn it into a model?
Plus, true models are made up of exact measurements anyways. So it's not even a real model if it's not using direct measurements.
Yeah, if they wanted an exact model of the Earth, it would be the size of the Earth. And I mean, like, if that's what you really wanted to do, to scale, let's say, and that's never going to happen. Because if you wanted to stay, one for one, everything that's the same stays the same. You couldn't replicate. And this is the crazy thing I think about reality is that the Creator made this place so intricate and so complex that a normal human mind couldn't fathom, like the distance, the complexity, like the scope of the whole entire realm of existence. Like it is so superiorly complex, like everything, how dynamically everything works together, how everything fluctuates, so there's never a static way of knowing exactly, you know what I mean? Like when they say like, well, we're gonna be able to measure a distance like by just looking, and then tomorrow they go and look and they see the distance, like an oil rig looks like it's cut off, and then the next day they see the whole oil rig, you know what I mean? Like there's everything is fluid, like as far as our vision works through the air. So we can discern things for sure, we can know things that are there, but as far as like when we try to like do long distance like measurements with tests and such, I mean the only thing we know is line of sight is the only way that things can operate. When you break the line of sight, then you have broken communications, and we know that because when like buildings interrupt like communications, when you're trying to get like cell phone reception, you don't get it because that building's in the way. So there's things that would break that communication of line of sight.
And this is something that I can extrapolate on when it comes to that. My husband, he used to climb cell phone towers, and he never aligned those radios or anything up there at the tippy top to any side, anything up in the sky. It was always aligned to the next tower over, and they had to be direct line of sight, which also disproves the globe.
Yeah, the evidence is stacked against the globe for sure on every way they think about it. So there isn't anything that can point to the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that that's anecdotal and whatnot, but you can look into it, or anybody can look into it themselves and see that what I'm saying is valid.
And we don't have too many globers. They used to say things like that, like in the past. It was like 2017 or 2018 when they were really pushing the agenda of like how the curve of the Earth is actually seen, like before, like I'm talking about prior to the Black Swan, and like everybody like doing these measurement tests, they were really harping on that point that you could actually like calculate the distance to, or measure the distance to the horizon and such. Like there was the time where the debate was furious, like all of us were like, it was like a huge battle like of minds, and people would come in here every day and just like Earth is round, like they were just, it was like you could see a spike in like people trying to like angrily come in here, and it was like spewing words that like were just crazy, right? But they really were saying that the Earth can be measured, and then the horizon distance is known to be measured, and so we were asking the question, how is it done, and we never got to the bottom of like how it was done. It was just like, we just know. And then Eratosthenes and like, and then so we started like really cracking open like all these points that they had, and none of them withstood any scrutiny. None of them. They were all assumptions, they were all ideas. And then like when we would uncover them and expose them to these like anti-flat earthers, like the ones even today, they didn't have a rebuttal, so they would just like angrily spew like words at us, or just double down and use other methods of like the dogs are gods, using the arc of the triangulation, so that's all they had. They never had direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. So like after all of that, when I started to really realize like, man, there is no evidence at all, period, and we challenged them the best we could, like with the simplest words. So that's why I started to really talk to the people about like the 3 points, and that's where around the time that was happening, there was a lot of other evidence for flat Earth, like the Black Swan, and just like other things were starting to, people were asking like just pertinent questions, how do we know the core of the Earth exists, and just different things. All these questions started to come up, and then the more we started to talk about the Earth being a globe, like having any evidence, the less they had. So we basically took all of their arguments away from them. every single one, and even the ones today that pop up are still getting taken away. But before, they had a lot of them, like star trails. That argument actually had a bunch of flat earthers in the beginning. I had them to like recant and say that they weren't flat earthers anymore, and they were, because in the beginning also the people from like 2014 on forward used to say that I know the Earth is flat. Only 99.9999%. I don't know it's 100%. So if I tell you that the Earth is flat, even on the areas that we can discover, I'm only saying that as much as I can say like what I think I know, like the certainty level. So the mind virus was still another thing that was on top, a layer on top of like our discussions. So on top of us having like a regular common sense discussion of what the Earth is, there was the mind virus that was like reality, you know, itself. How do we know that's real, you know, kind of thing. And so the server, this one kind of went through like phases. It was still filled with people that were still only 99% sure that the Earth is flat. Like seriously, like that's all people were looking at this. It wasn't empirical. It was just something that you could say to kind of, you know, there's a winning argument to say that the Earth is flat, but not that we know it 100%. And so
Yeah,
the purge happened.
And I feel terrible because I caught on to it all very late, and you guys must have went through a crazy amount of things to, you know, get to this point.
It wasn't easy because there was a lot of good people that we're, you know, used to be friends with and stuff in the server, but they didn't like the direction it was going to, where empiricism like was the thing that we had to have to give to people, right? Like if you want to give them something to think about, you give them something to look at as far as like them able to discern reality from a standpoint of saying, is this verifiable? Is this falsifiable? Can I repeat the test, do it over again, and find out I can get the same result or not? Like when we started talking in this way, it started to get people thinking like, wait a minute, I can actually know if the Earth is curving for sure, 100%, because I can test, I can repeat the test, then I can falsify the claim that if the Earth is whatever they say it is, and I can hand it to my neighbor, and my neighbor can do the same, you know, independent from me, and see if they find the same curvature that is being claimed. So once we started moving that direction, it was like we're solidifying an empirical way to say objectively true if the Earth is a globe or not. And so, you know, once you can actually say no, that the Earth is not curving, then the outcome of that is that, well, if it's not curving, then what is it? Like, there can be only one answer. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then it's flat. So that's why it's like you get to a point where people that were resisting that, saying that, they're like, no, I'm never going to say that it's 100% sure that the Earth is, not going to do it. And so it was like tons of people were like leaving. And it's like, you know, because it was like a in-house kind of thing. So as the server progressed, a lot of people left because of that. They didn't want to stand by empirically stating that. So yeah, I mean it's been a rough ride though. But nevertheless, you know, we're here and now we're armed with like the greatest evidence for the truth, and that's observation, measurement. You know, like we have all the tools essential to help somebody challenge their worldview. That's not to say that we're going to convince them, because that's never the case. Like we're not. If that was our business, oh, it'd be a rough road. If we were in it to convince somebody, you know, because that's not the point of what we're doing here. But hopefully, you know, along the way, you know, honestly, if it does happen within the context of a conversation, I'm all for it. You know, like, great. The person actually came to know that the Earth is flat and stationary because they had a great conversation with us. I'm like, that's great. But that's not my wish. My wish is that they go off and do the research themselves and find out, like, come to the aha moment when they're in the midst of their research. That, to me, is more precious than anything. Because I'm always saying, like, if anything, what we're doing here, the good work that we're doing, we're going to hand it off. We're going to pass the baton to the next generation of critical thinkers. The younger generation, the one who doesn't have the buffer. Like they're the TikTok generation, the social media generation. We want to hand them tools to be equipped to be able to withstand like all this like indoctrination that's coming at them at light speed. You know, like they have every which direction they have, they're bombarded with like all kinds of information. So if we hand them the tools to be able to discern, I think we're all of us in here, we're doing a great thing for like the next generation for sure. We're equipping the young ones with the ability to cognitively be able to assess a situation and be able to say, you know what, let me look into it, let me do the research, instead of just blindly believing everything that's being told to them.
Yeah, and leaving feelings out of what information would display.
Oh yes, of course. But see, that to me is the most precious thing that we have here amongst all of us, is because we've all curated that, all of us here. We understand that is the mission, that's the goal. We want the end game is to continue to make people understand that you don't have to believe everything that they tell you. You can challenge it, you can research, you can look into it, you can falsify it, you can verify it. Like, is this true what they're saying? And in the end, that's all we're like, that's the focus, that's the main thing. The challenge is the main thing. Not the convincing, not to strong arm somebody, but just to give them the tools. That's been our hope so far. I mean,
I think it's doing just fine. I think it's doing better than fine. It's so good. There is a new guy in here, no roles. Camille.
we have a new guy? Okay. See, Camille's in the server. Alright, Camille, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. You have the ability to speak. Your microphone is unmuted, or you're locally muted anyway.
Yo,
how's it going, Camille?
Man, it's good. Man,
Nothing
life's
much,
great. So I just typed flat Earth just randomly. What are you guys doing here?
What we do in here, we challenge the narrative of the topic of the shape of the Earth. So people believe one thing about the Earth. You know, we all do. We all grew up with the knowledge that the Earth is a globe, but nobody's ever challenged it. I'd say that it was most prevalent around 2014 when it really got out to the internet and people really started to talk about it, and it caught fire. And now it's reaching a kind of like a critical point where more and more people are starting to look into it, even just stumble upon it, right? Mm-hmm. So we just want to help people understand what it's all about and give them the tools to critically think about something and come to the realization themselves if they want to. If not, honestly, man, like, people can think the Earth's a globe all day long. None of us are going to lose any sleep. We're not going to be like, oh man, we just didn't get across to him. That doesn't bother us, because to us it's just like challenging the people that we speak to. So, and in that way, you know, we would ask anybody new, such as yourself, what do you think the Earth is in your mind right now? What position do you have, and is there any information to solidify those points that you would have?
Like, are you asking me like what my take is? I'm guessing, like, I just think that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I think that I think that in society there's certain things that we should just leave to certain people. So like people argue that it's like, I guess, blind faith essentially in scientists, but like, we have to have someone in society has to know something more than someone else, right? Like, we have to have those people in society for that. And I feel like it's just not. Is that like a? What do you?
No, I'm like, well, Camille. The problem with that is that most people say that they're handing off the credibility to someone else. So let me go to that person. So they said you had the information. Mm-hmm. Oh no, someone else has it. Okay, let me go to that person. Say they said you had the information. Oh no, someone else has it. That's a common misconception, that the evidence is someone else has it, someone over there has it. They don't do it.
The reason why that happens is, like, when I've like debated with flat earthers, it's usually because there's so many different realms of science that flat earth will talk about. So there's only like a certain, like, so there's a physics part of like of of like of flat Earth, right? Like how like gas pressure goes up. How the fuck is gas in our atmosphere if gas literally goes to the lowest pressure point? There is literally the lowest pressure point is, you know, the solar system. So it should come out of our planet. Why does it sit in our planet? Essentially, like there's physics arguments for flat Earth, but also there's
can I ask you a question?
What's up? Huh?
Before you go on, so your position is that you've been debating this topic for some time, because we don't know you from Adam, so we just want to know who you are. Like, you're somebody who debates flat Earth, or like, do you feel like you have your information to do so? Like, I don't know what like, who are you? Are you a debater? Like, I mean,
yeah, I like to debate, I guess, yeah, but I've never like really just debated flat Earth. I don't really care that much, but it's just interesting hearing other people talk about it.
Right, but you said you've debated flat earthers, as in like before. You've already had this conversation, right?
Yeah, I've had these conversations a lot. Yeah.
Well, what if I was to kind of blow your mind and tell you that I could actually prove that it's just a belief? Would you believe me?
That
I could do that?
Like it. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want to go through this exercise with me, you can try. Really, all it is just your baseline knowledge for what you know of the Earth to be a globe as, like, from right now, from what you know. And if you're really honest,
Jesus.
What's that?
I had a mute soundboard.
What did you say?
Say that one more time.
No, I said it's really just a baseline knowledge of what you have right now for the Earth being a globe, as far as you know. But you don't have to look anything up, is what I'm saying. Like, just what you know right now, what you got in your mind, as far as you know right now. There are basically 3 questions that I'm going to ask you, and you just being honest, say like, I know or I don't know. That's fine. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, gotcha. Like, I don't care for any of that. All I want to know is like what you know. You tell me what you know, and then if you don't know, just say, I don't know. Then we'll go to the next question. Like, it's pretty much simple.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not even a debate.
I don't know.
You're already saying you don't know?
Yeah.
I haven't asked you, bro. I haven't asked you anything.
You just asked me what knowledge do I have of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah.
Like, I don't have any necessarily. Like, I don't like have like the wherewithal. I'm trying to hear what your arguments are for it.
Oh.
So essentially to convince me, right? Like, essentially what I'm trying to do.
No, that's a misconception as well. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to challenge you. Okay, so let me just jump right in with it. Okay, so I quit playing footsies around with you, so I can just tell you. All right, so there's only 3 questions. I'm just gonna say them. You can say I don't know to all of them. I don't care, just so that I can be methodical with it. Okay, so the first question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history?
I think it was a scientist who did the 8-inch per mile square, right? It was that guy, right?
I'll say it this way, okay? If you don't know, just say, I don't know. Like, I'll skip trying to like grill you on like who was it and all that stuff, and I don't need to do that. If you don't know, just be intellectually honest and say, I don't know.
Sure, but I have some idea. I wouldn't say I completely don't know, but yeah, sure.
At this point, it's your pride telling me that you don't know, or that you do know.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Just say, hey, I don't know. I'm not gonna.
I don't know that question. Okay, yeah.
All right, second question. They say that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Who has ever measured the spin of the Earth any time in history?
I have no idea.
Okay, the third question is the vacuum of space. It's said to be adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So, and it sounded like you kind of knew a little bit about something about this when we started talking, but I'll put it to you this way, okay? If they say that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe, we are breathing, the breathable air that you and I breathe here on the surface is at 14 psi. So as you go up in elevation, of course, you can understand there's a gradient pressure and it dissipates, starts getting less and less until they say you reach the vacuum of space according to the globe. But if that is possible and we go to a super low pressures, like, I mean, they say from low Earth orbit, they're getting around like 10 to the negative 6. So that's a really strong negative pressure, right? It's not nearly 0, but it's pretty close. Anyway, if we're to get to that point, there has to be a way that the pressure that we have here would then equalize with the low pressure up there. Because as in per the law that we see in entropy, right? High pressure moves to low pressure, hot moves to cold. This is what happens always. It's a law, right? So we could say entropy takes place, the second law of thermodynamics. This is what happens always. So we understand this, right? It's a law. Otherwise it wouldn't be. So if that is possible, that we have pressurized, air here, the air has pressure in it, and it's low pressure up there, then how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
I don't think it's possible to have pressure without. I don't know what kind of question it is. I'm sure we can have pressure without a container, right?
No, that's why I'm asking you. It's a law. You can't have pressure because by the very definition, to have pressure, you'd have to have a container.
And you're arguing that space doesn't have a container.
No, the Earth does it.
Okay. Wouldn't the container be the atmosphere?
No, the atmosphere would be considered gas. Gas doesn't contain gas.
Gas doesn't contain gas?
Right. Because that's what the
atmosphere is the air.
Wait, so wait, more dense gas can't stop other gases from like going past it? So like if you put gas in,
yeah, go on.
So if you put gas into if you put like a pan over gas, the pan is more dense than the gas, right? So the gas stays in that position, or it stays inside of that pan until you take it out, right? It's like one of those things. I think gas is the same thing, right? If there's a more dense gas, that gas can block other gases from getting through. No?
No, so in order to attain pressure, any kind of pressure, you need a container. So like, let's say, and I'll give you an example just to kind of put it in your mind. If I want to have pressure inside of something like a metal bottle, like the metal ones with the valve you can put air inside of, like an air tank, or you can even use an example of like a balloon. Like if you have high pressure in one area and you open the valve or you let go of the nozzle of the balloon, what happens to the air inside of those containers that has pressure?
Say that again?
When I open up the valve. When I open up a valve,
they go to the lowest pressure point, which is outside of it, outside of the container.
Outside of it, but it rushes out, right? Like it goes, like it rushes out, like, and you and I both know this is something that it's a law of nature that happens always. Like that's never not going to be the case.
Yeah.
So if that is the case for us here on Earth, and we have a low pressure up above us, according to the globe, then how come the air is not escaping into the available space, making this place void? Because in order for that to be stopped, you need a container. In the case of the bottle, you have the bottle, the metal bottle to keep the air pressure inside of that bottle. Or in the case of the balloon, you have the balloon. It is the container that holds that pressure inside. But once you let go of the opening or open up the valve, the air rushes out to the lower pressure. That's what happens always. Never changes. But if that's true, the air should be rushing out into the available space, making our place not livable if it was a globe with the air that they say is here. If that makes any sense to you.
Sure, yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. From what I understand is that gases don't just sit in our atmosphere. That's not how gases work. Gases usually release out into space, but we have so much like gases here that are consistently coming up that come from natural processes. Like it just keeps replacing itself essentially. That's usually how it goes, like a cycle. So if that's usually how it goes, right? Like
no, that's not correct. If you're asking if that's how it goes, right, the answer is no.
Okay, so explain to me how gas doesn't go into space from our atmosphere.
Because there is no space.
Okay, sure.
Because there's a container that's required for gas pressure. What you just described is ideal, but it's not demonstrable. So what you described with gas is just being produced constantly and doesn't need to be contained. That's not something you can demonstrate. That's a cool idea to try to make it work, but that's not something you could demonstrate in reality. For example, car tire, the rim, you've got the tire, and you've got the gas inside. They're basically saying that the Earth is so big, and what you said is that there enough gas is being pumped in that you don't even need the tire at all. We're saying that no, there is a tire, essentially, there is no just a vacuous empty space. There is a container for the gas pressure. Unless you can demonstrate gas pressure without the container.
Sure, if that's how like it worked in the atmosphere, but we understand
that is how it works in the atmosphere.
Wait,
you see.
Well, hold on. Gases literally go into space.
No, that's the claim, my friend. Wait, let us know when you can demonstrate the claim. You can't just point at the sky and say my claim is true. You have to prove it to be true. We all are well aware of you'd have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container first for that to be possible in reality.
Like gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even.
Yeah, correct. Well, you can't start.
Take your time, as much time as you
can't
need.
Start. Yeah, you can't start though because it's not possible. It's a natural law. You need to have a container in order to have gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a natural law. Unless you say you're going to negate a natural law and then think of something that negates it, then there is no other answer other than there isn't one. They're not real.
Look at the chat though as well. I know Jedi wants to jump in. 39. Really quickly, 39 minutes past the hour, I posted a GIF. You see a gentleman who's got gas on one side, a valve, and a vacuum on the other. Once he opens the tab, immediately the gas rushes from the container where the gas is to the vacuum. Same thing with a can of soda. I played this sound clip.
He needs.
Okay, so it's not a trickle process. It's not a trickle process. Jedi, did you want to go ahead?
So he has no rule.
Oh, let me give him the chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jedi.
What happened?
No, I was about to say he has no role to see the chat.
I'll ping you in the chat so you can see what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Jedi.
The guy.
Sure. I guess. Yeah. I don't even know how to go about that. I don't know that much about physics. So
that's cool. So
Can gases move through each other freely?
That's not the problem, though.
Wait. I'm just asking you that question.
What you were describing though earlier, Camille, is the gas pressure gradient, which isn't even in contention. We don't have any issue with the gradient at all. The issue is that there's supposed to be containment for the gradient to be there in the first place. So you can't even get a gradient unless there's a container.
Okay. So can gases create containers for themselves?
No, gas doesn't contain itself.
No.
Okay. So how is it? Just asking you. Okay. So how is it that
Yeah, well, 1 second. I like to interrupt. I'm sorry, Camille. The reason why I'm interrupting right now, it's for a reason, okay? And the reason why I'm interrupting is because the baseline question was for your baseline of knowledge. You're asking us questions, and we're going to give you answers for sure. But I like to give them to you after I do the 3 questions that I'm asking you for your baseline knowledge. Any question you want, we'll talk about it. Just even this one too. But for now, right? For your baseline knowledge of how that is possible to have gas pressure without a container. If you can say, I don't know, and then I can move on to summarize, and then we'll go to ask any question you want, if that's okay. I don't want to keep answering you, and then I have to finish the 3 points so that you understand when I summarize. But for now, right? Let's just see if we can. Either you know or you don't know right now.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so let me just summarize, and then you can ask your question again, and whoever can pick it up. So basically, the Earth being a globe, because that was the first question, directly measuring curvature, spinning, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is just a belief you have right now. It's not true knowledge. There's nothing solidified in your mind that you can point to that we can look at, that we can empirically know that the Earth is exactly a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. This is just a belief you have currently, right now. And, we can work our way through this if you want to and ask any questions, but just for now, it is just a belief you have. It's not real. It's a belief.
I don't know what that means.
So go ahead and
not real, sure.
That means that the information that you thought of the Earth being a globe is only a belief. That's it. It's just a belief.
Yeah,
it's
true.
not a real thing. So that's that's all the only thing I'm showing you. Whether or not you believe in it still or not, it's not the case, because you can still believe in the Earth being a globe, but it's not real. You can't put it into reality and then show me how it's possible because you didn't give me the answers that would be sufficient for anyone to demonstrate that the Earth is real as a globe.
Okay.
All right. So that being as what it is, you can, I guess, ask any question or the one you wanted to know.
Okay, so can more dense gases hold in less dense gases?
No, not really.
Creating
like if you put them into a volume, they will form into layers if the relative density is different.
So essentially, the one with the
but like in the case of the air, air is just a mixture, right? It has nitrogen and oxygen and a bunch of other stuff, but it's not like separated into layers of that.